No smoke without a fire. No smoke without a fire. You can taste it in the air. This unquenchable desire from my soul beyond repair. On the prowl, yeah, we like that. Hear the roar, I'm a beast, you're a wildcat. Can't be caged. Let the whole world know we'll never be tamed. Do you want domination? Power is the name of the game. We are royalty. Hunger running through our veins. Got the feel for power. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the stream. On a roller naturally. Got the feel for power. Got the feel. Like the devil in my review. No, he's never far away. You know God has to forgive you, and I don't believe in fate. No hesitation. Show me what you're hiding up your sleeve. What are you willing to lose to gain more than you could dream? Keep on those toes, or go down like domino. Got the feel for power. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the stream. On a roller naturally. Got the feel for power. No smoke without a fire. You can taste it in the air. This unquenchable desire from my soul beyond repair. One step out of line. Two hearts beating in time. Three cheers a battle cry. Forever till the day we die. Got the feel for power. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the streams. Naturally, got the
Day one is in the books as 4 teams stood above the rest and secured their spots in Championship Sunday. Now we turn our attention to the singles competition. It's day 2 of the Brawlhalla Midseason Championship live from Atlanta, Georgia. Here are your top 4 for Championship Sunday in the doubles bracket. On the winner's side, you'll see Munir Balloon Boy versus Loris and Kaina. And then on the elimination side, Godly and Ahmed versus Moni and Marky Moo. Welcome inside Terminal West. I'm your host, Win Ann, better known as White Sheepy. And joined with me are my favorite boys. It's Duke and Sparky. We'll have some special announcements coming up in about 15 minutes. But first, guys, what are your thoughts about day 1 doubles? Duke.
I mean, doubles is always a fun time. I think I've espoused many times about how much I love when you have these kind of mishmash combinations, and especially when they do really well. And I'm talking about like Balloon Boy Munir, a very cool team to see. Unfortunately, it's not a team that we're going to see too much of, but we'll see some more on Sunday. And then also there's the mishmash of Marky Moo and Moni. That's another team that I'm very excited to see going into Sunday. So I'm really interested to see how the twos ends up playing out as we get into Sunday. But of course, I'm a ones guy. I love ones, so I'm really excited for today too.
I love to see the rapid growth that Moni and Marky Moo have had, how quickly they've been able to get as good as they are. So, like, what is the limit here? How good can they get in such a short period of time? I'm excited to see that play out on Sunday so much. I'm also excited to see Balloon Boy and Munir, of course, fan favorites across the regions for sure. Everybody loves seeing those 2 names together on the bracket. They're stoked to root for them. And then it just feels even better when 1, they do good, and then 2, when they do this well in the bracket, they're on the winner's side. Then, of course, I love to see Lores and Kaina there as well to again get that back-to-back three-peat mid-season champions. Now we're not at CEO, so they're not going to get a belt this time. But the number of belts that those 2 young men have amassed in their collection is staggering, and I think they're going to go home with the gold here again.
Pants will never fall.
There were some people cheering. I mean, I know I heard what Slow-Mo, was that you cheering for some Balloon Boy there? Yeah, he said he had to cheer for his boy. Okay, y'all. Look, we still got so much action to watch this weekend, starting right here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. So, I mean, y'all, you guys are watching it right now. This is the main stream here. Now, what the future stream, that stream has already been going and started. I hope you guys been tuning in to also twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. But let's talk about Sunday. Sunday tomorrow starts at 11:30 with doubles top 4. All right. Now, you know how we do. When you guys are watching esports, you're watching Brawlhalla esports tournaments, you can watch to earn some Twitch drops. And for this weekend, here are the many items you can watch and earn. I forgot to call this out yesterday, but if y'all noticed, there is Esports V7. This is your first chance at grabbing some of those colors. So you might want to tune in for at least 5 hours, you feel me? But yeah, there's a title reward, weapons, the colors. It's going to be an amazing time, so keep tuning in. So what are these players fighting for? We got to keep bringing it back to this. So in total, we have a 50,000 prize pool, which is split between singles and doubles. So singles total is 25,000, and then for first place, $6,000 just for you, like incredible amount. And then we pay all the way through top 25, so don't lose hope. I mean, as long as you make it out, right? You can get a little bit of something. Maybe pay a nice dinner for yourself, you know? So that is what our players are fighting for today. I mean, there is a nice chunk of change on the line, and of course, your ego, right? You want to represent that you are the best. Now, talking about the different players that we're going to see in singles today, we have quite a few. There's a lot of eyes on many players, but we can only have some time to highlight on a few. And the first up that I think we want to talk about here, and I know Slow-Mo's going to be really excited about, is Balloon Boy. And so, Duke, I want to know how you feel about him.
You know, Balloon Boy is someone who never has to spend money on suntan lotion because he just lives in the shadow of Marky Moo. It is such a tragedy how often he has gotten second place, but it stands true. He has consistently gotten second place against Marky Moo. Community did not love that one, but
The live reaction of the community.
Someone was not ready for that. But it is genuinely
People
a
think
tragedy
I'm
how
the
much
mean
it's
one,
been
by
that
the
way.
way. Like, people think I'm mean. I would
Yeah.
never say something like that. Especially not about fan
It's courted
favorite Balloon
Sparky.
Boy. I would never.
But also, he's a really good competitor. I think one of the things that I love about him in particular is he has had so many fantastic matches with Marky Moo. You can just highlight so many grand final sets, and it has just been super exciting to watch. I love how close he's gotten to that finish line, and it's literally a matter of time before he crosses it. I don't know if today is going to be that day, but I absolutely adore him. I want him to do well, and I want to see him in this grand finals again.
So you instantly started off by cutting him off at the knees.
Yeah.
And from that, I'm going to build him up. Because since he started consistently placing top 3 in North America at Winter Championship 2025, he has only missed a podium a single time. And that was one online seasonal. That includes seasonals, that includes royales, that includes mid-season, and BCX. That is an unbelievable, staggering pedigree of consistency. But like you mentioned, the Marky Moo shadow, I look at his record against a lot of the top players in this tournament, and there is a huge glaring outlier here of Marky Moo. In official tournaments, he's 3-13 against Marky Moo. That is seemingly an insurmountable mountain to climb ahead of him. But one thing that might help him a little bit more, PJ gave us the lowdown in the back earlier, it seems like he swapped onto Diana and is playing Diana for the rest of the day. So rather than having Diana as like that last-ditch effort, that desperation pick, like nothing else is working, I'm going to throw something at the wall and hope that something sticks, he's starting on the Diana earlier today so he can focus on that. I told him about the Vrax. I saw his Vrax video, and I said, your Vrax has sauce, man. You have it. You just have to believe in your heart. Vrax grants power to those who grant power to him through their beliefs and their conviction in their heart. I told him about that.
Okay.
I told him the sauce. I told him all of the secret moves.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to bring that out. Maybe one day. It'll be a beautiful day, but today I like that he's going onto the Diana much earlier than usual so he can really build up that Diana skill, that Diana flow that we know from his Diana. He can reach that max potential much earlier in the bracket rather than trying to play catch up.
Okay, so one has to believe if they want to choose the Rex. I'm still
It's a hard life.
honing in on,
It's a
on
hard
that
life.
belief. Okay,
You gotta
all
earn
right,
it.
all right.
Not like some of these other legends.
Well, I know a lot of folks are going to be rooting and really seeing how well Balloon Boy does and if he will come out on top, because you were just talking about it. Actually, both of y'all were just talking about we can't deny our current reigning champion for singles, and that is Marky Moo. And Duke, I'm going to actually jump back to you. Tell me about Marky Moo.
I mean, obviously casts a big shadow, but he is an insane player. It's so funny how he has like become synonymous with the Mordex, because there's been so many situations, specifically against Balloon Boy, where he's had to break the glass and go over to the Mirage. He has a fantastic spear. We got to see plenty of that yesterday in the 2 space. Something that we don't really get to see often is Marky Moo do well in 2s, and I think that spells trouble for anyone in his path today in the single space, because somebody who has momentum in 2s has a lot of momentum going into the single space. And then on top of that, I know a lot of people were talking about last weekend, Marky Moo I believe it was last weekend, Marky
Yes.
Moo wasn't able to win the online event. And when I was talking with, I think Sparky about it, I was like, it's different when you're in person. Marky Moo tends to level up in person. I think that's 100% what's going to happen again here today.
I think one of the most interesting things about that tournament, we've been talking about the tournaments that happen, the online community tournaments that happen in each region. Last week it was Sobraldo in South America, it was Galaxy Cup Vortex in EU for a 1v1, and then it was INSIG Unleashed in North America. And yeah, it was an uncharacteristic poor, I'll say quote with quotes, I'm not on camera right now, but I'm putting air quotes up. Now I'm going to be on camera so you can see I'm doing air quotes. Poor performance for someone like Marky Moo, our current world champion, because he also didn't get taken out by like the number 2 PR in North America. He got taken out by Anonymous Alex. Anonymous Alex is going to be here. We're going to talk about Anonymous Alex here in a little bit, so I'm not going to go into much detail on him right now. But one thing, I'll look at that and then I'll have like it's Marky Moo, so it feels like you kind of have to erase some things. You got to give a little bit of wiggle room and not necessarily dedicate all of the focus onto that. I'm looking back more at Midseason Championship last year, and I feel like everybody in the bracket owes a massive debt of gratitude to Acno, who sent Marky Moo down into the elimination side, who cheesed him out with Diana. I think that completely messed that entire tournament up for Marky Moo, and I genuinely believe everybody in that bracket who would have ran into Marky Moo should be kissing Acno's feet right now and sending him thanks, beautiful thank you notes, send him an edible arrangement, gift baskets, cards, all that kind of stuff. It's not too late to do that. I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen in this tournament. One, Akno is not here. Two, I don't think even if Akno was here, Marky Moo would let that happen to him again.
That is an interesting take. I don't know, Duke, if you had any more feedback about that. I mean, it really sounds like Marky Moo is such a strong contender, especially in singles. And who knows if anyone can stop him today. I mean, maybe, right? I like to always give that little hope, that optimism that it's an in-person event, it's a LAN, anything can go, right? But I guess we'll have to see. But we're not done talking about our singles players here, because now we got to jump into South America. And this is one of my favorite South American players to watch here. This is Loris. And Sparky, I want to know what you think about him.
Loris is PR 9 right now, not typically the numbers you expect to be talking about in terms of like the winners conversation for a tournament. He's in an interesting spot because he's back-to-back 13th placement at Winter Championship and Spring Championship. Okay, based on those numbers, why are we talking about him right now? Why did I want to talk about him so badly in this moment? Because you could kind of say a similar thing, not the exact same thing, but a similar thing just a year ago after he got 7th place at Spring Championship. And then what did he do right after that? He went on to the Midseason Championship and won not only in 2v2s alongside Kaina, but he also won in 1v1s as well. If we look at Sobraldo number 94, shout out to Estisau, almost 100 Sobraldo tournaments. I'm going to say that every time this weekend that I possibly can. Shout out Estisau. He got 2nd place. Okay, who did he lose to? Did he lose to Kaina, who's here? Did he lose to Wes, who's here? Did he lose to Vem, who's here? No. He beat all those people. He placed better than all of those people. He only lost to Sia's Katars, and Sia, unfortunately, is not here. So everybody that's here, Loris did a better job against them. He's also on the Ada. We saw his Ada in 2v2. I love the way he's able to pilot that Legend. I love the D-Sig, of course, on the Spear. His blasters are solid, and he's one of the best Spear players in the entire game. You give him that stat line that Ada brings to the table, and you have a very, very potent Legend.
Yeah, the super stance Ada, I think, makes him a very serious threat. I was talking to Polly yesterday, and he was asking, like, what kind of weapons do I expect? And one of them, the weapons I was talking about was the blasters. Namely, I was thinking about Balloon Boy, but also hearing that Loris has swapped over to the Ada, I think that's going to be a very serious threat. Like you said, he's been a long-time Spear player. We've seen him on the Dusk, we've seen him on the Hattori, we've seen him on the Kaya. He has so many characters in that Spear kit. I do really like his bow. I remember the days when he was a Koji main. But still, I think he's a player who has a lot of talent and a lot of precision. It's just he tends to be, I keep going to the analogy of overshadowed, but like there's just a lot of people in the South American region that get a lot more attention, right? Yeah. Even like Wes will sometimes get more attention. Vem also gets a lot more attention, who's doing really well today. And then obviously there's still Kaina here. Yuz might not be here, but there's still a lot of big names from South America. So I think it's hard to 100% put all of the eggs in the Loris basket.
It's like the New York City skyline. There's a lot of really, really tall buildings, and you can be the 2nd tallest building in New York City and be taller than so many of the other buildings on the planet. But like, yeah, you're just in big NY, you're still just 2nd tallest.
Dang, man, what an analogy. Whoa, wait a minute, Sparky. Well, we'll also see how Loris plays out today, and it'll be really interesting to see if, yeah, bringing out that Ada, bringing out the Super Stance Ada as well. Now, Sparky, you mentioned this player that you wanted to talk about. So, Anonymous Alex, I want you to break it down for me about this player.
So, Anonymous Alex is coming into this one PR 16, right? Solid placement, a top 16 player in North America. You should be able to brag about that for sure, but it's not typically the numbers that we expect to be talking about on the pre-show here at the Midseason Championship. But the biggest thing, like the first thing that made me really think about it was we saw Anonymous Alex at Insig Unleashed where he won. You're seeing a lot of Teros gameplay here, but you're also seeing some Cassidy gameplay, and that's really what we're talking about right now. Super Strength Cassidy. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but if you compare a Super Strength Cassidy with the Super Dex Teros that Kaina is playing, if you compare side sig to side sig, you're KOing earlier, about 7 to 10 damage earlier on Super Strength Cassidy than Teros. You have a faster side sig, and you have a side sig with better hitboxing, better priority, better everything all around, and you also have everything else that the kit brings in with that hammer. So to me, Cassidy is basically the new Teros. You deal with a little bit of lower defense, but it seems like the Cassidy players are weathering that so well. And Anonymous Alex seems to be the only one, at least right now, doing that in North America. South America has obviously caught on to that for a while. You're going to see that. Godly also playing Cassidy this tournament. So a lot of people have caught on to it. But in North America, Anonymous Alex did it. He knocked out Marky Moo in that very tournament. I thought that was huge. He didn't just do it normally. He did it in a 3-0 as well. But also, then I looked into the ranked grind that Alex has been going for. Of the top 10 people on the global leaderboard, Alex has the most ranked games in total other than Lopez. He has about 1,400 ranked games, which is way more than everybody else in the top 10. They're at like 500 or below. And then like also got a shout out to Outlier Lopez here. He has like 24 or 2,500 ranked games. So that's insane, but I don't want that to overshadow that Alex has truly been grinding. This isn't a guy who just like, oh, I'm going to play the newest best legend right now and like, oh, look, well, whoops, I want a tournament, want a community turn on off of it and nothing else is going to happen. The fact that he did that and then the fact that he's been grinding, he's top 10 in North America on the ranked leaderboard with 1,400 games, like the grind is paying off. I don't know how many different ways I can say the grind is paying off.
Yeah, but I'm really interested to see, obviously we talked a lot about the hammer, but I'm really interested to see how his blasters work out. Longtime Taros player, we saw it on the graphics. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm worried about right now. It's okay because he's Cassidy, he's taking out of Dex because he's going in that super strength stance, but still high Dex means you're not going to lose the weapon too much compared to like base Dex Taros. But still, it's like I always get a little nervous when somebody's a single weapon player because of how hard it can be when you don't have that comfort weapon.
I mean, there's so many players to like look out for. I'm like hearing you guys talk about all these different players, and there's just so much more that we can talk about, but we just don't have enough time on pre-show. So we got to keep moving here, and then we'll just see how the players play out later today. So as you guys may be familiar at home and here, a pre-show wouldn't be a pre-show if we didn't have something to talk about, a special announcement of reveals. So like we mentioned earlier, we do have some special announcements for you folks. So let's go ahead and take a look.
That was a weird decision a second ago. You saw Swada go for the D line into a ground pound. Likely should have been a gravity cancel down tick. Oh, ho, ho! Odin helps him out there.
That's right, y'all. So our next core gameplay feature we're going to be working on is improving weapon spawn. So of course, many of y'all may know, currently it's kind of hard to know where the next weapon is going to spawn, right? And so this upcoming experimental feature that we're going to be looking at, which will be going into an experimental queue, will test a new approach where weapon spawns will spawn kind of based on the positions of the players in the match. So this should make it a little bit easier to kind of know where you can expect that weapon spawn to land. So there's gonna be a lot more information to come. I'm pretty sure Foda is gonna be talking about this on an, off hours, dev stream and all that jazz. We'll have more information about when this is gonna come out, and the more information about it. Just understand it's very highly experimental. We're working on changing how players interact with the weapon spawns in the middle of the match. And so we're gonna be really looking for y'all's feedback in the community, okay? So that's something that we're gonna be working together to improve on weapon spawns. But that's not it, okay? We have a couple more announcements today, so let's see what's next.
3, 2, 1. We're going back to Terminus in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8, featuring Termidex. Excessive mining flooded Terminus with Darkheart and produced Corrupted Blood Teska, Terror Watt Zol, Neo Street Hattori, Live Action Orion, Street Sovereign Petra. Play, level up, and unlock new items. And the Deluxe Pass grants exclusive new rewards. The corrupting power of Darkheart returns in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8.
Yes, that's right. Return to the depths of Terminus in this classic Battle Pass season on June 17th. So that's like, if I look at the calendar correctly, next Wednesday. So come on in, join Petra's resistance fighters called the Incarnates and fight through the Battle Pass to claim all 85 tiers of rewards like the Corrupted Blood Tesca progression skin and of course the Termadex epic skin as well. This time around, we got a new Chakram skin also in the rewards pass, and of course new deluxe items that you can also see in that trailer. And of course, there's going to be a completionist avatar too, just for this time around. All right, I do have one special announcement to just kind of roll on through here, so why don't we go also check that out. Yes, the hottest summer heatwave event is returning. It's returning on July 8th with even more items to earn for free. I mean, right here you can see it's Surfer Red Raptor here as the event center skin that you can earn. And of course, there's going to be plenty more items too. You saw the emojis, you saw the sidekick, there's a title reward, and then so much more because in Brawlhalla itself, we got the new podium, we got a surfing emote, and all the event center items from last year's Heatwave is going into Brawlhalla as well. And then there's, of course, bundles, and one of those bundles has the return of our 2017 podium and another mega bundle that has literally all of the skins for a big discount. I think that's like 18 Heatwave skins, just in case you're just joining in. So much in this Heatwave summer event coming on July 8th. So Brawlhalla.com/Saturday Reveals if you want to see all this information that we just kind of talked about. And boys, I gotta ask, how you feeling about some of these special announcements?
Across the board, I like the weapon spawn thing. I think it makes it so that it'll change the way that people play the game. I've been very interested in that. BPC8, more people need to get that Tesca skin because it's one of my favorite Tesca skins. So I'm glad people have access to that. And then as far as the Heatwave stuff goes, I'm going to be rocking that emo. I'm going to be surfing on people. I'm going to be slide charging that surf. I'm going to be a little bit of a problem with that emo, but I'm very excited for all of it.
Yeah, the improved weapon spawning is so cool, especially we're able to reveal it here at an event where we see the true skill of Brawlhalla, and it takes something that was more of a game of chance before with the weapon spawns and where they would come out, and it turns that into more of a game of skill where the best players can predict where things are going to be, and with that prediction, they can then tailor their behavior and tailor their skill expression around that, how they want to play around that weapon spawn, other than just like, I'm going to jump up here among the soft platforms until the one comes right in. Oh, it came over there. I'm over here. Okay, I'm going to wait again. He's going to grab that, and it's just a huge waste of time while they wait for things to line up. Now you can actually show your skill and show that prediction and use that to determine how you want to play, and I think that's cool. That makes it really good for the defensive player as well as the offensive player. I think that's fantastic. As for the classic battle pass, like there's another Mordex skin in there. You don't have to just play Fenrir Mordex. Like I get it, it's cool, it's drip. The GOAT played it. Like there are other Mordex skins out there. Here's one. They're bringing yet another one back for you guys out there. So I would love to see more people playing that Termadex skin. And then as for Red Raptor, I mean, Radish didn't get the chance to make it into top 4 for 2v2, but like hopefully this is a little bit of a consolation prize because he's going to get some more on that Red Raptor. Yet again, it feels like his skin stonks are just up. Always up for Radish.
Well, Brawlhalla.com/Saturday Reviews if you kind of want to tune in and just like read through all that information that we just talked about. And of course, we're going to have more information if you just keep on following us and watching our dev streams. But let's get back into mid-season singles competition and talk about predictions. I want to know how you boys feel. Who's going to come out on top, second and third? I'm actually going to start with you, Duke.
Okay, so I think most people can probably guess my 1 and 2, but my number 3, I was really bouncing around, and ultimately I kind of just had to go with my gut, and that gut said Kaina. I think Kaina's been trying a lot of new, interesting stuff. Obviously, we saw the Azoth in the 2 space. I like somebody who's willing to kind of push the boundaries and see what happens with the new super stances whenever things change. But at the end of the day, I still love my Grand Finals Balloon Boy Markimu, and unfortunately, I think Balloon Boy still needs to sit in the shadow of Markimu for a little while longer, so I'm giving it to Markimu as our first Balloon Boy in that second place spot.
And Sparky, what are your predictions? Do you agree with this?
In third place, I also had to put a South American, but it might not be the one that you guys expect. I've been a kind of believer pretty much longer than everybody else, except for the people in South America who really watched him come up from an even younger age than I did. But I'm putting my sights on Big Lores here. I'm feeling the Ada. I feel like that's a more modern pick than what Kaina is bringing to the table in 1v1s. I think that's going to serve him better here, especially against all of the Cassidys that we're going to run up into in this bracket. I think we've said this before. It's the pilot. It's not the plane. But when you go into battle, you kind of want to have it'd be like really cool if you had the best plane. Like it's also nice to like be a really good pilot and also have like one of the better planes out there. And I think right now Ada is just a more modern legend than some of the picks that Kaina is bringing into the 1v1 bracket. So that put Lores over Kaina for me in third place. In second place, in 2v2, what did we see happen? We saw former world champions fall and not bring that momentum into this tournament. I think the exact same thing is going to happen in 1v1s because it's going to be Markimu in second place. I think we are not going to have that continuation of power in both 2v2 and 1v1 from the world championship into this tournament. And that's because in first place, my boss Toast, my GOAT plays Scythe. The bracket's already live, and it's Godly in 5.
Dave, I'm so sorry. I was so surprised by how you laid that down for first place. That is my reaction. I am not laughing because I believe in Godly too.
Yeah, you better not be laughing. I wasn't telling a joke. There was nothing funny about what I said.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me clarify why I was laughing because I was so surprised by the delivery.
I don't know where Godly is. Do you hear her?
No. The delivery of that was insane.
That's true.
No, I do believe in Godly. I know he's been wanting it. He's been grinding for it, and I think he absolutely deserves it. And I would love to see him pop off. And I think Europe will also pop off if he gets the W. So I'm just saying that was an incredible delivery of your predictions. So, boys, any final thoughts? Because we got to wrap it up here as we are closing out on pre-show.
So far, I've had a chance to look at the bracket. A singles looking pretty normal across the board. The one kind of standout set for me that I saw was that it was Radish and Markimu went to game 5. Markimu barely won it out 3-2 to get his spot in the top 32. I think that's a little bit troublesome. I'm a big Markimu believer, but I do think that is a little bit concerning to hear that he had to go to game 5 to get into the top 32. And that's not to discredit Radish. He's an incredible player. We already talked about him with the Heatwave stuff, but just everybody else kind of like 3-0'd or even like 1-0'd. They kind of walked into the top 32, whereas Markimu, he had to kind of put in some effort.
The really interesting thing about that like this really surprised me, is most people have a losing record against Markimu. Radish doesn't. He doesn't have a winning record, but he has a tied record and it's a good sample size. Like some of these people, they've played each other like 2 or 3 times, but they've actually played 12 sets together. They're 6-6 right now, not counting anything, of course, that happened this weekend. But I think just because you mentioned Radish versus Markimu, that was a stat that like really blew me away. I'm looking forward to all the 1v1 action we have coming today. I think we have a lot of interesting sets. I think there's going to be a lot of great stuff on the featured stream. There's going to be a lot of great stuff on the main stream as well. So have those both on both monitors so you can flip back in between. I'm really excited to see all the new characters that people are going to be bringing. We're going to see a lot of Cassidy, but there's going to be other cool stuff as well, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be such an action-packed day. So thank you so much, y'all, for joining me on the desk here. It's time to take a short break before we head into our first match. It'll be Ahmet versus Meg D in top 32. Day 2 of the Midseason Championship.
That was a weird decision a second ago. You saw Swada go for the D line into a ground pound. Likely should have been a gravity cancel down tick. Oh ho ho! Odin helps him out there.
We're going back to Terminus in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8, featuring Termidex. Excessive mining flooded Terminus with Darkheart and produced Corrupted Blood Teska, Terror Watt Zol, Neo Street Hattori, Live Action Orion, Street Sovereign Petra. Play, level up, and unlock new items. And the Deluxe Pass grants exclusive new rewards. The corrupting power of Darkheart returns in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Brawlhalla Midseason event here at Terminal West. We're about to get going on the mainstream starting in top 32, and with me right now on the desk is Duke and Walt. Guys, I'm going to have to ask you how are you feeling as we start day 2 of midseason. I'm going to actually start with Walt first.
I'm excited. I mean, twos has already been madness, so I think just bring it into some singles action, maybe like ease into it to start off my day today. I'm looking forward to seeing what the bracket has to offer here.
Okay, and Duke, what about you?
I'm also very interested to see how things shake out. As we talked about in the pre-show, the Legends selection has become much more varied with the addition of Super Stances. This is, again, our first major with Super Stances, so I'm very curious to see what things happen, what changes, what stays the same. We used to know that Ahmet played the Petra. That's
Yes.
yes.
We do have a lot of them. It's okay. It's okay.
I was like Orban thing, Petra. And then Meg D, known for the Val and the Asuri. But again, like Super Stances, it could just be Meg D wants to have a Gauntlet character or a Sword character. It could be Ahmet just wants to have an Orb character. It's very interesting, and I'd be very surprised if it's those get Legends, but like that'd be also kind of cool.
I mean, yeah, let's go ahead and talk about this next matchup here. So it is Meg D versus Ahmet. I mean, thoughts about how these two are gonna play it out?
I mean, Meg D is the patience master, right? Like, I think it's going to be exciting seeing again, I think to your point, Duke, like how some of these big changes, because in twos it feels like there's already, I've said this yesterday, like an agreed upon wisdom and kind of like a standard meta almost of like, okay, this is kind of the bare minimum that we need for dexterity. These are the legends that have been very, very successful in the twos format. It seems like we're starting to get closer to kind of like what is working and what makes sense for the specific playstyles of these players with super stances and with dex changes in the ones format. But I'm excited to see if maybe, you know, people are keeping some tricks in the bag for later on in the bracket.
I mean, it seems like the viewers here are looking at Amit probably taking the W here. I mean, Duke, do you have any thoughts about that? Any feelings?
I don't really blame them. Ahmet has won a seasonal, so he's won on the American soil. So it's, or sorry, a Royale, excuse me. But he has won on the American soil, so he definitely has a little bit of a buff. Whereas Meg D hasn't really won in an in-person event in the singles space. So I think there's a lot of credit to Ahmet. Granted, Ahmet hasn't been doing as well in singles in Europe as a whole. But also, you talked about Meg D being kind of like this patience master, but Ahmet can can slow things down a lot in the European region. Too. Like, these are two people who aren't afraid of hearing the word sudden death.
Well, let's get going with day 2 of midseason. Duke, Walt, take it away.
All right, let's get started. Game number 1, Ahmet versus Meg D. This is PR number 3 for Europe up against PR 11 in North America. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a little bit of just slow gameplay to get us started as the two kind of feel each other out in this land.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of vibe checking right now. Interesting pick on the side of Meg D. He is on that Lin Fei, generally a pretty low strength legend. I'm expecting to be in the super stance. Yeah, he's in that super stance, so that's going to put him up into, I believe, 5 strength to give him some KO potential.
We're seeing a little bit of offstage action already. Just going to be the side air to push away. Oh, weapon toss off the backboard to get us started. I like the vision, Ahmet, for first strike.
Yeah, Ahmet, I mean, kind of just in the driver's seat of this one, has been knocking Meg D around. Meg D was able to pick up Katars, and I think he got, like, a Nair out. But other than that, it's pretty much just been the Ahmet show so far. And again, Ahmet just trying to deny Meg D any sort of weapon.
And this is the thing, generally speaking, about players who are very good at slowing pace down and controlling tempo, is if you lose first stock, like, you have to change, you intrinsically have to change your pace, right? So being able to press the advantage right now, if you're Ahmet, is going to be very, very important. But what does Meg D need to do to kind of pick up the pace on his side to get back into this game?
Well, he did a good job there with a couple Qatar reads. You saw him able to catch Ahmet and that 5 strength. You're starting to see its face as not struggling as much to get this damage built up onto Ahmet. He switches over to the cannon for his KO tool just because cannon has a little bit more consistent KO potential, but he still needs to find that hit. He hasn't thrown out any downlights or even silent. There it is.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, we were seeing a lot of jumps to start us off too, so I wonder if maybe he was just trying to crash on top with an air or something along those lines. Still hasn't quite found the blast zone though, and Ahmet actually gets there first. A 3-1 stock lead already in game number 1.
Gauntlet players are looking for that. We've seen plenty of those in the 2 space yesterday, and they're definitely looking for that here in the single space as Ahmet. I mean, are we going to start today off with a 3 stock?
There's no way. There can't be. Oh, but the weapon's gone. Okay. Pretty ugly position there for the weapon spawn as well, but Meg D does get the cannon in hand. We see the 2-piece though. It's going to force the edgeguard position. Meg D can't close it.
Ahmet was trying to go for the edgeguard. You saw him reading high, but Meg D actually dodged through him. That's the reason Ahmet wasn't able to get that Nair to keep Meg D on that corner. Downlight Nair. Okay, denies the quick shot.
Okay, it's a long road ahead, Duke, but we've seen the impossible happen before. Meg D is slowly running out of runway, though, with damage already being in orange, but this is a good string to get the momentum back a little bit.
Not able to get that opener. Good dodge there. Not a true combo on the side of Ahmet. But
oh, just lets it rock. Okay.
Interesting read. I mean, that's great recognition on Ahmet's part because, like you said, Meg D's been doing a lot of dare approaches. He's been doing a lot of jumping. And Ahmet's like, okay, well, I have an uppercut. Like, I have the quintessential anti-air tool.
First stock was pretty nutty already, just to really set the tone right away if you're Ahmet. And there's a couple little things here I think that I'm sure both players are clocking right now, like the dodge patterns as well. We did see the recovery with the gauntlets on Ahmet's side not quite connect because Meg D was mashing out with that dodge. Maybe we'll see that registered in game number 2. And yeah, I think the jump-ins were just getting punished pretty heavily if you're Ahmet, but we're already going into game number 2.
Got to hear the pummel before we got to see it.
Oh
Ahmet.
my god, okay. Get there.
Another one.
That's another. Oh, it should be sweat beats. He should be gone.
Yeah. Dude, a perfect stock there from Ahmet. Huge start for him again here on Small World's End.
Yeah, really great showing. We didn't get to see the first couple of hits, but we heard it and we felt it for sure.
I mean, Megd felt it more than anyone else. Finally getting a hit onto Ahmet with that falling neutral air. Megd really had a split on his damage. You saw at the end of that last one, Katars and Cannon. So I'm curious to see what he's going to stick to right now. He needs to stick to not getting hit by Ahmet. Ahmet still controlling that ground space.
Watch the dodge. Yeah, okay. I think it was starting to come through a little bit, so I'm sure Ahmet's already clocking that one now. Just a little bit of neutral. It seems like neither player can really find their footing on this first engagement. Ahmet gets the action going. That time knows the dodge can't come through or does not come through and secures the stock. Once again, same position as game number 1, but Ahmet is way healthier on first stock.
That was really good movement on Ahmet's part to go for that turnaround neutral air, which really set things up for that finishing sequence. Now, like you said, final stock here for Megd again on the cusp of 3 stock.
Oh, Megd just cannot find these starters with the dares that you had pointed out earlier, Duke. It is just looking so brutal in the neutral. And Ahmet, I mean, we really didn't see the orb at all in the previous game, and now we're just seeing it do so much damage. Oh my God! Just put it away. We're going to game number 3.
Oh my goodness. And you saw Ahmet, yeah, he's smiling, he's cheesing because that was dirty. A 3 stock to start off our day here in our midseason championship.
Wow, that was street ball right there. Yeah. He was passing the orb back to himself a few times, gets the weapon toss to go. Really clean stuff. What a highlight.
And that's what's crazy about Ahmet is like he did so much with the gauntlets, but people who have been watching Ahmet knows he has some insane orb play. He's arguably one of the most aggressive orb players out there, and the fact that he was able to get like 3 or 4 neutral airs in that final sequence, like Megd should be worried right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the damage distribution here, and not to backseat, but I just feel like with weapons that are so good at connecting long strings, we're really not seeing a lot of individual neutral wins that are getting us there right now, and it's reflected in the numbers in this game number 2, right? Granted, the first stock was an insane 0 to KO, right? So it's contextualized a little bit by that, but yeah, I think maybe we need to change some gears a little bit, and Megd's already putting the gauntlets on.
He's going to try to go Petra for Petra. Megd does have a pair of gauntlets. We talked about it just before this match. He does have that Val in the back pocket that he used to play. Going into super strength here. Okay, no, it is the defense stance. More defense for defense.
Let's see, already like closer in terms of damage, right? And I do think like having Katar's cannon where you're just not winning a lot of your neutral exchanges, it did matter a lot. So this new weapon selection, this new weapon kit, hopefully does some wonders to put Megd on the board. It's already looking pretty close in this first stock.
He is a little too close to go for a down signature, so instead, yeah, he's going to go for something a little more standard with his gauntlets. Manages to avoid that follow-up nair. Yeah, that's a great recognition of Ahmet does like to go for more nairs instead of reading off of just one.
Okay, I love that stack position. You can just go for the end light. Oh, and sidelight Sayer didn't connect, but Ahmet just picked up the pieces, found it for himself. Copied the homework a little bit, but Megd, a signature to get the first KO off the top blast zone. First meaningful lead for Megd in this set as well.
Good decisions on both sides. Ahmet did a perfect spot dodge to get through a side air from Megd, which got him that sidelight side air. And then on the other side, Megd saw that Ahmet burned his dodge on another gravity cancel sidelight. That's why he went for sidelight into neutral signature. A guaranteed KO there for Megd.
The gauntlets are already doing so much more work than the previous 2 games. If I had to give any critique right now, I think this is a really good switch from Megd.
Yeah, I think he's feeling this switch a lot better too. Again, a little too close to the corner. Goes a little aggressive there with that ground pound. Ahmet able to punish it, but you know what? Good damage built up on the side of Megd.
All right, we're jockeying for position. Pretty fortunate weapon spawn comes through on Megd's side, and the orb is in hand. This is pretty good positioning for sidelight Sayer. We will see Ahmet just try to go over the top. Picks up a 3-piece on the go.
Ooh, caught the dodge there. Ahmet staying right next to Megd. Wasn't able to catch him with that gravity cancel sidelight.
Ooh, just trying to crash on top. Yeah, spent a lot of movement there. Just didn't want to really press a button. And I think the gauntlets have been pretty reliable, at least for stock number 1 for Megd. So it does make sense that we go back to this one.
But Ahmet's managed to equalize this damage a lot in the neutral signature catch.
Whoa!
Gravity cancel into the chase dodge neutral signature, and Ahmet now has the lead.
What a crazy call out from Ahmed. I mean, you got to use a lot of movement economy to just get over there. That was really sick. And just like that, the lead swung back. Ahmed could just potentially close this one out in 3.
And Megdi needs to find a way to finish that neutral light. Not even going to put Ahmed off screen, so he's still got to build up a little bit more damage here. This is the side light. All of this is extra credit right now for Ahmed.
Ooh, no weapon toss. Yeah, just tries to play around maybe the weapon positioning, hoping for a disarm, just looking for anything right now. But Ahmed, those gloves are still on, and he is putting it straight to Megdi right now. A lot of damage. Disarm finally comes through, so Megdi does get the starve on the left side.
You can kind of see Megdi not the most familiar with Petra. You're seeing him a little nervous on the edge guards. Nice punish there from Ahmed. Gravity canceled downlight into the recovery. Tries to read the dodge there. Went for that follow-up neutral there.
Been seeing a bit of a pattern of burn dodge into just kind of not going for it. Maybe seeing, okay, so there's 2 in a row now, so I'm wondering if maybe that's how Ahmed closes this one out. But sidelight Sayer, my beloved, will find the right blast zone. Megdi's in the conversation to get one up.
Megdi, he's got to be careful here. He is quite damaged as he goes aggressive, tries to get a falling side air onto Ahmed. Ahmed's done a really good job of outspacing a lot of Megdi's approaches. Megdi keeps going in with these aerial approaches, and Ahmed just kind of backs away.
Oh, waits for the dodge. That was nice, but Megdi, yeah, running out of damage at that point, and it is just an end light to push that one out and take the 3-0 for Ahmed.
Really solid stuff on the side of Ahmed. That was looking really good for Megdi for a moment there, but then you saw Ahmed kind of just bring it back. He's like, you know what, I'm a little bit more comfortable with my gauntlets. You even saw Megdi, he was like playing the orb against Ahmed's gauntlets, and then he was like, no, I want to go gauntlet to gauntlet because the orb is just not connecting.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the legend swap was good from Megdi's side. Maybe it just came a little bit too late, unfortunately, but that's the way some of these sets go, right? Like, you only have a set number of games that you can experiment around with some of these things, so maybe we'll see it in the elimination side.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what he was cooking with this Lin Fei. We didn't really get to see it get started. The most that we really saw happen was like some standard Qatar stuff, and then he did a couple cannon down 6 on that board. That's about it.
Yeah, that was so sick. Yeah. I love that. Okay, and a 3-0 gets us started on the day, Duke. Not bad, not bad.
I mean, Ahmed showing up for the Europeans. There's only 2 Europeans here, so he has to do well for himself. Otherwise, all the pressure falls on the shoulders of Godly, something that Godly is not unfamiliar with, but Ahmed wants to take as much weight as he can.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's such a fun narrative, too. I mean, I know EU has been kind of question marks, I guess, over the last couple of years, right? And we're like seeing the come up again. You know, you mentioned earlier Ahmed was able to take a, you said Royale last year, right? Yep. So there definitely is a lot of potential for the region. So it's exciting to see them come out to the LAN, hopefully make a pretty deep run. And per the lower third that we had earlier here, this was a top 8 qualifier as well. So
it's a top, I think it was top 16.
Or top 16 qualifier, something like that night.
It's
still winner side though, right?
Yeah, still upper side. Winner of that goes on to fight the winner of Kaina and Moni, which I believe is still in that top 16 spot. But I think we're moving on to the next match, which, if I remember correctly, was Vem10 Kilo and Draggy.
That's correct.
I think we'll see how that one shakes out, as the winner of that goes on to Balloon Boy, who 3-1'd to Jeff. I believe that might be Jeff Wardo. Yeah, it's Jeff Wardo.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, I his face.
Okay. All right.
All gauntlets in that one for the most part.
Yeah, how are you feeling about, you know, because I think both of us alluded to it a little bit in terms of maybe like meta shifts with the super stances and things of that variety. It feels like we've been seeing a ton of Cassidy lately. I have not seen a Cassidy yet because I just got here, but I'm expecting to see one at some point. And I feel like gauntlets have been in like a pretty solid but reliable but very good spot overall.
Yeah,
what do you think?
The interesting thing here is that kind of showed 2 people who are like, they have a thing they want to play and they just made it more normal instead of like more extreme.
Yeah.
It's like Petra comes in with very high strength, and instead to kind of shift it over to the defense stance and kind of have more like centralized stats. I think that was kind of the game plan for Ahmed. And then on the other side, similar logic, Lin Fei has really high dexterity, and then shifting it over into the strength stance, which is relatively low on Lin Fei's base stats. So they're trying to just get something a little bit more normalized.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because I feel like a lot of what the super stances are for the singles players right now are looking for that balanced spread, but basically like playing the way that you want to be able to play, right? Like, so it's, you know, it's less about, oh, okay, I have like, you know, true combos off of Cassidy.
Yeah.
Or like, oh, I can continue to play the style that I want, but with a much better balance, much better stat spread that kind of enables me in some of these games. So I'm excited to see hopefully more of that throughout this bracket.
Yeah, I think whenever players get the chance to go for like 6s and 5s, like just try to get that as middled as possible. That's what they're going to be looking for.
Should be fun. Should be fun. And yeah, to your point, our next match will be Vem 10 Kilo versus Draggy. This is going to be another cross-region matchup. Number 2 PR in South America up against number 6 in North America.
I think by numbers, people who didn't watch 2s yesterday are going to just be like, yeah, Vem 10 Kilo all the way, 100%. Strong South American player. Draggy, not too many people familiar with him. But if you look at how 2s went yesterday, Vem 10 Kilo and West did not have the best showing. And on the other side, Draggy, alongside his teammate yesterday, did very well in the 2 space. So I think this is going to be a little bit closer of a matchup than I think most people at home would have expected.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing this one. It looks like we'll get some similar legend spreads to what we got in our previous matches, and a Petra might be on the screen, so we'll see.
Yeah, definitely a Canon player through and through. Draggy has played a multitude of Canon legends. I think for the most part, most Canon players are in between 7 and Sidra. Like those kind of are the 2 big Canon legends for a lot of people. On the other side, Vem 10 Kilo, I don't know what he's doing.
It really could be just reaching to the bag, yeah, right? Like
it could be. It could be the Petra. It could be all sorts of stuff.
It does seem like the viewer vote is going Vem 10 Kilo's way, but the context from yesterday does matter, folks. So let's see if we got a competitive set on our hands. Look at that. It went up by 1% already. Ooh, seeing the vote start to shift before our very eyes, Duke.
You gotta say Draggy's name a couple more times.
Say it 3 times in the mirror. You can't.
You gotta flick the lights off with it. Well.
All right, we're gonna get underway, folks, in just a minute. Vem 10 Kilo versus Draggy coming up. And it went up again. That's crazy. It keeps going. All right, let's go first match. Starting up.
World's End.
Draggy already with a quick opener. Yeah, keeps a lot of position as well. Vem 10 Kilo can't find that first weapon quite yet, and he does sneak one through.
That is that Petra skin on the side of Vem 10 Kilo. Ooh, I like the attempt there. Vem really wanted to keep that edge guard going, but Draggy went under the stage and then caught him with the horizontal, the side air of the cannon a little bit stronger in the air-to-air.
Oh, okay. Little bit blind spotted there. Just stack position. Oh, just lets it ride with the signature to get first strike. I love it.
Yeah, Draggy looking real comfortable. Still going to be sticking with that cannon. That's such a good option there on that stack up as well on the side of Draggy.
Okay, Vem 10 Kilo looking for the 4-piece. Can't connect the recovery to close that one out, but gets a little bit of damage to maybe stem the bleeding a little bit. No down air in sight, though. Draggy slips right through towards the left side to pick that cannon right back up.
Okay, nice punish there. Downlight into the down air. Trying to keep Vem on that corner, but Vem fights his way back up. Neutralite chases, but Vem gets to the side of it.
There's a lot of movement spent, and Draggy didn't touch either. Yeah, so we did see the sweat beads come online, but Vem 10 Kilo doesn't want to push on the gas, being a stock down right now.
A little off the mark. Ooh, barely managed to get that wall touch. You saw him sweat beating after that ground pound.
Oh, look at that. That crazy coverage from Draggy, but still nobody home right here. The recovery does disarm. Vem 10 Kilo looking for a raw recovery as well, just knowing the damage is well within range now. And we see it for the stock right back. Vem 10 Kilo not awfully hurt on second stock.
Yeah, you saw him just kind of jumping around, waiting for Draggy to whiff an attack so he could go in with that recovery.
Oh, nice wait. Once again, dodges are getting burned pretty early. Gauntlet players always going to be clocking that.
That's what they want. They want to see you burn that dodge early. They want to see how you react at a side light. Ooh, that quick neutral air on Draggy's side was dangerous for Vem.
Okay, that was a few dodges in a row burned from Draggy, but all told, Draggy's still hanging on to this damage lead so far. This is just one signature away.
Vem kind of recognizing he's behind right now. You're seeing him play a little bit safer, but he misses 2 side lights, and Draggy able to catch him with that side air.
Side air from center as well. Pretty crazy. Seemed like an unassuming hit, but does result in the stock. Okay.
Disarmed. Immediate weapon spawn on the left side in favor of Draggy.
Oh, no whiff punish either. Okay. Dragging this one hard to the left side. Vemtenkilo just gets out and dodges. But now this is a really awkward position, Duke. Oh, we're way downtown. Somehow Vemtenkilo threads the needle on that one to make it back. But for how long? Draggy just brings it right back over to the right side now.
Yeah, Vem right now, he's just playing a survival game. He hasn't really been able to put out too much onto Draggy. Finally catches a neutral light, but it's still not enough. Draggy from below could be, yeah, he's looking for those neutral airs.
Wait, and that dip down from Draggy was genius. Okay. Does come through. There's no weapon in sight. Can just patrol around for the weapon spawn. Steal that one away. We have sword recovery. Nothing off the top from Vemtenkilo. Does find the stock. That is a crucial get for Vemtenkilo to stay in this.
Yeah, I think that was a slight misinput on the side of Draggy going for that neutral signature center stage like that. I think he wanted to turn it around. Could have caught Vem, or he was just going for a really hard read that Vem was going to dodge through.
All right, so we saw Cannon Sayer KO from like center screen at around this damage. So maybe a hit or two more, and then it's all but guaranteed. Vemtenkilo is inching back into it, though. The chase dodge through, nobody home.
Crazy on Vem's part to not dodge after getting caught by that side light, but it was the perfect play.
Hang on.
Edge guard opportunity, but he misses the ground pound.
Oh my gosh, I'm sweating. This is crazy. Draggy's kind of panicking now, just looking for the recovery with the sword. Can't connect the Sayer either. That recovery doesn't KO.
But it also stops the ground pound from Vem. That could have been bad.
Oh,
but he goes a little too far.
This is insane. Oh, whip punish. That's it. Draggy sweated that one out, but somehow crossed the finish line. Surely the percent's gone up to at least 25% at this point.
It's got to be a little bit closer on that one. Draggy really putting in that work. You saw Vem, he kind of went for a Hail Mary on the end of that one with that neutral signature, and Draggy managed to avoid it, caught him with that side air.
Yeah, composed-ish, I would say. It looks like it got a little bit scary towards the end there, but kudos to Vemtenkilo for staying in that game for as long as he could. It was very, very close by the finish line.
And we're going to go over to Demon Island, pretty much just a wider version of Small World's End. You talked about that side air on Draggy's part that KO'd Vem relatively early. Not going to see that happen here.
Gonna have to rely on a few more whiff punishes, a few more neutral wins, maybe some of those strings we were getting out of Draggy's cannon. This offstage has already been insane, and Draggy gets the worst end of that exchange with the disarm.
Okay, goes for the down air. Vem trying to catch him on that second one, but Draggy misses the anchor. Vem not able to get...
A lot of dodges are getting burned too, right? Like no waits from Vemtenkilo just yet, but we do see the recovery. It'll still get there regardless as long as you hit it once.
Nice spot for Vem here. Plenty of health.
Okay, Draggy jumps over the top for that cannon. Also doing a really good job at priming the cannon, which has just been his basic weapon of choice for the most part, right? The sword was around for a little bit towards the end of the first game, but the cannon has been putting in an astronomical amount of work.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been the cannon show for Draggy. You see Vem sitting a little bit further back, not going to burn the dodge there. Draggy was looking for it. Sitting on this corner, a neutral light could catch Vem, but Vem, he gets up.
Okay, this is potentially recovery online. I was going to see maybe a dip down into a recovery. Vemtenkilo, unarmed, pushes that one away, and that's going to be another stock. It's 3-1.
Yeah, complete reversal here. Draggy recognizing the situation. You saw him side air and just kind of drift off to the left side. Final stock here for Draggy versus the three of Vem. I think a down light there might KO.
I think it would too. Yeah, it's close, but now from this position, it's very, very close. Dare doesn't quite get the stock outright. It's a really brutal position. Sweat beads do come through though. Draggy, no recovery. Can't close that one yet.
Interesting option there with that side light. Weapon toss, not going to connect. What's he got? Ooh, this is the side light.
I mean, this is just any aerial at this point now with the cannon. Will just get the KO, and there it is. First one on the board for Draggy in game 2. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he does deny the 3 stock. If he gets the right read here, Cannon can steal stocks away, but right now he's got to get away from Vem. It's one dare. That's all he's going to get.
Yeah, starting to register a little bit more on the dodge patterns from Draggy, but just not getting the full juicy punish out of it quite yet. Ooh, tried to option into a gravity cancel, I think, just to cover the backboard, but Draggy can't connect.
That's twice now where Draggy's going for that ground pound read off of, I believe, a side air, and Vem just not giving it to him. He's been staying high. I think Draggy's got to recognize that.
This one could be game number 2, but Draggy just puts a hitbox out there to at least contest the ledge. Vem10 Kilo is in really good position, especially with the weapon spawn to his back. Draggy has to jump over the top to try to get there, but it's just not going to happen in game number 2. Vem10 Kilo evens it right back up.
Fantastic recognition. You saw those exclamation points come out. The second the third one came out, that meant Draggy was not going to get any jumps or dodges back on those wall touches, so he basically had to go for the low option, and Vem just covered it with the safest thing he could. Active hitbox there with the neutral light.
That unarmed string was really, really good too. And I think on the other side of this, we saw when Vem was in high damage and Draggy was trying to just convert an edge guard, the respect to just dash jump over towards a weapon spawn and just make sure you could try to get your reliable KO options. Vem10 Kilo just kind of threw the playbook out the window and said, you know what, I think I'll just get a stock my own way.
We'll just do it how the South Americans do. This is now, in fact, Draggy playing that sword a little bit more. He even had the option to switch over. The weapon spawn was in favor of him, but no, he definitely wants to play this sword. You saw that his cannon was not quite working out in that game number 2.
We go off stage. Oh, nice reversal hit. That's just the stock, too. Okay.
Yeah, saw the stars come out. That was a stuffed recovery. That was actually huge for Draggy.
Okay, we are swapping over to the cannon. It is what is presented to Draggy right now, but he has a huge lead thanks to that reversal on the right side. So plenty of room to play with right now. Let's see how Vem10 Kilo can maybe find his way back into this game. But Draggy seems to be playing it a little bit safer so far, minus that side lights there. Off stage, tries to send it, not quite.
Turn it. Yep, instead, opts to go for the safe option, get that wall touch. Disarm there, gonna dip past them, excuse me.
Oh, maybe dare recovery or something like that. Who knows? But Draggy's still looking around, getting a little bit more chip damage, and all this is gravy for him too, especially, again, contextualized by that early stock he got to get.
Yeah. This just helps give him a little bit of a bigger lead. His stock would be huge, but doesn't have to go for anything too crazy. I like that dash back jump side air and another
Nice
side
coverage.
air. Yeah.
It is a pretty big change in overall game plan, just with the sword being the primary weapon in this game, right? A lot of low-angled edge guard attempts that we're seeing from Draggy versus these horizontal strings that we were getting out of the cannon from earlier. Good adjustment so far, and it's 3-1 in Draggy's favor.
I also feel like Draggy's playing a lot safer now. Usually when he gets that opener, he kind of just waits. Like, you're not seeing him try to go for the read until he has the chance to.
Ground pound.
Position, doesn't hit the down air.
This could be a lot of coverage. Recovery gets Vem10 Kilo out of trouble, but doesn't secure the stock, importantly. Finally gets it there, just to stem the bleeding a little bit. But look at how damaged he is on this last stock.
A little bit of a hope and a prayer there on that neutral signature. Nice, side light into the down air. Just keeping him from the wall.
He didn't touch.
Ooh, manages to get up there with that neutral air, chase dodge. Now it's Vem in the driver's seat for a moment there, but he can't afford to get hit by anything big from Draggy.
Okay, that's an easy whiff punish, but only got one aerial as a result. And Draggy closes it, finds the tiebreaker game, presents match point now with one more game here, going up 2-1 in the set.
Yeah, I need to see how Vem's going to adjust to it, because for a little bit there, Vem was kind of just immediately reacting, like he was just throwing out a hitbox on Wake Up, but Draggy kind of recognized that, and you saw him just go for like a side light, and then he'll dash back.
Yeah.
I think what Vem can take advantage, though, is Draggy likes to just throw out SIG sometimes. Sometimes he's just hoping for a SIG to hit, and if Vem can kind of call those out, force those out, and get some more punishes, could be a Vem game.
Yeah, I think to your point as well, it seems like Draggy, you know, let loose a little bit, like played a little bit slower, a little bit safer in that game number 3. And definitely the sword did a lot of heavy lifting in that as well. So it's no question that he's just going to stick with it, at least for now.
Okay, active hitbox, Vem. Staying low there, went for the recovery, interesting play.
Yeah, I see what you're saying right away too, right? It's just playing a lot of whiff punishing. I think Vem's just trying to catch the angles that Draggy's drifting into, but they're just not quite finding a hitbox. Does get that one there, weapon toss down. Means Draggy does have to kind of hang out on the wall for a moment.
Nice, got the wall bounce there, but can't get much more there. You saw him pick up the orb and then immediately go, I'm just gonna hold on the wall.
Okay, Vem10 Kilo looking for the drift in. Draggy, no weapon toss, just gonna go for the dare, yeah, but doesn't quite get there.
Ooh, Draggy.
That was, ambitious, I think, but first strike is gonna go over towards Vem10 Kilo. seemed like it was just a lot of scrapping in this early first stock. Off stage though, but Kilo tries to go for all of it.
Got the touch.
Oh, underneath the
Nice.
stage. Okay, touches. Kilo back
Save.
on the wall. Could have swat for a second.
2.
That's the third one. Okay. And 3 exclamation points, and you are out of there. Draggy doesn't get too hurt on that second stock. Only in the yellow now as we evened it up at 2 apiece.
Great patience on Draggy's side. Saw those exclamation points come out and just sat on the stage. Then sitting on the wall again.
Okay, some of this spacing a little bit too far out from both players right now, but Draggy's been getting a lot of whip punishes after the fact. No ground pound connection.
Okay. Punishes the whiff over to the orb, but Draggy gets a nice counter punish.
And it's basically exactly even now. Draggy's slowly taking a damage lead. Sair off the left side, basically at the edge, will just secure the stock into the blast zone, and it's potentially Kilo's winner side bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this could be his last stock here on the upper side. Draggy looking pretty healthy here. Vem gonna get in, gets a side air. Draggy gets disarmed. This is a big spot for Vem, but he goes back onto the stage.
Yeah, I was going to say edge flip was about to come through. We did see first exclamation point, Kilo trying to maintain as much priority as we can. The dip down into recovery won't quite find its mark. This is just a recovery, or any aerial will get there. So Kilo makes it an even bout as he tries to find his way into a game 5.
Yeah, really neutralizes the lead that Draggy was able to build. Now it's over to the sword. We saw Draggy do really well with the sword in game number 3.
Off stage, nothing. Okay, just a couple of hits.
And that seems to be the sequence from Vem, is he gets the neutral air, goes for the dare, and then he's trying to catch Draggy on the wake-up recovery with that side air.
Still not quite finding the perfect extension that we want to see, but it's nickel and diming here until you eventually make $1. Kilo trying to get the high angle, not going to get there. A nair comes through, the side air doesn't find anybody else. Draggy, sweat beads came through. We did find a pretty fortunate weapon spawn, and the sword's back online.
Vem, though, has been getting those hits, like you said, nickel and dime, and getting that little bit of change. Punish, just a side air.
Maybe a little eager to try to close the set out, right? Like, you know you're right there if you're Draggy. And a signature will certainly do it now.
Recovery, but it's Western Air Temple, high ceiling here.
Another recovery KOs, though. Oh, or just sidelight Sair now, especially with that last hit.
Denying weapons. Wants to keep the orb.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You have so many different options just out of raw neutral, right? Sair will push off stage once again. You can go off the backboard. You can go for a weapon toss. Ooh. Recovery off. It's not going to be enough. And that wasn't a disarm either, Duke.
No, he still managed to get the wall touch. Yeah, going to throw out the cannonball. Wants some safety. Gets
Oh,
up,
he got out of there.
The whiff recovery.
A Sair will KO. A Sair cannon Sair will KO with the Sair across court. Kilo forces the game 5, and look at the way he reels back in his chair.
He knows how close that was. Just a brief sigh of relief. That side air KO'd. If he didn't, that would have been such a tense extension of time. But now we're going to game number 5. Great adjustment on the side of Vem. He managed to find a lot more aggression on top of Draggy.
Yeah, I think the edge guard decision tree that you pointed out, oh my gosh, that's great. Oh, wow.
That?
I mean, the cannon Sair was super close to KOing on the right blast zone too, so it really was anybody's game once we got to high damage. And that's where I think, you know, having more options just out of raw neutral wins to win is so important with your weapon selection. So kudos to Vem to being able to force this game 5. We'll see how this last one goes.
Was a lot of gauntlet play. This is the first time they've gone back to a map. It's going to be Western Air Temple for game number 5, and Vem first one to pick up a weapon.
Maybe not seeing some of those raw aerials KO as early as we saw on some of the other stages.
Oh,
no way!
Bad. Yeah,
Nothing! That's for stock!
Such a critical play on the side of Draggy. Caught him with that ground pound, and now Vem has to play a very big catch-up game.
But Kilo, that same setup, okay, he extends it for the high angle. So there's already some adjustments to what you had pointed out earlier, Duke.
He tries to get that dodge up.
But yeah, big game of catch-up to your point. Has to be very careful. Doesn't want to take a lot of damage. This is not where you want to be, man. Oh my goodness.
He wanted the edge guard, but instead he just took so many blasts to the face there. Weird down sig, and he's going to get disarmed for it. Fam putting this one in a very bad spot for him.
And if I'm Draggy, I'm taking this to the bank, man. We're seeing more and more damage come through. That Sair connects, that would be even better. The disarm happens off the left side. Vemtenkilo wants to secure this one out, but the weapon spawn kind of changes the conversation just a little bit. Draggy, sword back online. That's a whiff punish. We're going off the right. No ground pound in sight, but now you can just drown out the resources like we saw before.
1.
3rd exclamation point potentially.
2. Okay.
Great fighting out.
Draggy went a little risky there. I think he was charging up a signature. Vem able to get that recovery, but he's still hurting. He's waiting to delay that weapon spawn.
He took a lot of damage, dude. I mean, there are so many things Draggy can do to get that KO, especially after that whiff punish, but nobody found that. Draggy can't quite find his footing. Okay, Vemtenkilo is going for the dodge up now to just try to prepare for some movement on Draggy's side.
2. On the 3rd one, comes up with a Sair. Draggy on the wake up, grabbing against the downlight neutral air. Final stock here for Vem.
This would be a pretty huge win for Draggy, I'm not gonna lie. Off stage, not yet.
Ground pound almost connected there. Vem able to dodge in time.
Okay. Recovery doesn't get some extra damage, but once again, early disarms have been the name of the game. Draggy finds the cannon in hand. Vemtenkilo playing patient, affording a little bit more space. Okay.
This is the Sair. This is another one. This is
Oh
the
my
man.
gosh, the crowd's starting to heat up with us too, Duke. This is getting really, really tense. Vemtenkilo tries to find the edge guard. He's way off stage now. He's reversed himself. That's a lot of movement. It's over. It's just over. There's no movement left. Draggy has closed it out in 5. GG's.
What a clutch up on the side of Draggy. He got that first stock with that ground pound and just maintained that position. He was able to knock down Vemtenkilo. This is a huge win for Draggy. I mean, you saw before this set started, the chat vote was like 75 to 80% in favor of Vem.
Yeah. I mean, surely it has to go up now, but look at that. Draggy advances to face Balloon Boy for top 8 qualifiers. That's crazy. What a great win from Draggy. And it's such a difficult position, to your point, right? Like when you lose a stock that early in a clutch game like that, or in a very tense final game, you play this really weird like push-pull of like, oh man, do I go super aggro? Do I just try to force the issue just so I can get myself back in the game? Because if I play too far back, I can start to see my lead get even further away from me, or that lead get even further away from me. It's a tough spot to be in. Vemtenkilo tried to press it for that last edge guard, and the reversal is all she wrote for a Game 5 win for Draggy.
Really solid stuff. I love the adjustments on Draggy's side, recognizing how Vem was reacting out of hit stun, as well as switching over to the sword to play a much stronger sword game. And that's what Draggy got. Got him to that. Got him through that Game 5.
Dang, huge win for Draggy. That's awesome. Some recent set history. It looks like the top 8 recently got a top 8 at the Spring Championship just a couple of months ago, but it's been a lot of 9ths recently. So if we can get this second upset over Balloon Boy, we're talking about a pretty solid run for Draggy here.
I mean, that would be in and of itself a huge upset.
Absolutely.
It's Balloon Boy. Like,
absolutely.
People know that's Mr. Number 2 right there. I mean, he's second seed on the tournament. That would be absolutely massive if Draggy can do that one.
Yeah, and that cannon doing so much work. More of an even split on Vemtenkilo's side. But dang, I mean, crazy set right there from Draggy to close that.
Yeah, just incredible cannon stuff. He obviously, you see the sword, did 99 damage, but it was all about that cannon. Even that final stock, the reason that worked so well is because he saw that dodge up from Vemtenkilo, caught him with that gravity cancel neutral light, and the second he got that, he's like, yeah, this is pretty much a GG stock.
Yeah, man. That was fun. What a crazy set. I'm at a loss. It was awesome.
You love to see it. You love to see it go Game 5. You love to see that tension build up, and that was a fantastic set to see to kind of start off our day.
Yeah, and it looks like I see you scrolling around on the bracket. Do we have any fun happenings in the perhaps elimination side of things?
We're looking down here. Okay, so Vem will go on to find Anti-Replay, who knocked Snipes out of the tournament. Zvi is down here. Wait, hold on.
That's crazy. Wait, because we were talking about...
he got 3-1'd by Lores.
Wow, okay. So that's going to be Loris and Munir, which maybe is going to be one of our next sets too. So that's exciting.
I mean, there's going to be so many fantastic sets. Obviously, you can watch here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, but there's also twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla,
right,
where the other half of these sets are going to be. So if you're ever like, oh, I want to watch this set, but they're doing a different one, it's possible. It's over there on the future stream.
Very possible indeed. And we are waiting for our next match. Or are we going to?
We are going to be going to a short little break.
We are. Okay.
We gotta
Let's take a
break
breather after that
Yeah.
one, guys. We will be right back after a few minutes. You're not going to want to miss some of this Brawlhalla mid-season action, but keep it locked right here. We'll be back in a few.
난 요즘 feeling alright. No drama, I keep it light. Everything's going so right when you pull up.
Water. Earth. Fire. Air.
Congratulations! You've been infected! No spam filter can stop me! You bring fists, I bring corruption! You fight like this is a tutorial! Firewall this! No antivirus can save you now! Shots fired! Downloading your defeat in 3, 2, 1. I am the infected glitch. The system is down, thanks to me. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Did you think you could keep me out? I can't tell if you're sweating or crying. You're stronger than I thought. I'm not cheating, you're just not trying. You're so predictable. I'm Loki, and you're who again? Lord something? Very good, legend. I think he likes you. I'm finally here. Or am I? Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Ain't that the way it goes? Sometimes it don't work out. Wanna hide in the crowd. Feel like I'm thinking too loud. What am I thinking now? Ain't that the way it goes? That the way it goes? I'm stuck in the middle of
Welcome back, everyone, to the Mid-Season Championship. I'm Duke, and joined with me is none other than Walter. And Walt, I hope you're a big fan of Game 5s. We obviously had one before we went to the break, where Dragon was able to win 3-2. But up next is a very real potential of another Game 5, because it's going to be Marky Moo and Wes. And Marky Moo has had to go to Game 5 against Radish, and then he had to go to Game 5 against Anonymous Alex to get to this spot.
It seems like he's fighting tooth and nail to try to get here, but yeah, a lot of these roads kind of come to an end at the hands of Marky Moo, so this is going to be the player to beat at this tournament. I'm excited to see this one for sure.
And there you see, and like, Marky Moo is still relatively young to the game compared to Wes. Like, Wes has so much history behind him. That's why it looks like Wes is such a dominant force comparatively. But you gotta look at Marky Moo and be like, oh wait, that's number one. That's the guy. That's Mr. World Champion. You have to be afraid of him.
Hey, the strongest in history versus the strongest of today type.
Yeah.
You know,
who's going to win, LeBron versus Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
Except, like, Michael Jordan's old now, so, like.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
But they're, like, not playing basketball. So
they're actually playing golf.
Yeah. Oh, let's get into it in a few minutes, folks. Marky Moo. Certainly a favorite to win this one. I think would not be surprised if he's a favorite on a lot of people watching right now to win this entire tournament as well. And the rap sheet just makes up for all of it, right? First at Spring Championships, first at Winter Championships. Hey, not to mention first at BCX last year. No big deal, bro. It's not a huge deal. Like, it's
3
just,
letters.
Look at this. He's just stretching out. It's just casual, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's in his classic fit. That's that the Ron John, I believe.
But of course, to your point, Wes is a seasoned vet at this point. And we are seeing the Cassidy to get us started.
Coming in with the Cassidy, something that Anonymous Alex very likely was playing against Marky Moo. So potential here for Marky Moo to be either really annoyed with Cassidy's or have already warmed up against the Cassidy's.
Yeah, it's a tough push-pull, right? Because it is such a strong and potent pick in this meta. Oh my gosh, what a three-piece from Wes. But especially with that Stomp Ensig just being true, it's very hard to deal with sometimes. But Wes already out the gate swinging with first strike, and we're seeing how well positioned this Cassidy legend and the hammer as a weapon is in this meta.
I do have to correct you though, because Wes, I'm almost certain, is on that strength stance. He actually loses Stomp
Okay, so it's not true.
But the trade-off is he just does Ensig raw, as you've seen a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay, nice ground pound there from Marky Moo. He needs to convert this to a KO, but Wes did get that wall touch.
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot more of it just in neutral, to your point. Thank you for correcting me on that, because it looks like he's just scouting out jumps for Marky Moo, which makes a lot more sense. How does Marky Moo get back? Just that. Finds the stock off the top, and it's 2 apiece.
All right, Wes, did he prime the hammer? That's the question, and yes, he did. That's going to be the main tool here for the Cassidys.
Clips him out of the sky once again. That lasso ain't getting frayed anytime soon. See.
That was a burn dodge there. Was reading a jump from Marky Moo, but Marky Moo stayed low. Caught the dodge there. Got him with the recovery into the down air. Wes in good position here. Uh-oh. Less of a good position.
And we see the attempt at those classic Marky Moo edge guards. Wes scoops him down, puts Marky Moo to last stock right here. You said it has been an absolute battle for Wes to make it to this point in the bracket, so it would not be a surprise if we see this one go to game number 5 again. GCD light, but doesn't go for the ground pound after. Marky Moo remixes it a little bit, but doesn't get hurt at all, so can't really say it mattered too much.
Yeah, I think he just kind of recognized the things he has in the tool belt there. Didn't have enough to get above for that ground pound, so he just went for that raw recovery. Or sorry, not raw, but recovery off of the down line.
Okay, Marky not getting as caught up by those lassos now from Wes. Maybe playing feet planted a little bit more on the ground. Tries to find the connection right there. Marky Moo just in there on top in the stack position. Wes blaster is online. This has been the big question for the Cassies. How good are your blasters?
So far, not great. He's gotten a neutral air. Not much else. Okay, looking for a down air, trying to get that turnaround.
Okay, recovery comes down. This is tough. I mean, recovery could just KO. That weapon toss interrupts just in time. And Wes has that faded hammer back in hand.
Oh, Marky Moo, gravity cancel side heavy, does get him that wall touch. And Wes actually disarms himself, trying to cover it. A nice spot dodge there. The recovery not going to quite do it.
Anybody's game. Wes got rid of his weapon, though.
He wants a hammer. Where's the spawn? It's going to be in the center. Wes is in position. Goes for a GC side.
No way!
Oh, what a gamble from Wes. The gravity cancel side sig tries to catch Marky Moo, but Marky Moo gets past it, gets in, downlight recovery.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you saw the bit of a stagger trying to pick up the weapon, and then I think a lot of us expected a big swing to come as soon as that hammer got back in hand, because it was a frantic scramble whenever the blasters were around, especially after Wes threw those away and had to fight it unarmed for a second. But Marky Moo just barely outspaces it and steals away game one.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of spaghetti on the side of Wes in this final stock. I think he was trying to show that he's not just one-tricking the hammer with his blasters, but in the end, it was like, okay, your final stock, you should probably just go to the hammer and do something you're more familiar with.
We'll see. I mean, Wes had a ton of momentum, pretty early stock as well. Looked really, really strong. And again, we'll remind everyone at home, I mean, it's been a total battle for him to make it to this point in bracket, so game 5 is not out of the question. But we start one game at a time. Let's see if he can even it up in game number 2. Wait, Marky's
find a lot of
way off
hits.
stage.
Great down there on the side of Wes. Still needs to find some connections onto Marky Moo. The side sig gonna help him out. Goes for the offstage. Oh,
Marky's gonna
it's a bird
knock
recovery.
him down. This is gonna be sweat beads coming up, yeah, and Marky sees it.
He's still touching. Nice. Goes for the side air. Gives him that chase dodge through the weapon spawn. It's a really good play on Wes's part. Gonna keep this stock alive.
Stomp Sarah, of course. We really didn't see it at all in game number 1, but it's still pretty good on the hammer.
Yo.
Marky, where are you going? This is crazy.
Unarmed, beating out the hammer of Wes in the offstage. Trying to cover Wes's landing there. 3 platforms gonna make it really hard to do.
That spacing just a little bit awkward there. Doesn't
So
quite connect. Oh, snaps it with the weapon toss here, and Wes just frantically trying to get back. I think that was a dare that tried to come through with the blasters in hand, but Marky scouted it all out to take that first stock.
Weapon spawn on the left side. Wes gonna make his way over there. Yep, nice neutral air. Gives him some safety for it. Scoop up. Ceiling's a little too high for that to work for him.
Okay, let's see how Wes enters the conversation to get this
Oh,
first
no.
stock off. Oh my gosh, Marky
Okay.
with that scythe is just such a lethal force sometimes, but Wes does close that one out. This is a great stage counter pick as well, which is something we don't really get to touch on that often. The soft platforms are in really good spot to play the NSIG game if you're Wes. Just call out some of those jumps, make the landings a little bit more difficult for Marky Moo.
It is something that's very interesting is not a lot of people will go to the triplats, but it seems like this is something that Wes is a little bit more used to right now with the hammer, but he's struggling as he eats that weapon toss.
That's sweat beats.
Can't touch.
Okay. Great turn from Marky Moo, especially on Wes's counter pick. So the logic is sound so far, but we really just haven't seen the gameplay fully executed to what I think Wes wants. Namely, the N6 has just been not there, but look at this string from Marky Moo. It just hurts every single time on the receiving end of it. Wes gets the touch.
Marky Moo red high, didn't realize that Wes had burned a lot of
Oh my
movement, but it
God.
won't matter as Marky Moo going for the offstage. He's just stealing stocks.
Yeah.
Those were fast ones.
Dude, he's feeling himself. That was really clean. Even the GC down strong to just try to make sure you can just clip it into the wall. If you even get the hit, if you're Wes and you can chase dodge up, maybe I think you're still getting hit by that. It's such a checkmate position, and Marky Moo goes up too.
And one thing that's really interesting about the kind of difference between this game 2 and game 1, besides obviously Marky Moo just having a lot more success and getting those hits onto Wes, is Marky Moo was disarmed significantly less. He's coming in here on the strength stance on his Vortex. I believe he has 3 dexterity. He was getting disarmed so much in game number 1, but this game 2, Wes not really able to keep him unarmed, and it's been a little bit of a struggle every time Marky Moo is able to pick up some weapons.
Looking at the live stats, the unarmed actually did a decent amount of damage
3,
too,
2,
with all of that in mind. So,
brawl.
yeah, crazy stuff. And I think it makes sense we go back to the single stage. We are
okay.
seeing something, okay.
Slightly different. You
Yeah.
gotta change up the skin. Glowbox game.
Yeah, you know. But yeah, I think, again, the logic is really sound to go here, right? You just get such strong opportunity in neutral, especially when your hammer is online with the triplat setup. Your landings are just so difficult, especially when you can just push advantage. But it really just seemed like in game 2, Wes couldn't get an advantage state going.
What a good spot dodge there on Marky Moo's part. Got through that side signature. Looking for the side air, and Marky Moo with the gravity cancel gets past. Unarmed. Wes really wants to push this one, but Marky Moo still managed to get above that downlight.
Reaching with the stomps, does catch the jump out of the sky. How does Wes react now?
Oh,
Okay.
almost does it for him. The gravity cancel down heavy. Okay, just a lasso. Wes needs to find this stock. A scoop up will do it for him.
And again, I have a feeling for Wes's success, at least to get one game on the board and maybe start the reverse 3-0 march. We're going to be hearing a lot more of that NSIG sound effect because the landings just have to be scouted out if you're playing this matchup.
Nice. I love the chase dodge there. Doesn't get that recovery. Okay, stomping to the side sig. Trying to chase there. Marky Moo manages to get that side air.
Oh, and the drift back from
Doesn't
Wes
want the
means he
weapon.
doesn't get picked up by Gauntlet recovery. That was pretty clean so far. How does Marky close?
Wes really doesn't want this weapon. It's a primed hammer, so he's going to try to play the rest of this stock out with the unarmed. You can see him. He's just dancing right on top of it. He doesn't want it.
Yeah, and in doing so, I mean, he did get a little bit more chip damage in, played it carefully, but to your point, very smart heads-up play from Wes to know that he can ensure his next weapon is that hammer, and there it is.
Great positioning. Goes for the ledge cancel stomp there. Unfortunately, went for the wrong direction. Oh! The
A bomb
active
to the head?
weapon toss.
He's a genius, and IQ too high.
4D chess, man. All right.
Finally catch it, though.
Neutral signature. Unfortunately, that platform going to stop that weapon spawn, and that's really bad for Wes.
Okay. Does snag one away, though, so that old-reliable hammer is back in the mix. And Marky Moo perhaps back in the mixer,
Wes!
but Wes ran out of movement and fell all the way down. There was no wall touch. There was nothing.
Oh, that's so tragic for Wes. He had a slight movement mishap after, I believe, like a recovery. But, man, to throw away that very healthy stock.
I mean, listen, the entry point into the set remains the same. Wes just needs to take one stock. He just has to do it a little bit more carefully now. But Marky Moo, with a bit of a gift, tries to find some momentum in his favor, and those blasters are looking like a blessing if you're Marky Moo in this matchup.
That was recovery? Okay. Exhausted recovery there. Will give Wes some damage. Goes for a second down air. No weapon spawns for Wes. He wants it. Yeah, immediately tries to get it, but Marky's there. Where's the weapon spawn? Where's the weapon spawn?
There
right
it
in the
is.
center.
Tries to immediately NSIG to catch Marky Moo out of the sky.
Oh!
Looking for a whip punish offstage, weapon toss, no burn dodge, goes for the jump over.
Fast. Okay, the recovery. Not quite enough force just yet. And the side air. Wes gets on the board just barely.
Okay, that was scary, dude.
Yeah.
That little movement mishap in stock 2 could have potentially been a 3-0 in Marky Moo's favor, but now Wes has entered the conversation. 1-2. It's still going to be a tough road ahead, right? A reverse 3-0 is what's required for Wes to move on in bracket, but it's not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, man, that game was a pocket of sand, man. Wes almost let that one slip through his fingers. Still managed to get it here on that final stock.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of hammer gameplay. Did do a decent amount of damage with his blasters, 121. You saw him get a couple hits, but it's been about the hammer.
2, 1.
Yeah, and it's funny because you kind of mentioned in game 1, it's like, oh, maybe I have something to prove here with the blasters. I'm going to show this thing. And then I think what the real success in this game was, okay, let me just remove all shame from this at this point, and I'm going to use the hammer. I'm going to use the thing that's been giving me all the success. It's been doing so much damage. I'm kind of surprised Marky went back here. This is a really good stage for the Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working out for Wes for sure. I mean, at the same point, Marky did win first on this map, so
sure.
I think he's not overly worried about it. Oh, misses the end light there.
Weapon toss.
Spot.
CD light.
Got the wall touch. Oh, doesn't have the height. You saw him going for that neutral air, trying to get a chase dodge up. Marky Moo, very fresh stock.
And this is the activated version of Marky Moo we have come to know and love right now. The scouting, the draining out of resources from Marky Moo. There's no movement, it's over. Yeah, let's go. It might just be done. It might just be over, dude. This is Marky Moo activated. He's online.
Wes did not get to have that second stock. Marky Moo basically got 2 stocks for 1.
Okay.
Wes hasn't touched no weapon.
Dude,
man.
this is
Yes,
And I mean, again, Marky Moo is just so good at finding these punishes. This is a breath of fresh air for Wes. A KO with the blasters means he does get to prime the hammer as well. And he gets a little bit of an advantage state, but it is, again, a long road ahead in more ways than just the set count.
He misses the side light. Wes can't afford to miss too much here. Goes for the side sig again, reads high. Oh, just a little too close for that side light to hit. Yo, okay. Weapon toss. Markimu went under the stage, made himself safe.
Okay, tries to play at a good spacing with the
Oh, no.
blasters, but this is really where you're going to get hurt now. Markimu pushes it all the way cross court. Weapon toss in the magnifying glass, bro. What is happening?
Wes manages to get back safely. Downlight into the recovery. Ceiling a little too high. Oh, that side six crazy. The neutral six crazier. And Markimu's going to get it 3-1.
Dang. What a set. I mean, game one really looked like Wes was going to bring that one in, too. So, I mean, crazy clutch out from Markimu into the adjustments in that game four. That was a clinic at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think you nailed it on the head when you were saying that Markimu activated. That's what that final game was Markimu just being like, oh yeah, I'm the world champ. Let me just do all of the world champ things and make sure that you don't get to play the video game.
Dude, I don't know who in the world could have ever thought Jinxie was going to take a stock off of him. Can we be for real for 1 second? Like, he's not taking a stock off of him. 100 games?
Well, let's up that number, 200 games.
I think like 1,000 games. Come on. Oh,
you got to get to the point where Markimu takes the stock himself.
yeah. Do SDs count? We'll have to see. We're watching some of the highlights right now, folks. But the Blasters did start to put in a little bit of work towards the end of that set, but I just do think it was a little too late for Wes.
Yeah, that final game, it really felt like Wes had no choice but to do some work with the Blasters, and even then, it was not nearly enough. That was the Markimu show.
For sure, and I guess kind of an expected outcome just based on seeding, and then also, again, what we kind of teed up earlier with, you know, casual BCX champion, the new kid on the block who has firmly established himself as the #1.
Also worth mentioning, he had a 4-1 record over Wes going into that set, so I think nobody's overly surprised on that end result. But we are going to start shifting over to our next set. It is going to be none other than Kaina versus Ahmet. Ahmet hot off the 3-0 over Meg D, and Kaina off the 3-1 over Moni.
Nice. Okay, dang. This is going to be a fun one. I mean, look, this is both PR3 of their respective regions, South America and Europe, respectively. It should be exciting to see, right? Like, I really don't know who to expect legend-wise from Kaina in singles. I know, like, for twos, we were talking about there's such a deep bag of legend selections that we could get in that pairing, but maybe it's probably the Taros. I don't know. What are we thinking?
I think the sad tragedy of life is that once Super Stances came out, all the Taros mains said no. I don't want to be associated with the other Taros mains. And so, like, a lot of them really shifted into other things. Like, we saw Alex was shifted over to the Cassidy.
Yeah.
We saw the Godlies over on Cassidy and the Bodvar. So there's a real possibility. Kind of also was like, yeah, I'm jumping ship. I'm going to go to something else. Likely on Kaina's part is going to be something with an axe. Okay. We saw in the 2 space, he had the Azoth. But still, I would love a Jala, low-key.
That'd be fire.
Super defense Jala would be very a solid pick. But, I mean, it's whatever Kaina wants to do.
But just think, man, super strength Taros.
Super strength Taros.
He's so gas. He's so cool. It'd be so awesome. All right, we're going to get into our next set in just a moment. Kaina versus Ahmet. We did get to see Ahmet earlier in our block, so I would imagine legends will be roughly the same.
Yeah, likely will be that Petra in the, I believe it was defense stance.
Yeah.
Just tried to neutralize his stats. Kaina, fantastic player. You can see so much earnings. I mean, he's had so much success in the singles and the doubles space. He's such a crazy player.
Yeah, for sure. But Ahmet's definitely been making a name for himself as of late, especially with that Royale win that we had talked about earlier. Yeah. So exciting stuff. I mean, this is you know, like kind of a clashing of eras as well, I would say, right? Like,
yeah, I guess
funny as it sounds because they're like probably the same age, but like
the young new European versus the old decrepit Kaina. He's like early 20s.
Yeah. It's always funny when I mention that for other games. It's like, oh, this is a new era, and they're like, I'm literally 19. It's like, cool, okay.
It's like, I actually haven't even graduated high school yet.
That's great. That's great. All right, looks like we're just doing a bit of a button check, a bit of a warm up. we'll be in just a minute.
I would try to analyze the fact that Kaina is playing a Scythe Legend right now for his button check, but I think it's just he's just playing.
It's mind games.
Yeah, he's like this was here. 69-31. I think people need to give a little bit more respect to Ahmet. Like, yes, it's Kaina. Kaina's an amazing player, but like Ahmet had a pretty similar pie chart in his matchup against Meg D, and ended up with a 3-0 victory.
Oh, there we go. I love seeing it change in real time.
Yeah.
Also, you know, you're just immediately vindicated. It's awesome.
I always like to believe that when I say it, there's like an oiler in the back who's just like, I've been waiting for my opportunity.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend all of my channel points
to absolutely demolish this pie chart.
Oh my goodness. You're influencing the vote, man. This is crazy. We're seeing this in real time. Oh man. How has everything? How has the tournament been for you so far? What are some of your predictions? Because I didn't get to hear you on the desk earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so far it's been solid. I still want to see that Markimu Balloon Boy Grand Finals. That's what I'm looking forward to going into Sunday, and so far that's shaping out to what it's going to be, as Markimu's already in that championship Sunday, and Kaina's my number 3. So I'm hoping for a kind of dub here over Ahmet. But I got to give my respects to Ahmet. He's the only European sitting on the top side of the bracket, right? Oh, actually no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's exciting, man. I mean, I feel like all the top PR players of their respective regions have come out to play, right? And it's interesting that North America is like the region to beat right now, because I know it wasn't like that before. It's exciting to see.
It's that home field advantage here for the North Americans.
Looks like we're still in a bit of a tech check right now.
Yeah, it looked like he was having trouble with the headset, but might be good now.
I'm seeing the stages over there, so we're gonna get started in a second. Can you glean from this angle we have here? Oh yeah, zoom in, get the jib.
Oh, we do see a Teros on the side of Kaina. I'm interested to see what stance he is running.
Super strength.
Come on. I don't know. I feel like the Terrorses I've seen are running super decks. They want to just kind of, again, middle out those stats.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. All right, it looks like we're finally in, folks. We're going to go over Small Fortress to get going for game number 1. This is Kaina versus Ahmet, the respective PR3s for South America and Europe.
All right, it is. I'm getting where he is in that dexterity stance, so wants to have a little bit more normalized stats. All right, little neutral eye.
Yeah. And Kaina is just the neutral master too, right? Like, so good at sharking positions, so good at being very patient, not pressing buttons until he absolutely has to. Very good, yeah, just immediate dash back, finds the stomp snare, gets the guaranteed damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's really good at taking space away from his opponent.
Yes.
You can see the way that he shoves Ahmet off stage and then just controls that corner. Nice spot dodge through, doesn't hit the neutral air.
Yeah, perhaps a little uncharacteristic aggression from Kaina gets reversal by Ahmet for just a little bit. Recovery forces the disarm, and the second one takes away the stock.
Yeah, a little tough on Kaina's part. There was a couple times where he was really close to getting that single hit, like just like a falling neutral air, but Ahmet managed to avoid it.
Okay, how does Kaina get back in? Yeah, even there, you know, both of them jumped, neither pressed a button. Kaina wasn't going to be the first one to do it. We'll see.
Dodges away, falling ground pound there, and the weapon toss will hit. Ahmet gonna get down to a second stock.
Oh, Ahmet stole away the gauntlet spawn as well. Good to maintain a little bit of parity off the respawn, like what I'm seeing. And again, yeah, to your point, taking a lot of space, right? Kaina with the step backs have just been really, really clean. He's not overextending, but as I say it, just maybe a little bit too far spaced to the left with no ground in sight, meaning the ground pound from Ahmet will find the KO.
That was such a good play on Ahmet's part. Like, he was positioning for that hammer recovery, and Ahmet just caught him off guard, got him with that gravity cancel down like ground pound.
Once again, these step backs are being met with just kind of aggression now from Ahmet. Look at this string to get the disarm as well. Kaina does find another weapon spawn, but he is falling far behind in this game 1.
Stomp, side air. Still not enough here.
Does get the drift around, doesn't burn the dodge too importantly, but Ahmet able to touch ground safely, but for how long? Oh my gosh, look at the line in the sand with that weapon right there. Kind of was like, you want to take it? You want to take it, dude?
He's trying to cover it. Now he's over to the axe. Gonna be a little bit harder for Kaina to get that KO here. Yeah, he wants that hammer.
I mean, Kaina needs a big hit right now, and that's going to do it. A stock off the top, but he's already in the red. With the gauntlets in hand, we could see a recovery taking away game 1 in favor of Ahmet.
Yep.
There it is.
Yep. You saw Kaina, he went for the opportunity there, tried to go for that neutral line off of the side light, but again, like you said, just not enough, or too much damage on Kaina for that to really lead into much.
Yeah, the gauntlets did a ton of damage too in that first game. 359 total. Just absolutely putting in work right now. And the conversions have just been insane. That reversal was wild from Ahmet as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the raw numbers, like their accuracy was relatively similar, 44% accuracy on Kaina's part versus the 45% on Ahmet's part. But you look at the number of light attacks thrown out, Ahmet threw out 71 versus the 54 of Kaina. So Ahmet just as a whole is hitting more light attacks.
Yeah, that's also just suggestive of the playstyles too that we've kind of been talking about, right? Like I feel like when Kaina gets his hits and when they do connect, they usually hurt pretty bad, but he's a lot more reluctant to act first in some of these spots. He's waiting for landings, he's waiting for resources to be burned, etc.
Okay, this is that sideline. Ahmet gonna take full advantage of that.
Oh wow, nice. Covers the high angle as well. Yeah, Kaina nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Ahmet tried to close that one out again with another hit to push off the right side, but Kaina with some stomps in reply.
That was a real awkward moment there. Kind of dashed forward, hit the stomp, but I don't think he was expecting it to hit, so he did nothing afterwards. Nice scoop, and there's the neutral air connection. That's something that kind of struggled with a lot in game 1, was finding those hammer neutral airs.
And a Kaina who is playing the Sharking game is a very, very scary prospect for Ahmet, but he is able to get down with only yellow damage so far. Recovery with the orb isn't enough to do it, but it does get the disarm, and the gauntlets, of course, will close the chapter on that for a stock.
Juggles weapons, likely will stick with the gauntlets. That's kind of been Ahmet's main tool.
A lot of whiffs on both sides, though. Kaina, first one to get the action part and the party started a little bit. Step back once again. Disarm from Ahmet. Oh, double chase dodge from Kaina.
I like the angles he went for, wanting to finish it grounded.
Yeah.
So I'm going for that turnaround stomp. Ahmet doing a really good job of staying just on top of Kaina.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Off stage. Ahmet wants to go for it while he has the opportunity. There's the dare. The weapon toss comes through. Sweatbeat.
Oh!
The chase dodge. Wait, they're both gone.
Oh my
Did Ahmet
goodness.
run out of movement?
I guess so. That gravity cancel downlight almost really helped Kaina out there. You saw Kaina reaching for a neutral air, but I wasn't following Ahmet's movement. I'm surprised he ended up falling there.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Ahmet start to slowly take the pieces off the board for Kaina. And I mean, it was a really wonderfully executed edge guard, but the stock trade obviously is not where you want to be.
But he
Good
wanted to take
momentum,
that
though.
stock without losing his.
Let's see as the dust settles. It's practically even again in last stock. See if Kaina can even up the set count right here. It starts with the offstage in the left side. Ahmet with the reversal. Nothing more.
Good spacing there on the side of Kaina. Swaps over to the hammer, trying to look for a KO now.
A lot of stomps again, but just not finding Ahmet. Again, I think you pointed out earlier, a lot of jumps over the top, especially when the gauntlets are aligned, but here's the orb, getting the side lights there. GC into the end light, just pushes off in the stack position. Oh, throws the ball away, and there's no weapon. Trying to dash over to it, but Kaina wants to punish on the pickup.
Oh, man, Kaina really not wanting to swing here. Misses the side air. Falling neutral air, not going to quite do it.
Oh, man, this could really be anybody's game now. Recovery could just KO. Endlight does force the disarm, and there's the recovery again. Ahmet, by the skin of his teeth, takes game number 2.
Kaina, man, was so close so many times. Like, I'm sure the wind just blew across Ahmet's face so many times because those hammers were so stinking close.
Yeah, scary, scary spot. Maybe we'll get to see it in the replay if there's time. This is looking
this is
like
that second
he did
stock
touch
where
down. Yeah, and he reset again.
Weapon toss goes up, reset. Gravity cancel down light, misses the ground pound.
Oh, maybe he didn't want to like drift to the left to give him a hit. I don't know. I think it was just checkmated though at that point for the stock.
I guess, yeah. The only thing I can think of is he really didn't want to give the hit for kind of,
Yeah.
but that's...
It was pretty far down too,
Yeah.
so even a chase dodge up maybe doesn't touch the wall. But either way, I mean, Amit still takes the victory, so can't really fault him for it, and can't really call it that much of an error if you take the win anyway.
Yeah, whatever gets you closer to the finish line. And it is going to be a swap on the side of Kaina over to the Azoth here for game number 3.
Yeah, it seemed like some changes were maybe in order on Kaina's side. Once again, we're in a position where the reverse 3-0 is necessary for Kaina to stay on the winner side of bracket.
Kaina's axe looking solid as he dashes into multiple neutralites from Ahmet. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
The wake up gravity cancel down signature. That's one of the reasons why you like the Azoth.
Okay, there's no weapon.
Oh, jumps into it.
It's dare. Oh, a lot of respect from Ahmet though, trying to just jockey for position around that weapon spawn, and Kaina takes it all the way for stock 1.
Yeah, great play on Kaina's part. Saw that there was a burn dodge from Ahmet with that gravity cancel down light. And up getting the 3-piece, but Ahmet cleans it up.
All right, yoinks away those gauntlets. Kind of has to play unarmed for just a moment. Does find that bow. Okay, these stack positions have been going Ahmet's way quite a bit.
Yeah.
But they're not really resulting in super extended strings, except for there. We're seeing a little bit off stage.
Turn around.
Kinda. Does get the reply hit. Ahmet able to touch the wall. The high angle of the weapon toss just kind of guides Ahmet back towards the ground.
Okay, another downlight there. Kind of just controlling that ground. Another down sig.
Yeah, and again, it's such an interesting position watching kind of play around the weapon spawn. Ahmet jockeying for position, looking for the recovery. That was a lot of movement, and the sweat beads were online, but Ahmet didn't want to pull the trigger on an orb recovery.
Okay, weapon toss gives him some safety. There's a downlight. Down sig, not going to hit. Oh, I like that. The dodge forward there got him through that wake up from Ahmet.
Ooh, kind of letting a lot of signatures fly right now, and none of them are finding their mark.
All right, the neutral air will work out. It was kind of an awkward edge guard there from Kaina. I think he was just kind of practicing some bow stuff, just because, like, Ahmet was hitting exclamation points.
And that stack position, again, has just been
No
so
hit.
Ahmet favored overall, despite him being down in stocks right now in game 3. But you simply cannot deny how good Kaina's axe is. Here's the offstage, sends it way down, it's just gonna be the stock gone.
Went hyper aggressive there. He had the chase dodge over the stage, so he had kind of burned all of his movement. He really wanted that side air to hit, but it just didn't. Still got some decent damage. Can he get on the board?
All right, kind of turning on the Jets a little bit here with some more damage. Definitely taking a lot more initiative with the Azoth pick as well, like just going first in some of these spots.
Falling neutral air. Gonna take maybe 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you get any light hit, just a neutral air will just get the KO at this point too. Does find it, there it is. Kaina is on the board.
And it's going to be that bow that really helped him out there. The hammer, we saw so many times he was just off the mark, was not really finding the accuracy with his hammer. This time his axe leveled up. You saw him really pushing the ground coverage, and then also his bow was able to put out a lot of damage. Had it for about the same amount of time as his axe, 44% versus 43%.
Yeah, it also secured, I want to say, at least 2 of the stocks in that game, maybe all 3. But yeah, I think the swap definitely doing Kaina a lot of favors. I think just the playstyle changes as well. It seems like he's, again, moving first in a lot of these spots, and he's kind of matching the aggression that Ahmet's been presenting.
I think another thing that really helps him out is he threw out a lot of signatures.
Yeah.
That was 14 signatures thrown out on the side of Kaina, whereas with the Terros, I think he threw out maybe one across the first 2 games.
1, brawl.
All right.
Can he get the game 5?
It's the same point as earlier, folks. The reverse 3-0 is what Kaina needs, but you take it game by game. Ahmet has 2 more chances to close this set out.
Okay. Ahmet not dodging there. Staying high, kind of trying to cover the ground, gets him with a neutral light. Just chipping away at Ahmet. Ooh, goes for the weapon tray or weapon swap there, and Ahmet takes advantage.
Tries to go over the top, maybe looking for a dare or ground pound. Was Ahmet, and these signatures from the Azoth are so scary to just go in on. You have to jump all the way over the top if you're Ahmet, and he is able to get just a single aerial as a punish.
This is the Sair. Kind of hasn't touched ground in a hot minute. He's close, but Ahmet goes real low for that one. Side light, side air will disarm.
And we're in a spot where you can dip down recovery with Ahmet to get the KO with gauntlets now.
Might be a neutral light. Ooh, that's close.
He goes for it now. No, not quite.
Ooh, throws out the N-Sig. Doesn't hit the recovery there. Nerve starting to build onto Ahmet, and just a raw down signature. Ahmet just not knowing the spacing and timing of the Azoth signature.
Very deceptive, yeah. It just dives right in. And I mean, look, it seems like the counterplay has already been more or less ironed out from Ahmet's side. Like, he's just jumping over the top of a lot of them, but reacting to that situation is a little bit more difficult.
I mean, kind of borderline kind of forcing the movements of Ahmet, right? Like, his bow covers so much ground. You see him throw out so many side six, down six, and then he goes over to his axe, and he's got such strong anti-airs with those downlights and the neutral airs that he was doing. But right now, it's those down signatures that are connected.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a complementary addition to the way that kind of plays, right? Like, he's so good at sharking with that axe in so many different positions. So if you can force your opponent to jump, that's a great place to be.
Neutral air, gonna put him off screen. Oh, that's a burn dodge, but kind of not able to find the hit. Burn dodge on Kaina's part, eats a three-piece for it.
Yeah, aggressing in kind of hard was Kaina. A slide through, can't find the weapon. Again, it's such a difficult position. The GC Heavy does find it, and Kaina takes the lead in the stock count.
Optimizes the force there with that gravity cancel neutral heavy off the downline. Oh, that was so close.
Gonna be the offstage. How does Ahmet close? Tries to go for the low angle, and once again, that D-Sig you keep bringing up, Duke, is putting in so much work on Kaina's side.
Neutral light. Oh, not enough here.
Okay, you're in the air if you're Ahmet, but you do get the disarm. That's pretty huge. How do you get the stock now? It's just a Sair, potentially, with the orb. I mean, a lot of things can do it. You can kind of just do imagination, but he just keeps getting sucked into the vortex, dude. It's like a vacuum just every single time. Finally, Ahmet takes that stock away, but look at how much damage was taken on the way out.
Dude, he just like went to the store and just put in coupon after coupon. It was slow and steady, just getting that little bit extra every single time. He's in a great position to force that game 5 now. Weapon toss connects. Ahmet still has plenty of movement. Yeah, he'll get that wall touch safely. Down sig not gonna hit.
Maybe if you turn that one around, it was gonna be close.
Guard. This is the down sig, neutral light. Weapon toss not gonna hit. Ahmet gets above it.
Yeah, one more signature from this Azoth. One more in the air from this Kaina will make the game 5 possible. And look at this. I mean, the Azoth swap, and he has slowly been inching his way back into the set.
Yeah, and I want to give so much props for him getting that extra credit on that last stock. Like, he was deep red on his second stock when he got Ahmet to his final stock, but he still managed to get a lot of damage built up onto Ahmet. And so that was why I kind of was able to force that game 5.
Yeah, and I guess the question that I bring up as we're going to load in game number 5 is, I mean, what do you think Ahmet needs to do, right? Because it seems like I'm with you. Like, it seemed like he was really dictating the movement. The down signatures were putting in a lot of work. Either you're getting hit by them or you're jumping over the top of them, but the punishes weren't exactly there on Ahmet's side. What do you think he needs to maybe close the door on this one?
I'm going to say a word that Brawlhalla players hate. It is platforms.
Oh, okay.
Because Kaina does such a good job controlling the stage, controlling the ground, right? Like, you saw those down signatures. You saw signature after signature just cover that main stage. Guess what? Platforms get you above that. They give you a lot more safety, and that's something that kind of can't cover everything with a signature kit.
For sure. Yeah, it gives you a couple more landing options as well. Not even defensively, you can hide underneath them. You can do a lot with it. I'm with you on that 100%. Let's see if maybe we get that on a swap. It looks like the answer is no. We're going to go over to a platform on the stage, and the Kaina, who is just so good at sharking these positions from the ground, is going to be a tough battle to face. Let's see if Ahmet's aggression can make this happen before the reverse 3-0.
Solid start on Kaina's part, but Ahmet Now that he's got the orb, he's starting to build up that damage. Actually takes the lead out from kind of barely gets that wall touch.
Ooh, I like that little dash through to try to get the sidelight into Sair on the left side. Good vision from Ahmet. We're keeping the action relatively closer to the left blast zone so far to maybe try to take a stock early there. Stack position again goes Ahmet's way, but kind of did touch.
Neutral light didn't come out. Instead, it was a nair on the side of Ahmet. Tries to hit that recovery.
Okay. Kind of with an end light of his own. Swings it. Doesn't quite get it.
Ooh, just an unarmed falling side air on the side of Ahmet gives him the stock advantage.
And I think, to your point, without the existence of platforms in this game number 5, what we're seeing from Ahmet is already great, right? He's pushing the pace pretty early. He's taking a lot of scraps where it allows him to, and he's finding so much mileage off of these end lights with the orb in the stack position. As I say it, though, kind of off the backboard makes it a 2-stock game.
Yeah, Ahmet has really taken the signatures as a sign to go in, right? Like almost every single time kind of throws out a signature, Ahmet is trying to jump over it and immediately trying to get kind of when he's in that that recovery frames.
Yeah, that time trying to go in maybe a little bit too early, gets clipped up by the down sig from the Azov. Stack positions have been really Ahmet favored in my opinion when the orb is online, not so much when the gauntlets are equipped. So let's see what the option is here. It just looks like raw recovery, but nothing more after that.
Okay, neutral light catches kind of his movement. Ooh, throws away the weapon. This is a good spot for Ahmet now.
Oh, kinda
aggressive.
Sends it way downtown, maybe trying to just make a play happen.
Ooh. 2 down signatures. Ahmet didn't expect the second one. Neutral air, still not quite enough. You can see kind of chasing up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually just straight up neutral air with the bow will KO now too, so it's very, very close. Yeah, definitely will now after that hit.
Downsig gonna whiff, goes for another one. Ahmet not gonna fall for that.
He's running out of arrows. He's shooting so many. Does get one though, kinda swings the stock lead back. How can Ahmet get a reply to make this final game final stock?
Yeah, if you're running out of arrows, you can always use your opponent as one, and that's what kind of did there with that bow recovery. Last stock here for Ahmet, otherwise he's gonna get the reverse 3.
Okay, I mean, we're in position where sidelight Sair KOs. Recovery is enough to do it. We're going to last stock, folks.
Don't love that turnaround down signature. Ahmet was able to get the recovery off of it. This is very close, not a position kind of wanted to be in. Yep. Saw the green light, that missed down signature gave Ahmet the opportunity to get in.
I think this is the matchup Ahmet probably prefers right now, just given how much momentum he had in stock 1 with that orb. Let's see. How do you get over that signature barrage from Kaina? Looks like you're just able to jump over the top, find the end light, maybe a dare to go.
Like that jump right on top of Ahmet, disarms him. Not quite in the KO percent. Down signature.
Oh man.
Starting to add up here. Ahmet's in a little bit of trouble. Another down sig. Ahmet's running out of health here.
Next one will do it. And Kaina knows it. Look at the patience now. We are seeing patented Kaina at this point. Sidelight Sair. Ahmet tries to make something happen. Even N-Air will be enough to do it in just a moment. From Kaina, Sidelight Sair again.
Ooh, trying to go off stage there. Down sig gonna miss. Oh, no! Sidelight side air.
It's a disarm. Oh! Ahmet has to tap it in. He doesn't find it. Kaina touches down. He's just keeping his head on a swivel for a weapon. He finds that faded axe.
Who's gonna get the hit? A ground pound. Oh, it's so close.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and the wing are so clear. Ahmet gets there. He does close it out. He finds the bottom blast zone, and the pop-off is warranted, shutting down that reverse 3-0.
What a clutch up from Ahmet. Got that final hit there, managed to survive. The second that kind of had the axe, you knew it was basically curtains because he just could not throw out a KO move on that.
Dude, so scary. Yeah, you could see clear as day what the win conditions were going to be for both players. And yeah, I think once the axe was picked up on the side of Kaina, it was like, dang, okay, how am I going to get this KO at the end? It's tough. It's tough. But Ahmet will be advancing into Championship Sunday after that win over Kaina.
Fantastic clutch up from the European PR number 3. He manages to close that one out. He had to bring out the big guns. You saw him play a lot more orb in that one. believe that was 58% of that last game was about Ahmed's orb.
Dang, 460 damage also coming from the orb. Yeah, I think he definitely understood the assignment by the time Game 5 came around, despite the point that you had made earlier about, I think I'm agreeing with you, platforms probably would have been pretty good for that, but either way, again, we can't really argue with the results, and it will be Ahmed advancing into the championship bracket for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely started to recognize what he needed to do around Kindness signatures. You saw them have a little bit less success. Like you see in that last game, kind of throughout 27, his accuracy was only 26% though.
All right. Dang, that was nuts.
That was nuts. That's what I'm saying. Kind of almost getting that one into a game number 5. But there you see in the final stats for that final game. You see 27. That bar is too small for 27-6 burnout. I'm just saying. Why is the 0% accuracy from Ahmed a longer bar?
Look, sometimes it's about making the statement.
Okay, yeah.
You gotta, yeah. So to our point earlier, 460 damage off of that orb. I mean, we pointed it out a few times, right? I think the stack positions were very, very Ahmed favored. He was winning neutral in a lot of spots, and I feel like Kaina really just couldn't get the ball rolling in terms of the things that he is best at, which is scouting out landings, really drowning you out of your resources, and making sure you kind of can't play the game to a certain point because he's just so good at going second.
Yeah. It's tough. I love Kaina's Taros, but the Taros just was not doing it for him. We saw, obviously, like the swap over to the Azoth works so much better, and it's just kind of tragic that I think he was playing his hammer the way that he was playing his bow.
Yeah,
and it just wasn't connecting quite one-to-one. You saw like the nair accuracy just skyrocket once he switched to more bow.
Love seeing it. I love seeing it. An Azoth dude, too. That's so fun. But we got Sheepy over here as well, who I think has something to say to us. I don't know.
Yes,
Hey,
no,
what's
I
up?
do. Yes. No, I've been sitting here watching the game play out and stuff like that, and you know, I'm gonna be honest, I was rooting for Kaina, so yeah, just watching that play out and just seeing like the Azoth switch, I was like, I'm believing, like we're bringing it back, and just it was so heartbreaking, and I was literally like just grabbing my own hands, just like please. Anyways, great game. Ahmed obviously came out on top. He secured his place into top 8 tomorrow. I mean, these last few matches, I just want to kind of grab your last like kind of thoughts about. Literally, these are the first matches of the day. So we already have folks already sitting nice in top 8. Like, wow. I mean, has anything changed from pre-show for right now? Like,
Look,
you're thinking about something. You want to change
If
anything?
we're
maybe?
talking about specifically predictions, yes, I know that Kaina is now on the elimination side of things. Well, guess what? If you're picking 3 people for your predictions, someone's going to have to go to the elimination side. Probably 2 people are going to have to go to the elimination side of things. So I'm not too upset about Kaina losing there, besides the fact that he was bringing that one back. I'm more upset about him losing that game in the set count and all of that than I care about his predictions. And it's just a little tragic that he wasn't able to clutch up in that final moment. But either way, man, these games are the kind of games that make you love Brawlhalla. Like, they're the kind of games that you watch and you go, okay, this is what I want to see every single time I boot up the game.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we're getting a good preview of what Sunday is going to look like, right? Marky Moo is going to be one of the players to beat, in my opinion. I think a lot of people are in agreement with that, and it's not really that controversial of a thing to say. But yeah, I'm super excited. We got to see the previews for some of the next games that we'll get in just a moment as well. Balloon Boy will be coming up, which is a player I'm super stoked to see, and I get to watch that from the comfort of the green room in just a few minutes, which is going to be awesome. So I can't wait.
Well, thank you boys so much for commentating and being on the desk. And we have 2 spots in tomorrow's top 8 already claimed. Coming up next, Balloon Boy and Draggy will have a chance to join Marky Moo and now Ahmed on the winner's side of Championship Sunday. Don't go anywhere, as we got more Brawlhalla Midseason action after this quick break.
That was a weird decision a second ago. You saw Swada go for the D-line into a ground pound. Likely should have been a gravity cancel down tick. Oh, ho, ho! Odin helps him out there.
It's ready.
action is graceful, but my precision is deadly. Watch closely. My chakrams dance better than you fight. 2 blades, 1 warrior. The odds are against you. You're making me work for this. Well done. You've earned my respect, but you will not earn a victory. Try to keep up. My sword is sharper than your skills. Every spark of my blade burns with purpose. My strength and grace can change the outcome of any battle. In the end, my spirit always triumphs. Welcome to Brawlhalla!
期待を裏切られた仲間よ。誓うよ。死ぬまでこの世界を守ってみせる。失われた魂を見つけてやる。魂を貸してくれ。神だ！仲間が倒れたが、俺は負けない。手を貸そうか。かなわない相手なんていない。仲間よ、力を貸してくれ。多勢に無勢だが、俺にはかなわないぞ。ラプターフォースの真の力を見せつけろ。お前の攻撃は強いが、俺の意志にかなわない。まだまだ。仲間のために戦う。残ってるのは俺だけだ。最後の防衛。ブラルハラへようこそ。
Fixing my audio.
We're back and moving through the singles bracket. 2 more spots in the winner's side of Championship Sunday are up for grabs. Who will it be? Will it be Balloon Boy or Draggy? Who will advance between Loris and Munir? So we got some new folks on the desk here. PJ and Slow Motion, welcome. How are you guys feeling about today?
I mean, it's ones. You guys already know that's my game mode. I love to see it, and I mean, I got the Triple B fighting for Championship Sunday, so I'm happy. I'm happy.
He's
Triple
there.
B, he's
Yeah,
here.
he's
He
next.
said he's winning ones and twos, so we'll see what happens.
All right, and PJ?
Pretty excited. I think we got a good mix of the names you expect to see at this part in the bracket, as well as some fan favorites. And speaking of which, we're getting into Balloon Boy versus Draggy, which is going to be a matchup of the fan favorites, I feel like.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that. What do you guys feel about this matchup? And you know what? I'll start with you, Slimmo. Tell me how you feel about
He
this
wants
matchup.
Draggy to win, clearly.
Well, honestly, I mean, I would have said, 20 minutes ago that maybe this would be one-sided, but the run that Draggy has had here in the last few minutes that I watched was absolutely insane. I mean, being able to come through and take out Vim Tranquilo in that best of 5, I mean, that's such a huge accomplishment, and that's got to be a lot of momentum coming into the set against Balloon Boy.
And PJ, what are your thoughts about this matchup between these two?
I think it should be very exciting. I think Balloon Boy, literally the first match of the day was a Game 5 versus Zen, where Zen was up 2-0 on him. Then Balloon Boy swaps to Diana, reverse 3-0s. That's the first match to do. And I think having your heart attack early in the bracket is good. I think being able to get it out of the way and kind of telling yourself, I do bleed and I can lose and I need to lock in and really focus, even as PR number 2 and your second place finisher at BCX is very important. I think he's locked in. And I think that's very important as well for him as somebody that plays multiple legends to reaffirm the fact that today it's a Diana day and I'm just going to roll with it the entire way through. Maybe tomorrow, you have a different breakfast, you wake up on the other side of the bed and say, you know what, I'm going to try the Mega Man or the Zariel, but right now he's saying the Diana is what I want to see and it's what I'm going to be playing versus Draggy, who plays the Sidra very strong on cannon. I think is a good matchup for Balloon Boy.
This cannon is absolutely insane. I mean, the movement and be able to catch those landings, absolutely superb cannon gameplay, and we're going to have to see how Balloon Boy is able to adapt to that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Cannon is in a point where it is so different in the way that it can really punish you. But nonetheless, we're getting into it. Balloon Boy versus Draggy, game number 1 on Small World's End.
All right, let's get it, PJ. Balloon Boy going to be the first to go ahead and get the weapon drop, and Draggy is going to be searching for that cannon. He had the sword. Is going to be the first weapon. See what he can do against his edge guard against Balloon Boy.
A slight range advantage here for Balloon Boy, who starts off with a side light and a nair for a bit of damage. Draggy meeting Balloon Boy in the air with that side already showing. The air is not going to be a free reign for you here as Balloon Boy. Down air's coming out. That's a nice whip punish on that side air. D-light into side air, and Draggy not a great spot. GC side light into nair, looking for that recovery. Balloon Boy is going to continue the juggle with the down air. The side air does not connect, but Draggy has been completely nullified here, forced to get swamped over to the cannon here.
Yeah, see if he can get something going with this, but so far it's been all Balloon Boy in control here. The Saracen and Draggy all the way back off stage, but now he's planted his feet back on Small Worlds, picks Balloon Boy up in the 2-piece. The Sailor's going to try and get it back up on stage. He whiffs on the neutral sig, and Draggy stays out of the way of it. The Sailor's going to connect into Nair.
Just trying his best to find something here as Draggy can't really get much started. We'll get it there with the side light into down air, and the N-Sig doesn't connect, but that side light will, and Balloon Boy forced on the wall. Now the N-Sig will catch Balloon Boy, and even though Balloon Boy answered back with about 100 damage unanswered, Draggy gets the first stock here in game number 1 of their top 16 set. Draggy with the cannon now, D-light into recovery, will close out that stock. We go to a 2-stock fresh game here for both players. Balloon Boy obviously dominating on the blasters right now. Draggy leaning on that cannon to find that early stock there, or the first stock, I should say, of the game.
It's the first time I've seen Draggy get some success on that neutral sig. We saw him throw it against Amet a lot in that last set. Did not have any success with it at all, but catches it the first time against Balloon Boy, trying to chase him down with the side light. Balloon Boy going to get the reversal, lets the side sig fly off stage. Ground pound, sweat beats out. He is able to touch, though. Sarah is going to go ahead and clear the space a little bit. Draggy comes back up on stage, gets caught in the side light. He cannot find the route to get back up on Small World's End against Balloon Boy. The edge guard is in place, but Draggy's going to get the reversal there. The slide charge neutral sig is going to whip. Balloon Boy now has this aerial opportunity to go ahead and close out the stock. Can he find it here? Sweat beats out. Draggy with the unarmed recovery back up, and we're all set back in neutral, PJ.
Yeah, it's crazy that he's able to control the ledge for so long, but yet unable to find these KOs, and that's what Draggy kind of capitalized, where Balloon Boy wants so much neutral, just unable to close out that stock. Side light there for Draggy, and Draggy in contention for this stock once again. End light into N-Sig, and Draggy with the wall to Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy landing with the side air. The D-light immediately trying to catch Draggy, drifting back to the stage, but Draggy won't give you anything for free. But speaking of which, that D-light gets punished by the D-light, and Balloon Boy down there now from Draggy, as Draggy knows how big this moment could be, in a side light side air will cash in that stock. Draggy 2 stocks to 1, and it's been 2 stocks off Balloon Boy, and both of them fall first from Draggy. Sidelight there. Balloon Boy again stuck on the wall, and he was able to close out the stock easily with the D-Light into recovery. Will do so again here. This time, though, one Sidelight of Cannon will be the extra credit for Draggy. Not a lot to lean on, but it could just be enough with how close this game is.
It's something. It's something. It's a hope, a prayer, and a dream, but he's looking fantastic here in this opening game against Balloon Boy. Has the edge guard again, but Balloon Boy's going to get the reversal, sends it back out. There's the neutral light. The Nair is going to whiff. Draggy whiffs on the sidelight. Balloon Boy right there to pick it up. But big three-piece from Draggy comes up the recovery. Nobody's home. Balloon Boy hits him with a dare. Sweat beats out, but he's able to find himself back up on stage.
And light there for Balloon Boy, who's been dominating this ledge game here. As Draggy continuously gets forced off stage, we'll give it up there with a turnaround D-Light. Not sure if that's a misinput, but Draggy will make you pay for it as you're stuck on the wall now. And Draggy with a sidelight, Balloon Boy stuck on the wall, D-Light into down air, disarm now, and versus Cannon. This could be it, but the down air does not connect, and the ground pound from Balloon Boy comes in just in time. D-Light into ground pound, Balloon Boy, one hit away, Draggy makes it back to center stage. Sidelight there again, and he remains control and remains some sort of semblance of calm here, but the damage slowly shifting to Balloon Boy's favor. The bow gets picked up now, the Nair comes in, will not KO. Draggy trying to find a landing, but the weapon toss into the recovery will clutch out the game for Balloon Boy.
How amazing is that he knew the Nair was not going to have enough to knock out. He throws the weapon away, gets the unarmed recovery to be able to finish the stock right then and there. Great awareness for Balloon Boy there to go ahead and get the job done.
And just the margin so slim there. Draggy misses the game-winning down air just about here. Balloon Boy sneaks in, gets the ground pound, which disarms Draggy, forces Draggy off of the cannon, and since then, Balloon Boy wins that game.
All right, we're going right back to Small Worlds in. No legend swaps across the board, and Draggy very, very, very close to sneaking away with that opening game against Balloon Boy. But Triple B, you see, he has one on the scoreboard already. He's going to try and make it 2 here in game number 2.
Cider coming in as well. The D-Light and the N-Light immediately with punishing for Draggy as Draggy lets something, a new option come out there. The D-Sig, the anchor, trying to find a way to get a connection onto Balloon Boy. D-Light into Cider. Balloon Boy completely nullified in this game. Draggy takes that loss in stride, but the ground pound comes in. Balloon Boy gets a down air unarmed. Another down air into the stage. Draggy recovery there. An N-Light from Balloon Boy, and he'll take the time to grab a bow now. Not disarmed any longer. Balloon Boy with a chance to come back in the damage department, but unable to find that gimp as the N-Light comes in for Draggy. Dash jump side air. Balloon Boy in a bad spot. The weapon toss goes a little bit too high, and Balloon Boy has to land right in front of the cannon, but avoids the D-Light. Gets a three-piece to flip it. The down air too low, though, and Draggy gets back on the stage and wins it once again. D-Light into recovery will close out that stock, and Balloon Boy with chances to gimp in that stock, just unable to find the last kind of hit you need to close out those stocks. Draggy will capitalize with a big lead.
He's absolutely on demon time so far, especially in this game. Looking fantastic with this cannon. Oh, Balloon Boy's going to go ahead and shut it down there, get a slight reversal. Little too far extension off the sideline. Balloon Boy's going to go ahead and package it up, send him off the left side. There we go. Downlight into Sayers. Going to not be enough to take him over to the blast zone. Does find a way to get back on the stage, let those unarmed recoveries fly. Balloon Boy's going to shut it down over here. Back-to-back weapon throw, and that's going to be enough to go ahead and tap that one in.
That equalizes the stocks incredibly quickly, and Balloon Boy taking very little extra credit, especially with Draggy being so low in damage in that first stock. You would think so much more was to come, but it'll be Draggy on even footing here in terms of the stock. The damage still in the favor of Draggy, though, with that opening three-piece on the sword pickup. Balloon Boy whiff on the sidelight into a sidelight from Draggy. And the N-Sig now coming out as an option to kind of contest Balloon Boy landing. That's a big Cider. The Cider a little bit too high, dragging a bad spot. The fast fall ill-timed, and Balloon Boy will capitalize by taking control of the stage and picking up a new weapon. N-Light there, and Draggy stuck in the air now. But a D-Light into recovery will force Balloon Boy in the air on Draggy's terms this time. And Draggy looking for this KO now. A D-Light into recovery will be all it takes for Draggy as 3 connect, and a stock is taken. Balloon Boy on his last.
We might have a set here looking fantastic for Team Draggy as he has got a good, solid lead against Balloon Boy here in game number 2. The Nair is going to connect, comes back down with the dare. 2-piece, finishing up with a down air off stage. Balloon Boy right back, though. Couldn't find try to get that reversal fadeaway Sayer there. Nobody was home.
And light there for Draggy, and a big opportunity now up 2 stocks to 1. Can definitely leverage this to try to go for something off stage. The down kick comes in. Ground pound from Balloon Boy will answer back. Sidelight into down air. Nice avoidance there from Balloon Boy, dodging away down air as well. But Draggy just in complete control. GC D-Light into side air will give Balloon Boy chances on this stock now with a weapon tossed up and a recovery on the bow. Will find a KO.
Wow.
Barely. I didn't think it was going to, but it does. And Balloon Boy forces last stock with the blasters in hand. And this is a scary spot for Draggy. Even though you're just 1 hit away, it could be very scary to get it. Down air coming out from Balloon Boy, answering back here, has yet to be hit. D-Light into the end light there. Another down air catches Draggy. Side air as well. Nair comes out, avoids the recovery with the side air as well from Balloon Boy. And he's trying his best to play perfectly here. Draggy just needs 1 D-Light, and Draggy knows it. D-Light into recovery will close out that stock, and Draggy and Balloon Boy go to game 3 with an even score line.
Draggy is absolutely playing out of his mind this weekend. There we go. Going to go ahead and tie this set up against Balloon Boy. He's going to shake him up a little bit. And that means Balloon Boy is down in the position where he needs to make some sort of adjustment. I mean, do we go back to Small Worlds in? It was close game number 1. Draggy was able to go ahead and get it in game number 2. Do we need a change of venue? Because he's already said he's not swapping off that Diana.
It looks like we don't get a change of venue. I was going to say, I don't know what the mentality behind it is if you want a soft platform versus this cannon, but Draggy's been finding, a lot of damage on the cannon, and the sword is just coming in to clean the job up. And light there, and Balloon Boy on the bow now. This time the matchup has been going in Draggy's favor since the last game. Another down air punishes a side light there, and right now Draggy completely dominating the stock side light into the nair, catches Balloon Boy drifting off stage, avoids the down air, but Draggy just in complete control so far. Side light would punish the end light immediately. Down air from Balloon Boy to get a little bit of an answer back. A side air there, a recovery as well, and Balloon Boy now trapped on the wall in the red. Side light wait, Draggy in just complete control, running Balloon Boy down in the corner. The side air will not connect neither with the recovery, but again you're taking just pennies on the dollar as the D-Light into Nair comes in for payday for Draggy, and Draggy will take the first stock.
And we talk about that. We've been talking about the cannon in Draggy's hand this entire set so far. But I'm looking back at the stats from last game. He did 313 damage on the sword and only 201 on the cannon. So he was finding the more damage and getting those knockouts off of that sword. But we see it's been cannon so far here in this game. Balloon Boy's finally going to get that disarm. Draggy coming back on stage. Can he get the weapon spawn? He does. Cannon back in hand. Could not get the second part of that opener. Back into neutral. Nobody really wanting to engage too hard here. Draggy holding on to his lead.
Recovery coming in for Balloon Boy, trying to put an end to this first stock of Draggy. Draggy avoids it. It's a big nair there, but no KO or disarm. So Draggy with chances. Big side light, no side air follow-up. Balloon Boy just holding that center stage. The weapon toss does catch, and the side air will punish Draggy as your momentum gets stifled by that weapon toss from Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy with great chances again, but really good at evening up the stocks. No matter how big of a lead Draggy has, it doesn't really lead into much extra credit. You'll see an end light there from Draggy, and now the dash jump side air, catching Balloon Boy. Nice end light from Balloon Boy, but the damage has just been so great in Draggy's favor this entire match. I mean, Balloon Boy is just trying to fight back in any way possible, but that side air puts Balloon Boy in a bad spot, and Draggy knows it, waiting for the dodge there, didn't find the D-Light, but Draggy knows weaving in and out, the end light will connect, but a D-Light recovery meets you anyway, and as many hitboxes as you try to throw out, Draggy finds a way.
Finds a way indeed. Balloon Boy, though, is going to be all over that landing. Draggy going to hold over on the left side. We're going to see another D-Light into Sarah from Balloon Boy. He swaps over for a fresh pair of blasters. Going to try and avoid that disarm. There we go, the recovery. That is going to not be enough.
Wow.
Small World's in. Gonna go ahead and hold him in the stage one more time to Draggy, though. That neutral air is gonna go ahead and confirm on a Balloon Boy, and that puts him on his final stock of this game. And if he loses this one, that puts him on a winner's side game going into next one.
This is for Championship Sunday right here. You confirm yourself into the top 8 off of this game, or this set, I should say, but this game means so much. The recovery doesn't connect for Balloon Boy. Draggy misses the end light, gets a side light, but no side air. GCD light gets punished with a side air on the bow. Weapon toss does not connect, but the side light does. And Balloon Boy just needs to tap in this KO. Will pick up a bow, look for the nair, doesn't find it. Draggy whiffing the side light in the face of Balloon Boy, but no punish on the side of Balloon Boy. The end light comes out, a weapon pickup from Draggy. GCD light gets punished with the end light, but he hold on as it's Small World's end, and the bow comes in finally with a down air to close out that stock. And his last stock, game 3, the set advantage going to the winner of this. It means so much right now.
It does mean a lot indeed. Balloon Boy trying to hold down at the ground there with those, trying to get Draggy in the air, not let him land. We're going to go way low. The recovery brings Draggy back up. D-Light in the recovery is going to go ahead and connect. Balloon Boy letting the Sarah whip rip, trying to catch something coming back down the stage. Side air from Draggy. Going to go ahead and send Balloon Boy out, but you see the Nair going to go ahead and toss him back up. We're juggling now. Going to go ahead and toss the bow up, re-catch. Draggy going to hold on to that weapon spawn, but he goes right in to that bow of Balloon Boy yet again. Whiffs on the neutral light, but Balloon Boy whiffing on the Sayers.
We see the D-Sig coming out there off the GC from Balloon Boy towards the wall. Side light there and waiting. Another dodge gets baited out by Draggy. Doesn't find it. That's a big nair. The weapon toss comes down looking for the D-Light. Is Draggy now at this point. Side light will wait for the N-Sig. Does not find it. Balloon Boy no dodge in. End light comes out with punish. Side air from Balloon Boy. Whiffs the D-Sig again trying to make it happen, but Draggy will not fall for those tricks. A pickup of cannon for Draggy now. And D-Light is the difference between the set lead here, but a side down air comes in. Draggy in a bad spot will have to recover. Avoids the side air. Balloon Boy will get an unarmed recovery, but that's not the game when you wanted to see. A side air comes out as well, and Draggy with the cannon online just needs one hit. So does Balloon Boy, who gets an air there. Won't KO on Small World's end, but Draggy picks up a cannon. Doesn't get anything, but a GCD like side air from Balloon Boy gives him the set advantage.
That made me nervous. That was what a close game, coming right down to those last couple interactions. You see just the sigh of relief from Balloon Boy as he's able to go ahead and squeak that one in there. But now Draggy playing down 2-1. Is he going to have another upset here in mid-season championship?
Draggy 1 set away from making it into the top 8, but you pull one of the hardest players to pull in the bracket. The second place finisher here at BCX last year, and now the PR number 2 of North America, stuck in the shadow of Marky Moo. Will look to make it shine his own light on this top 8 here. Draggy will try to do the same.
Do the same indeed. Balloon Boy, though, holding down on the stage. He's been very good trying to catch these landings, trying to get that advantage, because Draggy seems to have it in the air when it comes to that sword especially. The ground pound's going to rip off the cannon. Balloon Boy cannot catch the re-entry from Draggy coming back up on the small world's in. Here we go, 2 pieces, going to rack up some more damage against Balloon Boy. Draggy still holding on to this very light advantage, but I take that back. Balloon Boy just made it go back into his direction. Back and forth in this first stock. Who is going to be the first to strike? Balloon Boy going way off the right side of the stage. Draggy couldn't catch the landing. Balloon Boy letting it rip as well with the side light, and the weapon throw is going to go ahead and tap that one in, and Draggy is the first to strike.
It was a good edge guard mix, or sorry, recovery mix-up from Balloon Boy to wait for Draggy to go for the nair that stalls you in the air and then fastball down to the wall, but Draggy ends up winning it out with that down air, and then light comes out from Balloon Boy, who's been very good at evening up the stock counts even when he loses at first. We see the attempt with that N-Sig will not connect. The side air, not enough to KO yet, and Balloon Boy with chances here to close out the stock quickly. Side lights don't lead into much. Kind of just reset the situation. D-light into side air will be enough to close it out. Just keep it simple. And once again, Balloon Boy continues to even up these stocks incredibly quickly.
But he just keeps playing from behind. He has not been able to really solidify himself a proper lead in this set so far. But we see now as he's getting some good momentum against Draggy here. The side air is going to be enough to go ahead and stop that momentum. Wow. There we go. That is 4 unanswered attacks from Draggy. The nair is going to dunk him up. Another one. He tried to go up, and after that second nair, and hit the side air. But a neutral sig will be enough. And Draggy cutting himself out a fantastic lead against Balloon Boy to tie this set up.
Balloon Boy, last-ditch effort, throws the bow downwards in order to put out a hitbox. Draggy avoids it, and that N-Sig is just so potent on this stage with such small walls for Blast Zone. Sidelight comes out from Balloon Boy, who, again, I keep saying it time and time again, will continue to even out these stock counts very, very quickly. The ground pound comes in, trying to do so there. Recovery comes in, double recovery for Draggy, and this damage does mean something. We've seen Draggy close out these stocks with efficiency on both the sword and the cannon. As an N-Light comes out, the nair comes out for Balloon Boy, and they're both just trying to control this ground game. The down sig coming out, waiting for a dodge in, doesn't find it. A side air will send Draggy in a bad spot, looking for the recovery. Will find that one, and Balloon Boy evens up the stocks, but takes quite a bit of damage for it. All things considered, Draggy has quite a bit to work for in order to force this game 5. Side air comes out and starts the party for Draggy.
Balloon Boy, though, trying to hold on here, so close, especially with this cannon. One good string could spell the end of this game for Balloon Boy. Draggy being very careful, being very patient. Saw the side light's going to go ahead and tack on just a little bit more damage against Balloon Boy. Sweat exclamation points out. Big recovery, but Draggy's still sitting in yellow. Meanwhile, Balloon Boy, the nair is going to go ahead and finish that one up, and he's shaking his head. I don't know if he can't believe it or what, but he's playing out of his mind. 495 damage, 218 of that off the cannon, 247 off the sword. So there's another game that he was able to win where he outputted more on the sword than he was able to on the cannon.
It makes sense to me, especially with how that second stock went, where Draggy kind of got that offstage recovery. And I like that Draggy's starting to go for that there. It's a very active hitbox on the wall, and Balloon Boy likes to dip low, especially with how potent cannon and sword have KOs off the top. You need to be very careful of that KO potential, so you dip low. We see a recovery from Draggy to scoop Balloon Boy back up into the jungle. Speaking of which, a big 4-piece open up, drops a side air there off that GC. The ground pound will get punished with a side light, but no side air, and Balloon Boy comes out of the gate swinging, but Draggy finally back onto his own business here. D-Light into down there. Balloon Boy in a bad spot now. Draggy with the dodge out. Waiting. Ground pound comes out with an air. Interrupts it. N-Light coming out. Balloon Boy will hold on to the stock here as that ground pound look to meet the end of that one. The recovery will connect and disarm Balloon Boy. Draggy wins the war for that weapon pickup too. So it's sword versus bow to see who takes the first stock.
Still nobody first to strike here. Draggy, though, has the advantage on this edge guard. Balloon Boy trying to bounce his way over. Catches the neutral light. Draggy trying to come up in the air with a neutral air, but can't find anything. Balloon Boy weapon throw down. The neutral sig is going to go ahead and whiff. Balloon Boy catching a little bit more off of that. Trying to get the bounce off the weapon throw, but couldn't follow it up with the grab to cancel down light.
Cross wires there as Balloon Boy was not able to find the connection. Oh, almost whip punishing that GCD light, but instead the recovery comes in and ends up winning that stock in the end. And that's first strike of Game 5 going to Balloon Boy. Winner of this moves on to Championship Sunday, and Balloon Boy will confirm his spot in both top 8 of singles and top 4 in doubles.
Draggy fighting right back, keeping things super even. He is not going down without a fight. We see Balloon Boy being carried back in by a sidekick. He's looking for that weapon drop. There it is, blasters in hand. What is he going to be able to do with it? He catches Draggy in the one piece with the Sayer's going to catch him right back. Draggy lurking, trying to get some more damage against Balloon Boy. Finds his way back to the stage, right into a Sayer off those blasters. Reaching over, overextended off that side light.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, what a nair from Balloon Boy that gave him the protection he needed to come back up on stage as he continues to aggress off stage.
Side light there, and Balloon Boy completely dominating wherever they meet on the stage. GCD light into recovery will disarm another recovery. The Hail Mary attempt to take a big stock lead for Balloon Boy. Draggy will cross through the ledge trap side light with an end light. The Nair comes out. Draggy now in the jungle state. No dodge from Balloon Boy as the GCD light does not connect down air into Nair for Draggy as Balloon Boy has a pair of blasters in hand. Side light, wait, no GCD light. That D light will connect to recovery. Will KO, and Balloon Boy one stock away from Championship Sunday. Draggy will have to make a comeback here, and so far in the way the sets have gone, Balloon Boy much better at capitalizing on leads like this, but Draggy's cannon, the trusty cannon that has brought him this far in the bracket, is going to be the tool that Draggy needs to climb this mountain.
I mean, this is still doable, especially if he can confirm the stock right now. Balloon Boy in a bad spot. Weapon throw might be enough to do it. Oh, no! The dare came out. I think the ground pound would have been good, but Balloon Boy, nonetheless, is able to come back up on stage. Blasters back in hand. Draggy trying to figure out a way to get himself back in this as Balloon Boy is getting more damage against this Syndra.
Avoids the D-Light. You see the respect from Draggy now, realizing the moment you're in, Weapon Toss comes in to interrupt Balloon Boy's end light. That's a D-Light into recovery, whip punish, and Balloon Boy and Draggy go to last stock game 5. Draggy with a cannon online, Balloon Boy with no weapon in hand, but will pick up the bow. No weapon starve attempt, side light there to start the action for Balloon Boy. The N-Sig does not connect. Draggy will avoid that. No signatures have connected for Balloon Boy yet. D-Light there into the N-Sig as I say it, and Balloon Boy punches his ticket into top 8 into Championship Sunday in a game 5 close match. Balloon Boy is too clutch.
Ones and twos, baby. Ones and twos. A Balloon Boy trying to get it done. But oh my goodness, Draggy. What an amazing winner side run he has had. He has taken behemoths down to elimination side. And I do know if I was sitting down there in elimination side, I knew Draggy was coming to play, I would be a little nervous at this point. Definitely put himself on my radar for this after this weekend. Amazing winner side run from him.
Yeah, your favorite top player's favorite top player for sure in Draggy.
Okay.
I know a lot of people rooting. Balloon Boy will have the support of Red Mafia always in the crowd, but I know a lot of people at home. I mean, just looking at even the prediction, and it's crazy to say, but 25% of the vote going to Draggy, where Balloon Boy got second at BCX. This is a player that has showed his strength in the bracket and has not missed a top 8 yet. I mean, the only one time placing outside of the podium since his come up in 2025. And it's crazy to think that everyone rooted and Draggy forced that pillar of consistency in Brawlhalla to game 5.
Yeah, no, that was amazing. I think Chad, especially after the prediction, seeing him be able to take Vim 10 Kilo to a game number 5 and be able to win that set, I think that put a lot of confidence in some of the members in chat, but for good reason, because he almost got the job done against Balloon Boy. I think that set provided a lot more than we thought it was going to provide, PJ.
For sure, Balloon Boy there. I mean, not even having a silhouette to look at, just completely out of there. He's punched his ticket at Championship Sunday. Draggy will remain here for sure as Draggy attempts to make it in through the elimination side. PR6 of US is going to be looking to punch his ticket, but will have to do so through the elimination side. Balloon Boy, game 5. I mean, that's not like the cleanest way to make it in, but who cares about that? I mean, a win is a win.
He's in. Exactly. Congratulations to him. Like we said, he is qualified for Championship Sunday in both game modes. So he definitely came to play this week. Congratulations to him. As PJ has so put it, he punched his ticket. He's in there.
I wonder how many different ways I can say he's confirmed top 8. So we did punch his ticket.
Okay.
I have to come up with more. I'm sure it'll come to me later on.
But we'll start keeping a list. We'll start keeping a list. Yeah.
Sure. You can, put $1 in the jar or whatever.
Do I get the jar when it's over?
I don't know. Someone gets it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting into our next match. And again, this is another top 8 qualifying matchup here. So I don't know if you have it pulled up, but it looks like
it's going to be Lorez versus Munir.
Well,
exactly. I mean, absolute banger. We talked about Balloon Boy qualifying for Championship Sunday in both game modes. Munir, who is his teammate, also is qualified in 2s, and now he's going to try and join his 2s teammate in top 4 in Midseason Championship, and he has Lorez standing in his way.
Yeah, Lores is going to be playing the Ada, which is exciting for me for sure. It's going to be the 5 defense. It's going to be the super defense, so it's 6-6-5-5. It's a very even scoreline.
It is.
If anybody says, like, what stats does that legend have? If you're 6-6-5-5 in any combination of 2 6s and 2 5s, it's always a strong legend.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible consistency, and with the way the meta is now with the dexterity changes, you want something like that. You want something with even stats so that now that there's 2 stats that are defensive in nature with dexterity being tied to your weapon durability and your defense, it's important. We'll see this now as Lores and Munir have met 5 times in the past. Lores winning the set, or the best of 5, I should say, in sets 3-2. And you'll see 3 golds, 4 silvers, 2 bronzes. I would like to remind everybody, Lores, back-to-back-to-back 2v2 champions, as well as your mid-season champion last year, the double belt holder. There's no belt for this event, but Lores would like to keep it, I'm sure.
I don't think he's got room on his wall or in his room for any more CEO
with
belts.
$96,000 of earnings,
I think we did him a favor, BJ. He would have nowhere to put it. Buy a trophy case. Let's fill that up now.
Yeah, he could afford it too. I mean, look at those earnings. That's going to be Lores coming in as one of the most experienced and successful players here in the bracket. Munir getting his first gold not too long ago. One of EU's hopes, right? Because, of course, Godly's always going to be at the top of it. But then Munir is always in that contention. Now, Ahmed has stepped up in a big way. Akno is always in conversation. But with Munir making it this far, and I think he'll have to be the other representative for EU right now, because this is the last top 8 qualifying match in the winner's side.
Munir is one of those players for me. He's kind of streaky in my mind. Kind of like Godly. You're either on or he has had his very bad weekends. Yeah. And I'm standing at this point in the ones bracket, and I watched 2s yesterday. I already know which Munir is here this weekend.
Yeah.
So that makes me very nervous for Lores. I think that 3-2 split in games, I think that is what we are going to see for the count for this set. It is going to go to the end, but I think Munir is playing fantastically this weekend. It's going to be a rough job for either one of these gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give my props to Sparky, who kind of put it perfectly, where Lores has gotten 13, hasn't been top 8 at any of the 1v1 majors at both winters and springs. But you see a very similar story coming into mid-season of last year, where Lores, the seasonal before, got 7th place and then went on to win the event. And I think Lores is always a sleeper pick, where Lores is like, I don't really play much ones. I'm kind of here for 2v2s, and he's here for 2v2s. He's showed up. He's in top 4 winner side waiting to play Munir again. So no matter what happens, they're going to be playing multiple sets this weekend between the two of them, as Munir and Lores meet each other not only in the 2v2 bracket tomorrow, but also here on a Saturday in the 1v1 space. I mean, that's 2 players that are on a very successful weekend, but want to make it even that much more successful.
Absolutely. No, it's been fun to watch. Some of these runs have been absolutely amazing. Munir and Lores are getting set down. You guys know the routine by now. We're going to do some button checks. We're going to make sure everything's okay. And then we are going to go ahead and drop this down.
Yeah, it looks like Munir's getting ready here. He fixed his sleeve, then he fixed his shirt, he fixed his pants.
And
now
the pants,
he's zipping up So like this is like somebody that's very serious.
Is this a ritual? Like is this like the order of operations every time we sit down at the desk?
Yeah, so a lot of people say, the mentality game is eyewash. I really believe in it. You got to do the same thing every single time to get yourself in, ready to go here. And I think Munir is going to be doing that as well. Lores, though, kind of cut from the same cloth as like players like Kaina, for example. Emotionless, perfect posture, keyboard mouth, just like ready to go at all times. So it'll be kind of cool. And I think we'll see that in their gameplay as well, where you see Munir, he's kind of like shaking off the nerves there. Even if it's subconsciously, Munir has to get into that state where he's able to channel all of that energy into something that is actually very, very good and not a disaster. Lores, on the other hand, a pillar of consistency, both in 2v2s and 1v1s. The posture, I mean, you can see so much in just the player cams.
I'm loving this viewer prediction, though. This is about one of the most even splits we have seen so far this weekend, and I think it is with very good reason. I do find it a little interesting that Munir is getting the better chunk of chat out of that, though. With the 58%, 62%, I'm just going to quit saying his name, because the more I say it, the more that graph is going to change. So we are just going to accept the fact that, yes, these are 2 very, very evenly matched players, and this could be a coin toss, honestly.
I like the idea that me explaining how he fixed his sweater was like, all right, I'm sold. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, all right.
It's all right. We just sit up here with the puppet strings, Jay. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Okay.
It'll be cool to see that for sure, as Munir's locking in here. So is Lores, of course. They got to make sure everything is good to go in the matchup. Lores has, of course, been playing a lot of the Ada, as I've been hearing, or the Mandalorian for the crossover fans out there. And on the other side of it, Munir is somebody that I can't ever get a straight answer out of him. I'm like, what are you playing this weekend? He's like, I'm going to play these 18 legends, and then he pulls out the 19th one.
But the thing is, he could win with any of those 18 legends.
Yeah.
I mean, the weekends in the tournaments where Munir is on, he literally cannot fail. I still always like to think back. I think it was 2024, that Royale run that he did in the round robin, where he almost did like the most epic run we've ever seen and just couldn't quite get done. But ever since then, he's always had a kind of special place in my heart because he just, when he shows up, he makes other people have a really bad day.
For sure. Munir just an incredibly present threat here. I just like this is who you want to close out the game. You know what I'm saying? As Lores, I mean, he's just stone cold, no emotion, just ready to go. So that'll be exciting for sure. Interested to see also Lores is kind of different legend picks as well. The Ada, of course. I'm sure everybody in South America has some version of a Cassidy, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Dusk, which is what exactly what Lores want on in the 1v1s for last midseason, and that's going to be a legend that's always strong. If he's thinking of Orb, I know another Orb legend that just got some side sig buffs too. Thor got kind of almost the same amount of buffs as that Dusk, so maybe we could see that. I'm wishful thinking for sure there.
We'll just leave the Thor to Jeff Water, okay?
Yeah, I know.
We'll just leave the Thor to Jeff, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure Jeff's eating with those buffs nonetheless. Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, Munir has a Thor, though, and could very well play it.
Because he has
Everything.
18 legends in his pocket.
That's
yes,
true.
absolutely.
But I've seen him play it, and he's actually one of the few people that have been on stream that have won with Thor.
Okay.
So this could be something that pretty pick here, but it looks like we're going to be getting into the match here as Munir and Lores get all locked in here. The cross-globe matchup, EU versus South America. And we got Lores versus Munir. Munir is going to be starting off on the Mega Man, Lores on the Mandalorian.
Okay, so this is going to be a very fast-paced match here. Lots of speed between these two legends. Munir, though, catching the landing off that beautifully. We're going to just go ahead and juggle up with the nairs. Could not get the triple one, but go ahead and put the damage down just the same. Lores looks like he's just going to stay foot planted on Demon Island, trying to catch these lanes against Munir. Down sig is going to connect. So is a side sig. Can we go ahead and pull another one? Munir, unarmed, come back. Side light is going to go ahead and whiff. Lores, once again, staying on that stage, trying to catch the landings. Didn't work out for him that time around, though.
They're coming out as well. The D-Light from Lores here, trying to make it work with these signatures. Munir has to work so hard on the battle boots with it being so low in terms of damage build, but the N-Sig comes out, and that recovery will match as well. And Munir, even after Lores starting off with 2 back-to-back sigs, forcing Munir in the red, will lose the stock first as Munir answers back with an N-Sig there. And I love the blaster play from Munir so far. The D-Light, the down air into side air from Lores will be the rebuttal, though.
Great job. Immediately shut down the lead. Immediately got things even back up. It's exactly what you need, especially when you go down for that first stock. You've got to keep things even.
No way!
What? Oh my goodness. Sweat Beach Route, he was still going for it. And when he missed it, he was going for the ground pound to bring it back down. Great awareness from Lores. Big, huge output for off that spear. Look forward to that.
It's cool to see that Lores is kind of putting himself off stage as well. He's kind of the Pogo king, but with the Ada signature kit, you could definitely find some tricky ways to close out stocks off stage. Pogo, speaking of which there, that down six is going to connect all the way across the stage for Lores. An incredibly strong signature side six coming out from Munir. Does not connect. That one will scoop though, and Lores without a weapon. Munir in a great spot. Weapon toss into ground pound, but the recovery from Lores beats it out. Downer comes out there looking for the KO is Lores. That's going to be the down sig coming out, not connecting side air there for Munir. And speaking of which, the side sig coming out for Munir as well, and Lores looking for something big. Another one, letting it rip as much as he can with that down sig.
The back-to-back side sig was kind of funny. He whipped the first one and still was in the position and had the time. Oh, there we go.
The end stick closes it out.
Went ahead and picked up that second one. We see Lores going to go ahead and take that stock advantage and going right back to work on Munir, but he had that dodge in his pocket. Ooh, the ground pound was definitely an option, but Lores was nowhere near that option. Okay, weapon throws out, just keeping away, staying out of the way of the side sig. Lores showing a lot of respect and spacing here. D-Light into Sair is going to go ahead and confirm, and we are all tied up on final stocks with maybe about a 35-40 damage difference.
Yeah, and I mean, that damage difference could be very big, especially with the way Battle Boots, like, you know, it has long-winded combinations and really great edge guard play, but it kind of can struggle in terms of racking up the damage, especially versus this Ada blasters and spear kit. Down air coming out there. Munir trying to make something happen with that Nair. It's going to be a down air into the end light. Side light sending Lores into bad spot. Down air comes out as well. Munir in a great spot. The recovery comes out very early from Lores, and Lores cannot make it back. The N-Sig is not enough verticality, and Munir steals that game away. Munir up a game over Lores.
That was actually a fantastic finish for Munir there. absolutely right. I mean, 438 damage got it done there. I mean, he was outpaced by almost 100 damage from Lores, was still able to get the game. 230 off the boots, 171 off the blasters. Fantastic job from Munir. We see this string from Lores where he almost was able to tap it in off the top, but couldn't quite finish it out there. We're going to go and take a look at the rest of these replays as you see how Munir was able to clean up game number 1.
Yeah, and I think it's so crazy and so uncharacteristic of Loris to go for such an early recovery. I mean, all things considered, he's such a consistent player, the early recovery, and then really relying on the N-Sig to try to make it back there. I mean, that's crazy to think that you were unable to touch, and sometimes Demon Island makes you pay as the wall's so small. We go into game number 2 here, and we get a little 3-2-1 brawl from the crowd here as I guess there's Munir fans in the crowd and Loris fans.
I'm so happy that the neutral sig education worked. I'm very happy about that, PJ. Look, we're doing work around here and making sure our commentators are up the square here. So Lores with the recovery to come back up on stage, catches him with a D-Light into Sair. Ooh, fighting back with the grab to cancel side sig, but nobody was there. Obviously, Lores with the Nair going to go ahead and get the good bounce. Send Munir off the right side. Munir surging, catches him with the neutral light, but no, turned around the other way. Lores is going to go ahead and finish that one out with the down sig, and he's got himself a pretty good lead here, PJ.
That's an incredibly strong signature, and the many, many strong sigs that Ada gets to pull out here, and we see such a big difference in game number 1 where Lores had a big damage lead but couldn't capitalize, and now you see Lores in this game will take the stock off of it. Munir, a lot of work to do here. Another GC side sig immediately coming out. Munir in a bad spot. D-Light comes out, side sig trying to get a reversal, but Lores will not give it, and another D-Sig comes out, and Lores has hit a lot of signatures, and they've all connected, but the N-Sig drops, and the breakdance punishes, but a side sig connects anyway, and that N-Sig dropping was so tragic, but somehow Lores remains calm, and a down sig will meet him anyway, and no matter what direction he's throwing out the signatures, it covers everything. Munir smiles and realizes this is a ridiculous signature kit.
Because he realized, I mean, moth to flame at this point. Every time Lores pulls that down signature button, Munir is just like, let me jump right in that. This looks great. Water's warm. It's fine. Munir, though, a little out of the way for the Sair. That's going to put Lores in an awkward position. And finally, able to get rid of that pesky first stock on Lores.
Yeah, going to be very important for sure. Especially starting off with that N-Sig from Munir to get that anti-air and kind of send away. It's going to be very important for him for sure. They open up there with the side air, landing down air, trying to set up an offstage play with the side light. That will whip punish the down air, but the side air does not connect. A side air from Lores, and this is a big edge guard recovery into the Nair and just continuing to rack up damage. And we're starting to approach the signature percent, or maybe it's just the down airs here. Signature damage color, I should say. Side light coming out.
I mean, I think we're getting to a go next situation. Munir is having a horrible time trying to get anything going against Lores. Okay, there we go. The Flame Sword's going to come out, catch a little bit, but Lores is going to tap it in. There we go. The recovery off the blasters, and we're going to pull out Mine Sparky's brutal poster because that was a brutal game. Lores taking control there.
Is that accurate? 11 signatures, 64% accuracy, 526 damage. Again, 526 damage dealt on Spear. That is 2v2 numbers. He's doing it in a 1v1 versus a Legend that doesn't even have a lot of defense.
Almost double the damage off of Spear alone than Munir put out from his entire Legend that game.
That's... no, it is just more. It is just double. It's more than double, right? Because he did 262. Mm-hmm. Don't put me on the spot here with the numbers.
No, let's get the spotlights.
Yeah, 524, 587 from Lores. That's more damage. That's crazy.
No, that's crazy because it was such an interesting stat for that game number 1 that Munir was able to go ahead and win. But I really thought that being able to get the win, but having less damage, I really didn't think that was going to translate very well going through the rest of the set. And Lores showed us exactly why that game plan wasn't going to work for Munir anymore. He has got to figure out a way to build up good damage against this Ada and try to secure a solid win here.
Yeah, and you see just Super Stances coming in for Ada in such a big way now. The weakness that you had is gone, and Munir in a bad spot, and your stock is gone as Lores closes out the edge guard with a Spear ground pound.
Lights out,
and Lores completely dominates that stock. Munir swapping over to the Tesca, but no matter what your complementary weapon is against the battle boots, it's not enough. D-Light into Cider now for Lores, who continues to rack on the damage here, and Lores is looking not to let up at all. D-Light into downer from Munir, trying to get the party started in terms of the damage. Cider into the down sig. It covers everything all the time. There's nowhere you can go to avoid it, and Loris puts Moonir offstage again. The Cider disconnect, double D-Light into Cider, no weapon on Moonir. Loris with an N-Light and waiting with the Pogo. Moonir cannot make it back, and Loris has 2 unanswered stocks on Moonir. It's game 3, and it's a complete disaster for Moonir's Teska.
Can we let Moonir play the game, please?
No,
maybe
not.
Can he play the game? Dolores says absolutely not. Absolute domination on Demon Island in game number 3. Moonir trying to fight for anything in the air, finally staying out of the way of that down sig and confirming the stock off of it. A sign of life for Moonir here as he finally gets that opening stock, trying to save the set.
And look at Boris, just so much confidence, having that invulnerability and just waiting through Moonir, not even hitting a button. A big slide charge. N-Sync does not connect onto Loris as Loris makes it back, but an errant to sidelight into recovery for Moonir, down here to rebuttal for Loris, avoiding the N-Sync there, and Loris again with control here, up a stock. It's great action for Moonir here, but it needs to mean something. Downers coming out, the damage building up, Loris trying to fight back, but really unanswered damage in this stock, and Moonir keeps himself in this game off a great bout on the gauntlets, but swapping over back to the battle boots, a matchup that has not been favorable, can be very bad here. A Cider from Loris, D-Light into recovery. Is it enough? It's not. But Loris so close to closing out this game, which has been a complete demolition of this Teska. Down air into Cider. Loris, 1 hit away. The weapon toss isn't enough. Moonir, I think, 1 more chance to make it back. Ground pound doesn't connect, but he throws out his with a last-ditch effort. And we see game 3, and it passes us by as Loris completely runs through Moonir.
No, the boots were not it, bro. Absolutely not. 93 damage, another sub 300 game from Moonir there. A very rough way to try and get things done. But, I mean, in his defense, he didn't get to play the game for the first minute 30 of it. It was literally Loris, complete control of everything. The weapon spawns, the pace, the stage. Literally shut him out, froze him out completely. We're gonna see him finish it up here on that final stock. That was a good interaction though, just the dodges everywhere when you're just desperately trying to get it in there at the very end. And I mean, the graph definitely tells a story on that one.
If I'm Moonir, it's like, you've tried 2 Battle Boots Legends now, maybe it's time to not do the Battle Boots.
No, maybe it's time definitely something else that is not working.
The 2 things that Battle Boots wants to do is either get things going from the air onto the ground with like these very disjointed and moving hitboxes, or control the ground. But it looks like Moonir, I was going to say that Spirit Flash would do it better, but we swap over to the Roman Reigns, the Teska here, to try to get a rally. But of course, Loris, I mean, if anyone's going to be practicing this matchup, it's going to be versus Kaina, who is his teammate, and in region, one of his rivals for sure in the 1v1 space. Cider coming out, avoiding that N-Sig is Loris. D-Light into Cider. Moonir in a bad spot as Loris has complete control of the stage, will give some room to Moonir, and Moonir will capitalize with 3 hits, sidelight, nair. So the damage is now even in terms of the damage, but Loris again continues to move forward with these blasters.
I can hear Sparky from here yelling, "Why are you not playing Cassidy?" Just really does seem like the better option if you were going to go ahead and try and lock out a Terrace, but you know what, I'll shut my mouth as Moonir is going to be the first to strike. The side sig is going to go ahead and ring true, and Loris is finding himself behind for the first time, I think, pretty much all set.
D-Light, GC unarmed sidelight from Loris here as he tries to get something going to even up the stock count. That's a big nair into D-Light, into the down air, into the nair. Chase dodge from Moonir, trying to get more damage on Loris. Loris will rebuttal with a recovery unarmed. D-Light trying to get an anti-air, can't find it. Recovery gets punished with a nair. Moonir is now on his demon time as Loris has yet to answer back. Finally, a ground pound will connect, but coast to coast, nowhere near KOing. Scoop, no score from Moonir.
Ooh.
The very end hitbox of it, but no knockback on it.
No, didn't have much force at all. That does, though. Sayer taking him pretty much coast to coast there. Gonna be enough to go ahead and get that first stock finally off of Moonir as Loris is trying to continue to play catch up. But honestly, he's done a very good job keeping this close as early as he went down in the beginning of this. Being able to bring it right back. He's adjusting very quickly to this Terrace.
Recovery there, and Loris has yet to really be hit since he's taken the stock off of Moonir. Finally, an N-Light ends that streak for Loris, who avoids the recovery, gets a recovery of his own. Moonir without a weapon now. Down sig will barely connect as Moonir gets ushered to the right side of the offstage. D-Light into side air, and Loris will be where Moonir just was a moment ago. The scoop does not score. The signature coming out again. The side stick that time not connecting. Another side air, weapon toss from Loris, and that's the side stick to barely connect. And Loris 1 stock away from confirming his spot into a top 8 championship Sunday.
Man, that was a nasty confirmation there from Loris. He's still continuing to control this stage. Moonir, though, going to fight back. They're going to tap it in with the gravity cancel D-Light into ground pound. And that's going to put us all even up here on the final stock. Moonir, though, just barely down on when it comes to damage, but we're going to go ahead and have that all tied up now.
Avoids the side light. Another pogo comes out. D-Light not connecting the down air for Moonir here. D-Light, side air. Loris on a great spot now. Down sig will get whiff punished, so Munir with signs of life in this game is now whiff punishing these signatures. D-Light into side air. Laura swapping over the pair of blasters here. Side light popping Munir up. The signature comes out, does not connect. D-Light into recovery will be enough, and Laura's PR number 9, wrongfully so, and the mid-season champion from last year confirms his spot into the top 8 championship Sunday.
So much better from Munir there in that game, though. Finally getting up there, 457 damage compared to the 570 from Alores. So at least getting over the 300 mark there, trying to fight for it. 303 off the hammer, it just was not enough. We saw that first stock especially, you know, the new legend swap kind of had Lores, I'm guessing just a little bit, but the adaptation was almost instantaneous. Was able about, you know, a quarter of the way through that game to go ahead and get it all figured out. And fantastic job from Lores. He is going to be moving forward, and I believe that qualifies him for Championship Sunday as well.
Crazy to think about here as we see Lores taking more damage than he dealt that game, but that is 1000% because of the super defense on the Ada. This is not a possible graph to look at in terms of a win without that extra 2 defense, and that, I'm telling you, it means so much for some of those legends that sometimes you want a legend that's able to get one extreme and turn it into another, but sometimes all a legend needs is to even out those stats, and we see what Lores can do. I mean, the spear side sig, the spear down sig, and the blasters down inside sig were incredible at controlling space on the ground. Munir couldn't get anything going on battle boots, on gauntlets, on hammer, or axe.
Now, there's for a while, I mean, I'll be real, Lores was making Munir look silly with that down sig.
Yeah.
I mean, he was literally hitting them at will those first couple games. And Munir was just not able to go ahead and adjust to it. But you guys see the scoreline there. Lores is going to be moving on to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Congratulations to him. And Munir is going to have to do it from elimination side.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, incredible win for Lores there. That's going to be so important for him as he, again, confirms his spot in both Championship Sundays for 2 brackets. That's for a top 4 in the double space, and now a top 8 winner side spot for the 1v1s. Lores, the mid-season king, will not be denied of another top 8.
No, it will not be denied indeed. What a way to start off our block. That was good. The Bloom Boy Draggy set, well, just delivered a whole lot more than I thought it was going to. That was a close set between Lores and Munir, and we are not done. There's so much of Brawlhalla still left to do today. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and as we're getting into the elimination side of things, I think the featured stream is still going to be going, so if you want to head over there while we're about to go on a break, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla to make sure to get the rest of those matches, because there are a lot of matches in the elimination side. I'm looking over there, and it looks like my boy Jeff is playing versus Vem10 Kilo, the winner of that having to play into Kaina. We have Godly in the elimination side waiting for the winner of Udega and Flower to play into West to make it into top 8. Moni versus Clem, who is another Ada player or also a Mega Man player, will be waiting to play into Draggy, and Anonymous Alex and Bunny playing. That's a classic NA matchup into Munir. Really so we got 8 sets remaining, or 9 sets remaining to lock in the rest of the top 8 for Championship Sunday. But before we get into those, we're going to be going to a short break. We'll be right back for the rest of the top 8 qualifying matches here on the main stream.
난 요즘 feeling alright.
We're going back to Terminus in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8, featuring Termidex. Excessive mining flooded Terminus with Darkheart and produced Corrupted Blood Teska, Terror Watt Zol, Neo Street Hattori. Live action Orion. Street Sovereign Petra. Play, level up, and unlock new items. And the Deluxe Pass grants exclusive new rewards. The corrupting power of Darkheart returns in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8.
Guess I shouldn't be surprised. I've been here one too many times. I've chased desire on my skin. Let the heat sink in. Saw it coming from a mile. I know it's been a little while. I felt the embers from within. Let the heat sink in. It's all coming back to me. The sleepless nights when it's hard to breathe. Watch my emotions take the lead. Can't control what it does to me. I remember how it hurts. Remember how it hurts, and it's so good to me. I remember.
Welcome back, Brawlers. Whether you're watching from home or right here in beautiful Terminal West with us, we are going to get right back into this one's action. I am, of course, Slow Motion. This is the always handsome PJ, and we are going to go ahead and carry you out through the rest of this block.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. I get a matchup that I always love to see. We're getting Anonymous Alex, the 8-strength Cassidy that completely dominated the NSYNC Unleashed community event, versus Bunny, a crowd favorite, the edge-guarding master herself. We're going to be seeing a very close match, and a matchup we see all the time, but here it's going to be at a mid-season land.
I bet we see a lot of acts. But there's a lot of acts in this next game, if you were going to ask me. But we're going to go ahead and you guys see, of course, the legends that we used to sing is going to be a Bunny on the Rayman, Anonymous Alex on the Taros. But, you know, with everything that's going on since the meta changes and everything since the last tournament we had, I don't believe anything that I see.
Yeah, I mean, Anonymous Alex, we know for sure is going to be on the Cassidy here. It's going to be Super Strength Cassidy, 8 strength. You're going to be seeing Bunny continuously playing the Rayman and making it all the way here into a potential spot into the top 8. I believe they have to play one more after this. So we are currently in 2 matches away from making it in through the top 8 side of things. The winner of this is going to be playing into Moon Year in order to win this one out. So this is going to be a very, very close set. So once again, you're going to want to tune in here, and as well as a featured stream on twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla for all your Brawlhalla action here, as we are ready to get the last 8 matches underway to see who's going to be making it into Championship Sunday through the elimination side.
Very exciting indeed. And yes, Anonymous Alex was kind of on a lot of our minds. You know, Sparky talked about him on the pre-show. The absolute performance that we saw, was it last weekend or the weekend before?
Last weekend.
Was it last weekend?
Yeah, I think
yes.
So.
I mean, knocking everybody out of that event. I mean, knocking Marking Moo out of that event.
Beating Balloon Boy in that
Balloon
event.
Boy. Like,
Yeah.
Anonymous Alex has been absolutely on one here lately. You see, he is yet to podium, which I do find interesting. But of course, been to top 32 27 times. And also, we can go ahead and add one more to that top 8, I imagine.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, you have to play Bunny, which I believe he has a relatively decent matchup spread versus, if I'm not mistaken. But Bunny, you know, she's the player that if she got away with everything she wants in her mind, I think she'd probably be the best player we've ever seen.
I think you're right about that.
Like if everything that Bunny like cooks up in her grand kitchen of offstage plays
there's
always work,
vision.
Yeah.
There's always vision, absolutely.
There's this thing like if you can click a button, and it's like a bunch of different ones on Twitter, Bunny would click the if I can make every edge guard work, and Bunny would immediately, it'd be better than Millionaire or whatever, because Bunny would just win everything, and that's what she brings to the table, as well as being a big time content grinder.
Yes.
Loves to stream a lot and always talking about the game, so we love to see that for Bunny as she locks in here, getting ready to face down a very formidable threat, and one that is kind of, you know, has a massive kind of aura around him, just because of the fact that everyone is so worried about this Cassidy pick. And I was talking to him earlier in the day, and he's like, I was watching South America, Typhy did it, I was like, I'm going to use it, and he said, I'm going to keep playing it until changes happen to Cassidy, if they ever do.
If they ever do. All right, we don't have to wait any longer. We're going to see how this one is going to go ahead and break down. Is Bunny, Anonymous Alex, game number 1, of course, like you call it, the Cassidy for Anonymous Alex. Bunny rocking that Rayman. Let's have to see here as we are absolutely locked in on neutral. There, Anonymous Alex going to go ahead and let it swing with the sidelight, but we are playing footsies here in the middle of game number 1.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage already to start off here. As Anonymous Alex looking for that nair to continue. Bunny with a nair as well, and Anonymous Alex, side light coming in, D-light into side air. And look at the damage build. I mean, it's just been like 6 or 7 hits here, and it's just so much damage already. Side light waiting, Bunny with the gauntlets, side sig will come out. That's going to be the great, one of the biggest important signatures in the Cassidy kit here, and Bunny will avoid the first one. And speaking of which, a slide charge side sig into the stage will catch Anonymous Alex, who has no weapon. Even with all that dexterity, weapon toss comes in, and Anonymous Alex on the blasters, the weapon, not the weapon of choice, as he throws it away here, realizing a weapon would spawn for Bunny. A haymaker comes in, Bunny with a GC side light into down air, a bit of a trap. The nair does not connect, the weapon toss will though, and Bunny has no more resources to make it back. And speaking of which, if everything worked, it would, but it doesn't, and Anonymous Alex has a pair of blasters here, and it might be a bluff, and I think Bunny will call it a side sig, letting it rip, just trying to get anything. Anonymous Alex, D-light into the side sig for a bit of damage.
Still holding down on the ground, trying to make something happen for Bunny. Okay, missed on the D-light, but Anonymous Alex right there to punish it with the down air. Weapon throw up, gonna swap back over to the gauntlets. Seeing some of that string potential here, get some good damage build up. Searching for it, missed the landing, but Anonymous Alex stood there, hesitated, and allowed Bunny the opportunity to go ahead and finish off that stock. Stopping the bleeding very early from Bunny, as she is barely in orange and was able to go ahead and confirm that stock.
Downer coming out there, Anonymous Alex jumping into it, and I mean, you just clearly want to be picking up that hammer as soon as possible, because the D-light and the side air, and Bunny now one hit away in the corner. The end-sig will be the option. Another one there, Bunny punished, D-light into side light. No nair to follow up though. Bunny definitely wanting to force Anonymous Alex off stage here. Will throw the weapon away and actually work out another pair of gauntlets, and a dodge getting beat out there. Slide charge N-sig. Anonymous Alex will jump over that quite calmly. D-light into N-sig will close out that stock, and all that strength means every time you take a hit, it just means that much more, and that N-sig is going to be even more potent as a KO option. And like sending off stage as Bunny tries to equalize here, but it's going to be quite tough because that's a lot of damage with that side light and side sig from Anonymous Alex.
Ooh, letting the neutral sig fly, hoping to connect, but Anonymous Alex saw it come. Another stomp Sayre is going to send Bunny back off as she runs back up on stage, gets scooped up into the sky, going to swat Anonymous Alex down with the down air of her own. The side sig whiffs, Bunny with the neutral light. Anonymous Alex way off stage, see the respect, but no, going to swat Bunny away as soon as he comes back up onto the stage. The Gravity Castle haymaker going to be easily taken care of by Anonymous Alex, and that puts him up 1-0. And one thing I did notice, I mean, when it comes to this matchup, Bunny does have a 75% win rate over Anonymous Alex. So we're going to see if that transforms, or if that Cassidy buff is just so big for Anonymous Alex here that he's able to go ahead and knock another one out of this tournament.
I will say, props where it's due, 109 damage dealt on the blasters for Anonymous Alex. So all things considered, he, I wouldn't say, beat what the crowd thinks, but definitely showing the blasters do something.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Western Air Temple, the first time. I think I've seen this almost all day on the mainstream. At least for our casting block, for sure. We've seen a lot of Small Worlds and
Demon Island.
Demon Island. We got some moving soft platforms. Bunny does definitely prefer the stage. A lot of wall to work with. Actually works out for Bunny, who refreshes resources a lot to go for extended plays off stage. Anonymous Alex with a nair there. That's a double nair, and Bunny taking quite a bit of damage here on this hammer. Anonymous Alex side light, waiting for a dodge in, doesn't give it, is Bunny. Bunny down air, side air, whiff on a GC side light. Weapon toss comes in, axe in hand now, and a D-light to anti-air, and it's a lot of buttons getting hit for Bunny, but not a lot of damage or connections for her, as Anonymous Alex just continues to output the damage, and the N-sig will be enough to KO. And it's like Bunny is just like a fly swarming around Anonymous Alex, and it just takes one big swap to end that stock.
She's having a real hard time breaking through that hammer, getting some sort of offense. I mean, we've seen some success on the gauntlets when she's able to get something like that.
Nice.
Great read. Gonna go ahead and finish that up off the top. That was a big clutch move from her.
Just the weapon there falling down as Bunny maybe attempts a weapon starve here. No, throws away that stage control and potential weapon starve with a side light in the wrong direction. Side light waiting. That's the dodge of recovery for the troubles of Anonymous Alex, who gives the dodge early. Bunny waiting, avoiding the N-sig, gets a big nair there. The downer does not connect though. Anonymous Alex now trying to find some footing. Side light into N-light will do quite a bit of damage. As Bunny gets forced into the air. The double nair, that's your weapon gone, and now your stock soon to follow. As the N-sig comes in, that won't KO, but it's getting close. A side zig has something you have to worry about. N-sig to cover the soft platform. Another one will catch, and Anonymous Alex finally gets into a winning position there with a side light into N-light. Bunny unanswered for the next 8 hits, and Anonymous Alex takes the stock.
And every dodge read is turning into 20-25 damage off of that hammer.
Easily.
Just absolutely huge damage output. How do you keep up with that? Another neutral signature catching Bunny.
Oh my goodness.
pulling her right out of the sky, and look, he's setting up for another one there. She shuts it down with a neutral stick, but the side stick coming out is going to be easily punished by Anonymous Alex. He said, I got one of my own, and that's going to go ahead and put her down 2-0 as Anonymous Alex is 1 game away from sending Bunny out of Midseason Championship.
0 blaster usage that game. Anonymous Alex fully on the hammer, and I feel like I love to see that. That's the form that I want him to be on. You don't even need another weapon because you have such high dexterity on Cassidy. Even losing 2 decks still means you have so much where you basically only get through 1, maybe 2 weapons at the most in your stock, and that's going to be so important because you want to hold on to the hammer. It does just so much for you. Might as well just keep using it, and there Anonymous Alex just completely poised that side stick after getting, what, 5 or 6 hits? KOs in the right corner, and it was over. Bunny really needs to pull something out of her bag of tricks to make it happen off stage. You haven't even been able to get Anonymous Alex off stage, and even when you do so, he's always on hammer. It's scary. You miss one thing, a hammer recovery comes in, you lose your stock. So this is a very tough matchup, both in characters and weapons, but also in personality. I feel like he's so poised.
She's definitely finding a very hard time. I mean, Anonymous Alex has definitely been controlling the tempo in the stage control, especially. Just an absolute brick wall, catching her out of the air time and time again with that neutral sig. And we see the damage already build up. No fight back from Bunny. Finally, with a neutral air, is going to put the gauntlets in her hands and see if maybe she can get some momentum going with them.
And they're coming out there. D-Light into side air as Anonymous Alex has yet to be hit in this stock yet. Finally, a downer from Bunny there as the dodge comes in, but Bunny just giving so much respect to Anonymous Alex, actually lets up and goes back to center stage. The Gensig will connect there for Anonymous Alex, who swaps over and cycles over to another hammer, and a side stick closes out the stock, and a singular gauntlet downer was the only damage Bunny's done this entire game so far. Anonymous Alex has already taken a stock. Ensign coming in there. A side light unarmed from Bunny is the second hit that Bunny's hit so far. Anonymous Alex is yet to light up. Chase dodge up, but the nair does not connect. Side air will get whiff punished by that down light. A very important anti-air tool for Bunny.
Yeah, use that D-Light again. There we go. Going to keep Anonymous Alex at bay. I mean, we see the patience coming into her gameplay now. She's trying to give that space, trying to give that respect, and be able to call out her punishes where they make sense, where they are safe. Going to go ahead and try and let it rip and try to get that bounce weapon toss off the side of the stage. Finally, staying out of the way of that neutral stick. She saw it coming, stayed out of the way, and punished it.
D-Light into Nair, and it looks like Anonymous Alex will continue to play unarmed here as to not use the hammer up for the next stock. The dodge comes in. Haymaker does not connect. The down air from Bunny, and that's a big side stick jump scare, but I think Anonymous Alex very smartly there is like, I actually don't want to pick up this weapon because I don't want to have to cycle over to a blasters at low damage. We're going to be able to expose that weakness in my game plan. Bunny, D-Light into N-Light, Anonymous Alex in bad spot. Nair will send off stage into the weapon toss. Unarmed recovery into Nair for Bunny. That's 5 unanswered hits as the gauntlet come in. Nair into Downer. Downer won't connect, but Bunny looking for more. Anonymous Alex throwing a pair of blasters away now as the cycles gets a little bit messed up, but the N-Sig comes in. It does not KO yet. Bunny with chances. Ground pound comes in. N-Light sends Anonymous Alex off stage, who's only gotten 1 hit here. So far, charged up side stick. Bunny chase dodge forward, smelling blood in the water, and she's looking for it all. Avoids the cider, avoids the recovery. Bunny GC sidelight, no recovery. N-Sig from Anonymous Alex whiffs. Weapon toss for Bunny to get a bit of damage, but Anonymous Alex makes it back to center stage. GC D-Light gets whiff punished by the N-Sig, and Anonymous Alex retains control and retains the stock lead, but Bunny does so much damage there and just 1 hit away. That's going to be a Haymaker. Gets punished by the side air, but it's not enough to KO. Neither is that recovery for Bunny. Side air coming in as well. Anonymous Alex is holding on to this game here. Sidelight coming in as well. A bit more damage, just more and more damage racking up for Anonymous Alex, who waits and is looking for his big punish. Bunny finds hers, though, as a sidelight recovery will force Anonymous Alex on his last.
She's sticking to those gauntlets. You saw her immediately throw that axe away, and we're seeing great damage output from her. Looks like she might be able to get one on the scoreboard here if she keeps this up. She has Anonymous Alex guessing just a little bit. The movement seems fluid. Definitely showing the respect, trying to go for the neutral air. Anonymous Alex did not fall into it, but we see still no damage from that Cassidy. As Bunny, back-to-back neutral lights coming up in the air. We see the exhausted recovery not quite get her up where she wanted to be. Who's staying out of the way of that neutral stick again, and that's really been the key. She's not falling into that trap time and time again, and she's able to get good punishes and good damage off of it. Again, another landing.
Anonymous Alex is trying to find his answer back to Bunny's gauntlet. Sidelight comes in. Side air whiffing. That's going to be a big nair into GC N-Light. And Anonymous Alex with no weapon. Bunny looking to get the recovery. Does not find it there. Anonymous Alex unarmed here and has a pair of blasters to try to make something happen. Downstick comes out immediately punished by the side air from Bunny. N-Sig covering the platform. Does not connect. Weapon toss from Anonymous Alex. Looking to cycle over to another hammer. The N-Sig comes in. And Bunny completely changes the tempo and takes game number 3.
It's amazing what swapping up your movement can actually do when it comes to a set like this. That was amazing. 500 488 damage off of that Rayman, and you see absolutely throwing the axe out of the equation, only 57 damage, 455 of it done off those gauntlets. She found the key.
And when you're somebody that is so good at getting those edge guards and getting those very explosive plays, it's important to become defensive even with your offensive weapon. You can say, okay, well, Axe has range. Clearly, if you're going to slow it down, you're going to lean on the more range of Axe. But instead, Bunny's saying, I'm going to rely on my movement as a defensive option here as we go to...
throwing away the Axe as soon as that second drop came in, immediately throwing away, going over the gauntlets. And we see she's going to try and starve as well.
Oh,
I mean, it might as well if you have that much space in between. Anonymous Alex desperately trying to get back over that weapon spot. He cannot pick up a weapon. Bunny throwing it out, trying to keep him off of it, but could not get enough of those stun frames to steal it away from him.
And I mean, this style of Bunny's game plan, something we don't get to see often from her, but she's pulling it out and making it work very well. As Anonymous Alex has yet to really do much here. GC Sidestick comes out. Anonymous Alex will pick up a hammer now. Sidestick sends Bunny off stage. Anonymous Alex was in play here. Endlight does not connect, but does not get punished. Sidestick coming out. Dash jump Cider does not connect. And air will connect for Anonymous Alex, who cycles over to another hammer, but does not get the weapon pickup, so you lose it. And Anonymous Alex knows that, throws away the blasters immediately. Sidestick gets dodged through another hammer for Anonymous Alex. Bunny running Anonymous Alex into the corner. Recovery comes in, looking for that hit. Can you find it here for Bunny? Anonymous Alex is running away, but there's no reprieve from the pressure as the Endlight sends Anonymous Alex off stage once again. Bunny looking to put the closing hit on this stock, but cannot find it yet. Another Endlight does not connect. Weapon toss from Anonymous Alex. He's a deer in the headlights right now as the Sidestick comes in, and Bunny, I don't even know what just happened there, but somehow she found a way.
Like I said, she found the key. I mean, the axe wasn't working. She found some success on the gauntlets, and that's just the game plan now. Back to neutral, weapon throw out, trying to get those stun frames yet again. Anonymous Alex does not know where to swing. Where's the offense coming from? There you go, sidelight, but immediately Bunny, another neutral light, sit down.
Ground pound coming in, the down six comes in, Bunny in a big spot, weapon toss into the wall, recovery, and Bunny almost flips that into a big lead here as another sidelight into Endlight. It's been 6 unanswered so far, and the D-light into side air will be Anonymous Alex trying to find a way back into this game. Bunny with sweat beads avoids the recovery, does come in, it won't KO outright, but the breakdance will, and Anonymous Alex forces Bunny off her first stock in this game number 4. He's started this set off with a 2-0 lead. Now Bunny trying to get this reverse 3-0 going, and that's a big open up. That's a 4-piece and nice bit of damage. Sidelight ushers Bunny off stage again. No dodge now. Anonymous Alex does not want to go too crazy off stage. A whip punish on that N-Sig, but that's going to be a big punish. D-Light into ground pound. Weapon toss. GC D-Light ground pound. Bunny taps it in, forcing the recovery, forcing the dodge out, I should say, from Anonymous Alex, using the weapon toss and gets it done unarmed. Bunny 1 stock away from forcing game 5.
It's just crazy that it's still working. Like, I mean, Anonymous Alex is not being able to adjust to these gauntlets. Like, she is just literally moving around him at will. There we go. The neutral sig is going to go and connect on that. That's some big damage. One more of those might knock out, even with these very tall ceilings on Small World 10. Or, I'm sorry,
Small Fortress of Wolves.
Fortress of Wolves, yes, not Lions even.
Anonymous Alex swapping over to the blasters, getting that GC Sidestick coming out, and I think Anonymous Alex investing in the future here, cycling over to a fresh hammer, which can definitely last you into the end of this game. Weapon toss sidelight, Bunny throws the axe away, D-Light into side air comes in, and Anonymous Alex will wait as long as possible for this weapon starve, and now you have to fight a high dex legend on his best weapon and another one to follow up after the fact. N-Sig comes in, and this could be the end of this run for Bunny if Anonymous Alex gets right back in his bag. Sidelight into Endlight, Bunny in a bad spot. Anonymous Alex cycles to another hammer. You have 2 more hammers to face if you're Bunny, and you have yet to pick up a weapon. Bunny getting an air there will get enough time to get a pair of gauntlets. Side air does not connect. Anonymous Alex looking for that whiff punish. Didn't get it there. D-Light, Sidelight, both of them whiffing, both players whiffing their options, but that's a big whiff punish from Anonymous Alex, getting closer and closer to that winning damage range.
Okay. Both players being very careful. Oh, Bunny throwing. Okay. We threw away the gauntlets. We have picked up the axe. See how long she sticks with it. She hasn't thrown it away yet, being very methodical about when she pulls that light attack button. The recovery is going to connect as well. Anonymous Alex got to figure it out right here. Bunny does have a slight advantage.
Oh, that's a Sidestick. It connects and KOs. Bunny forces game 5 on the back of an axe pickup. No one expected.
We got a set, PJ.
We got a set indeed. We're going to game 5, and this isn't even make it into top 8. This is to get into the top 8 qualifying matchup, but this is how close these sets are, and Bunny's adaptation works. It just has been working out for the last 2 games in a row. Anonymous Alex went into game number 3 with a 2-0 lead, and now Bunny with a chance to get the reverse 3-0 right here, right now.
It was a lot closer than the first game she won, though.
Yeah.
She was able to get that one done in game number 4, but the stat line is a lot closer than game number 3. So Anonymous Alex does seem to be adjusting a little bit, adapting to just the raw gauntlet gameplay that Bunny is trying to bring here. You guys see right there, 41% off those light attacks. And of course, did get 112 damage off the axe, 341 off the gauntlets. Saw some good signature use there. Great use of the Rayman kit. We're gonna go ahead and try and wrap it up right here, right now. Game number 5, Anonymous Alex and Bunny.
We go to Shadow Scar Landing, one of the newest stages in the 1v1 map rotation here. It's going to be 2 very high soft platforms. They don't move, though, unlike Western Air Tempo. Kind of like Miami Dome in that sense, but you can't go underneath the stage. Side light coming out, Anonymous Alex here. Much more methodical game. And with the platforms coming in here, Bunny can approach the air to break through the hammer in the same way with that platform covering that double jump height. And Light will send Anonymous Alex off stage here, and we swap over to the axes. We get a weapon toss into down air, into weapon toss Cider. Cider won't connect. D-Light into Cider from Anonymous Alex. He will whip punish that one. And Bunny just doing more and more in this stock to keep it close, but Anonymous Alex with that side stick might just pull away here. Recovery doesn't connect. Bunny will get a recovery of her own there with the unarmed.
Unarmed indeed. The neutral sigs just fly, trying to set the trap and catch Bunny. Ooh, whenever with the side air, didn't try to push it up, and there we go. The side sig with a little bit of charge on it. Gonna go ahead and send Anonymous Alex off on the right side. Bunny now has a very slight lead. We need to see the extra credit here, PJ. We need to see, we didn't get any. We didn't get any.
Bit of camouflage in that side sig KO for Bunny there. I couldn't even see it charging up. That might be a bit of an advantage for Bunny here. Something to lean on maybe. And Light into side, Light into the recovery. A bit more damage. You see D-Light to try to continue this juggle state. An air will come out as well. And Anonymous Alex goes for the down sig. The first time we've seen so far. It actually works out as you get a punish for Bunny trying to punish that awkward option. And Light will send off stage. And that's a big nair. Anonymous Alex in the bad spot. Look how small the wall is on this stage.
Yeah,
you have to be so careful. And Light, the weapon toss as well. We cycle over to another pair of hammers. Another hammer for Anonymous Alex here.
Dual hammers win.
That's crazy to think about. Side lights coming in, side air landing. Bunny disarmed now, and Anonymous Alex isn't really where he's in his bag, but Bunny picks up a axe and goes for the 3-piece recovery. The third one won't connect. Side stick, wishful thinking. And speaking of which, the side stick from Anonymous Alex, and another one comes in from Bunny. That's 2 unanswered, and finally Anonymous Alex will punish with his side stick. Will not KO, but will cycle over to another pair of blasters where the recovery was wishful and did not find its mark. Downer coming in, weapon toss. Anonymous Alex looking to cycle over to another hammer here. Bunny gets a whip punish on that end sig. GC D-Light into unarmed side air, and GC D-Light into recovery, does not connect, but gets a recovery anyway, and will close out that stock. Bunny forcing Anonymous Alex on his last stock for 13th place right here, right now. Anonymous Alex needs to get in his bag from game 1 and game 2. Bunny, with a complete tempo change, has completely taken control of this set. 1 stock remains, and Anonymous Alex throws away the blasters immediately and wants this hammer. Bunny chasing or running over to the other side, trying to stop that weapon pickup. Weapon toss into the end light. Bunny with it, another end light. Anonymous Alex in a bad spot. Jump side air. Bunny now in a bad spot. Is Anonymous Alex. The dodge comes through, but does not KO Nair. GC end light forcing off stage. Chase dodge recovery. Another bit of damage for Bunny, but an end sig will put an end to the momentum so far. And you cannot count your chickens before you hatch, because right now the cowgirl might just get it done.
I'm counting, bro. I'm counting.
You're counting?
Yeah, I'm counting. I got the calculator out. I'm trying to do the math right now because this is looking like
a side stick comes in.
Bunny.
It's the jump scare, the disarmament. Bunny on the compound.
Lights out.
Bunny with the reverse 3L.
The
hands in the air, and you go on to face a big demon later. But right now, you get to celebrate the fact that you're 1 set away from punching your ticket to top 8.
Absolute cinema. Down 2 games, she draws the line in the frickin' sand and says that is enough. Shuts down Anonymous Alex in dramatic fashion. 562 damage coming off of that Rayman. Don't even need arms to do it. All you need is the fist, PJ.
All you need is the fist, indeed. We saw 2 big signatures connecting, and that first side sig, I mean, that was so important to close out that stock and retain that lead, and it can be so scary versus a legend like Cassidy that can get so much damage so quickly, but right there, Bunny will have to face Moonier for top 8. What a set that's going to be.
Well, bro, you and I both the exact
that's
same
a crazy
time.
set. Like,
we had the realization.
I don't think they've played against each other before. If they have, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but you got to keep watching.
Oh, man.
You got to keep watching here on the Brawlhalla stream to get that crazy matchup. But
let's take a look at these replays, PJ, because that was absolutely intense. What a hard-fought set for both of these players. Bunny, though, the reverse sweep against Anonymous Alex. You absolutely love to see the comeback.
Dude, that side stick connecting, catching the landing back on the stage there was so big. And I don't know if that was one of the new backlands where you dash land backwards and it's slower. That might have been why that side stick connected and KO'd. But I mean, look at this jump scare side stick. Boom! You think your side stick's a jump scare? And that was a JV2 for Bunny there in that game 5. And
This reaction.
I love this reaction.
So good. Cut it a little early maybe, but that's okay. There it is. Yes.
I was stressed.
I was doing the numbers, bro.
Yeah, I was. I was like, you
out.
can't do this to Bunny, because if Bunny lost that after, like, I'm counting the chickens, PJ, I'm counting the chickens.
I would have walked off. I'd have done.
Yeah,
I'd go ahead and resign today.
Yeah,
this will be my last time.
You would have to hit the Dougie for the stream, I think, to make up for it.
No, I don't have to do nothing because it all worked out. It all worked out. Amazing set. This is why we love Brawlhalla. It's no fun when you come out here and you see the 3-0s. The graph tells the story as well. Absolutely tanking that final stock, putting in so much work. Congratulations to her, and she is going to be moving forward. Going to be going up against Munir here in a little bit, as you pointed out. And man, this elimination side is just crazy, some of the names that are down here. I mean, I know we're getting towards the end. We've already had top 4 qualifiers and everything else, but the names that are still down here lurking, my brother.
Yeah, we're going to be getting our next match, which is Godly, who has a chance to get eliminated at 13th place versus a fan favorite in Flower. It looks like we're getting, I've been told we're getting...
Why did they do me like this? It was such a good set. Such a good set, yes. Let's point out that I assault all of my co-casters on the desk. I cannot keep my hands to myself. It's just how it works up here. But no, that was a lot of fun. It's you love to see those sets in Brawlhalla. But you pointed out, we got Godly going up against Flower, which is another interesting one. And correct me if I'm wrong, Flower has not been playing the Yumiko this weekend, correct?
I am not 100% sure on that. I know that some Yumiko players are saying that super stance on Yumiko is very strong.
Okay.
So it could be, but it looks like I know Gali was playing Sidra in the GV2 space, so could be playing some more of that. Also has a Cassidy and a Bodvar that he was telling me about.
It's another Munir over there in EU. He's got a list of legends.
Yeah, Godly is Godly before Munir was
exactly,
Munir. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's been doing this for a long time, and Flower currently on his free solo arc. So, you know, he's got the mentality. He's got, I'm sure, the breathing techniques to get to the top here. And, you know, you can't start the climb of a mountain without starting from the bottom. And he's here in the elimination side of it. And now you just look up and say, I got a lot to work on. But that's exactly what it's all about, man. You got to look up and you got to climb that mountain.
I mean, I look back at some of my years in Brawlhalla, and correct me if I'm wrong again, but I believe Godly has had some of the most amazing elimination runs. I almost want to say he might hold the record for the longest elimination run turning into a win. Somebody might be able to check that for me, but I feel like that is something I have been told before. But we're going to take a look. Yeah, I mean, it's almost $250,000, bro.
The graph, I mean, every time I see it, the graph, I mean, it's blending into Sidra's canon there. I mean, that's 34 top 8s, 39 top 32s. He has more gold medals than almost Flower has placements, period.
Right.
In both top 8 and 32. He's one off of that. So, I mean, an incredibly tenured player, the #1 PR in EU versus PR3 of North America. And this is going to be a matchup that is not even only for top 8. I mean, you could be like, yeah, this is for top. You have to play Wes in order to make it in through after the fact. So you still have much more to go. Also, the next match after that, we won't be covering, but we got Jeff and Vemtank Hilo. I don't know if the featured stream's still going on over there, but I mean, that's a close set as well.
I love that Jeff is still in this tournament.
For me, bro.
That is for you. He's here for you.
We're going back to Cali, bro. It's the West Coast representation. West Coast, best coast.
I love it. We can get into, I mean, you know, we'll say hypothetically Godly wins the set. Then he's going up against Wes. Who is Godly's kryptonite? Time and time again, South America. How many times has South America ended a Godly tournament run? But we still got to deal with this first. Flower's going to be settling in here. And we see the breakdown from chat. And, wow. I mean, you can't argue it.
Just looking at the Flower run in the elimination side, he was sitting here earlier on, I mean, very early on, and beat Udega to make it this far in the bracket. But, I mean, nonetheless, like, it's crazy because when you're playing someone of godly stature, it's almost like you're not part of the narrative. You're not part of the story. And I think Flower wants to put himself in the story. He wants to put himself in the narrative. Right now, we could all be thinking, you know what, Godly's kryptonite is South America. The Brazilians always beat Godly at lands. But Flower right now is saying, we're not even going to see that matchup because I'm going to beat him right here. He's putting himself in the story, and he's saying, now it's my time to take this. I'm going to take Godly's lunch. I'm going to take Wes's dinner, and I'm going to punch my ticket in the top 8 and Sunday. So, I mean, anything's possible for sure for Flower. He's going to have to do it, and I need Flower to get mean, bro. I need him to get locked in, bro. I'm tired of the positive Flower. I need to see him say, you know what? I'm beating all the fan favorites, bro. He's got to take the lunch and the dinner back to back, dude.
lunch and the dinner. He's out here taking food out of players' mouths,
You gotta
according to
do
PJ.
it, bro. You gotta do it, man. You
He's
gotta
out
put
here
yourself in
taking
there.
food off of plates. Nobody eats this weekend. It is all about Flower, according to PJ.
I've officially given my one Flower clip where I give him a big spiel. So he was asking for one this weekend because I did him dirty with that Marky
So debt owed.
Yeah, debt owed, debt collected. I was calling Marky Moo his nightmare. I know, but nonetheless, we'll see Flower here put himself in the story here. Just got to take a couple meals.
I mean, when you're hungry, you gotta eat, bro. But we all know who else is going to be trying to eat this set, and that is going to be Godly. I mean, we already saw he's won more tournaments than I can even count. I mean, he is Godly for a reason. But Flower, very, very unique movement, especially on the Yumiko. If we see that, very just, having to worry about those traps, the different play style that comes from that. And we're going to get a Bodvar, a default base skin Bodvar.
Versus a default base skin Yumiko.
I love it.
Flower.
I love it. All right, and we're going to start things off at Demon Island. Godly, though, I actually kind of like this pick. I mean, Sword is fantastic. You got a lot of control with it. And then you have that range and the power from Hammer. This is a good opportunity for Godly, and I think a good start to try and get this done against Flower.
This is an exact same thing as what Cassidy has, where it's like, okay, you still have a lot of dexterity to work with. It's just very similar for Yumiko, where your signature combos will work no matter what, really, with the Wisps. Now you just have super strength, which Flower is using to get so much more confirmation. That's going to disarm immediately here, and that's a side air and almost closing out that stock. You see the damage output here is something that you really haven't had to reckon with versus Yumiko thus far in the game's life, but now you'll have to really face it down here. There's a scoop, and that's score from Flower. Flower is going to take the first stock off of the Flamekeeper of EU and Godly.
Did get quite a bit of damage against that Yumiko, though. Godly definitely got his licks in as well. Whipping on the side air, come back on the stage. Flower's going to get one on it, try and get a little more damage. Godly going to go low, take Flower up high. Not enough to knock out off that very low recovery from the bottom of Demon Island. You see Godly, though, a lot of respect coming in this movement. Look at the space that he is giving that bow. Going to go ahead and pick it up, though, with the recovery, and that's going to tie everything up. Godly stopping the bleeding very well, only taking about 30 damage on that first stock.
And you see Flower there. I mean, he was able to get a little bit of extra credit, but still like not satisfied with it, because you know how good Godly is at adapting, even in the middle of games, in the middle of stocks even. No lead is safe versus Godly. The only leads you get are the ones where you win the game with it.
We saw the punish off that neutral sig. He figured it. I mean, off the down sig. He figured it out. Oh, big air.
Trapping this wall with this, and that's a D-Light into side light to refresh the situation, looking for the scoop. Does not get it there with that down air. Flower looking for something big. Godly trying to break the mold with that weapon toss into N-Light. N-Light won't connect. Flower now scouring for this D-Light and N-Light from Godly to rebuttal. And he throws his weapon away immediately. Flower now again looking for this KO option, but cannot find it. No down six here, just a D-Light into Nair, but it drops. That's a big drop of a confirmation from Flower, who whiffs a side air. Godly looking to get something going here. D-Light into side air, and Flower potentially could be losing his stock first because of that drop. The unarmed recovery will not KO, but Bo maybe not the best option at finding these KOs here, but a D-Light into side air will close out that stock. And as I was saying, Godly so good at adapting, and you give him an inch, he takes a mile, and you give him a drop confirm, and he takes your stock.
Flower, though, still holding on. There we go, bringing it right back, keeping things super close. Not letting Godly get any extra credit, not letting him build a lead off of that initial knockout. The Flower here, okay, Flower now has the lead.
Crazy. Godly will not try to play off stage there with that unarmed, instead looking to pick up a sword here on the stage. N-Light coming out as well, avoiding is Godly, another N-Light there. N-Light turnaround from Godly. Weapon toss, down air coming out, but not connecting for Godly, who's been doing a great job at utilizing that movement to break through the range of the bow. Landing side air from Flower, a Nair catches Godly, trying to jump back to center stage. Side light in the corner, going for the N-Sig, does not find it there. Godly with a dash jump, side air from Flower, down sig coming out now, and he smells blood in the water as Godly is slowly bleeding out in this stock. Weapon toss going high there, sent into Flower, but not ready to capitalize with a recovery or Nair. Flower one hit away, Godly avoiding as much as he can, picks up a hammer, whiffs the D-Light side air from Flower, and he plays an untouched last stock to take that game.
All right, so we saw the matchup that they've only faced one time before. Godly took that set. Flower gonna go up one here, 599 damage off the Yumi, and very, very well split between the weapons. 215 off the bow, 319 out the hammer. That was just a great, great job. I mean, Godly kept holding on to a lead. Flower would just keep it right there and took it back in control when it mattered. That final stock, when that final knockout was going to be the one that was going to get the dub. The first two didn't matter. Kept things close. We're going to Demon Island. Godly is going to stick to that Bodvar. He saw something he liked.
For sure. I mean, his sword was looking really good. It was a big reason that one of the stocks was taken in stock number 2 versus Flower. I think what you're looking at here is Godly having a Cassidy pick that could be, picked in game 3 as well as Sidra as well that we got to see in the 2v2 space. Sidelights coming out from Flower here, who has somewhat of a control of a lead, but Godly will immediately put himself back in that race with a downlight, a nair into recovery. Flower now. And caught by that end like Godly, the one to push forward here. And now the story goes to him. D-Light and Decider from Flower answers back. A class of sidelights there as the Hammer players clash into each other. D-Light and Decider will clash the side air into the... But a big drop from Godly. The dropout comes out and he loses his stock. That's supposed to be a recovery, but he was still holding down from the GC D-Light. And Flower will run away with Highway Robbery. D-Light into the unarmed Ensig will close out that stock for Godly, rightfully so. But the fact that Godly had such a big lead and threw it away off a misinput means Flower is back in this game with even stocks, 2 stocks apiece.
So unfortunate for Camp Godly there. Just, I mean, you're right. Just had the button already pressed. The ground pound came out, and there was just no way to bring it back from that. Godly, though, being very careful here, trying to get things working here in the center stage. A lot of neutral footsies between these two, back and forth. Sayer's going to go ahead and extend that one a little bit more. Flower throwing the weapon up. Godly letting the sidelight flow off stage. Flower going to pick it back up with the recovery. The nair is going to whiff. That one doesn't, though. Godly getting set up in the sky. A back-to-back nair. Still not enough damage against that boat bar for that nair to knock out on Demon Island. Still, that is not going to be enough. You got to catch it higher than that, Flower.
There's coming out from Godly now as Flower tries to get these anti-airs at the down sig, and Godly will just patiently wait in the corner to find his way in, looking for a D-Light here. The nair, Flower disarming Godly in the process. Weapon toss into the end light, not KOing again on Demon Island. Weapon toss coming out. That's the turnaround. GC end light on the Hammer to close out that stock. And Flower, again, 1 stock away from taking this set lead and going into game 3 with a 2-0 lead. Just need to get a bit of extra credit. You always want to get whatever you can versus Godly. End light into side light. Godly will take it. That's an Ensig into nair. Flower with a lot of damage, dodging through the down air reversal. Side light there, waiting for the side air. Goes for the GC D-Light into nair. He keeps dropping GC D-Light nair. We got to do something else, brother. D-Light into side air comes out from Godly. Will get the whiff punish, but it will not KO. And Flower makes it back to the stage here. Side light checking. D-Light into side air this time. That's the Ensig going high. And Godly getting forced to go for a low recovery. Not a slide charge, but a breakdance offstage, not connecting.
Flower is looking fantastic. Was able to squeak away with game number 1, but game number 2 being a lot more decisive. Godly grab the cancel D-Light into ground pound. Is going to go ahead and put Flower at least on last stock, but that is a very, very deep red up there in the corner under Godly's name for sure. Fighting back with the sword. A couple nairs going to go ahead and connect. That is going to be enough. Knocked out that time, and you see it. Flower somehow is up 2-0 against Godly, and this close to knocking him out of this tournament.
Knocking him out of the tournament to move on to face Wes for a top 8 spot. I mean, Flower right now, I was saying, bro, he's got to put himself in the narrative. He's got to put himself in the story. He's now 2-0 over Godly, and we saw it's not impossible to come back from a 2-0 deficit here. It's very, very possible, actually, especially that we saw Bunny do it versus Anonymous Alex, but the way that he's playing right now, he shows no cracks in his game plan, complete control of the match.
I mean, the usage of the Yumiko, the usage of the Yumiko signature kit is just so unique to Flower, so good at piloting this legend, but Godly says, all right, it's time for Cassidy.
Super strength. Cassidy has made its return on the mainstream, and this time in the elimination side of things as Godly, the EU PR #1, shows his version of it. GC D-Light into Decider, and we'll see Godly use the blasters a lot more than someone like Anonymous Alex, and the D-Light into Ensig will connect, and that's Flower losing his weapon already. Godly just 1 hit away, and another Ensig will be enough, and Godly, the demon, comes out on Demon Island in game 3, back against the wall, looking to face down a 13th place finish. He pulls out the Cassidy and takes the first stock on his attempt to make a reverse 3-0 happen. Flower putting an end to the momentum there with a D-Light into Decider. The recovery will connect. Godly cannot make it back, and Flower answers back in his own way, and we go to 2 stocks apiece here.
Cassidy be danged, because this is exactly what we saw in game number 1. Flower just being a little bit behind the entire game, and it didn't matter. We're still very even on stocks number 2. Godly going to go ahead and catch it with the neutral light, chasing with the side light. Flower going to retreat off stage a little bit, poking his head just above. But right there, Godly's going to go ahead and catch another 2-piece off the light attacks.
Side light coming out there. That's the big Ensig from Godly. Flower will get disarmed. The nair coming out as well. Flower, hammer in hand, the side stick comes out, doesn't get punished. D-Light into recovery, does not connect. Flower going for a D-Light there. Godly whiffs on his, but a GC side stick will punish the whiff on the sidelight, and Godly one stock away from forcing this to game number 4. It's not over yet, and Flower, I mean, the tallest mountain he'll have to climb in terms of a deficit thus far in the set. He is down so much versus his ever-present Cassidy threat. That's the N-Light into recovery from Flower to answer back with a bit of damage. The Nair, more damage, but nowhere near KO. He's got so much more work to do on the bow. The N-Light comes out with punish on the downer. Sidelight coming in, N-Sig does not connect, and avoiding the side air is Flower with his side air of his own. The N-Light from Godly with punish on the sidelight with his sidelight, and Flower now in the kill damage here, KO damage. Downer coming out, the double down air into the ground bubble. Flower gets recovery, but it's not enough, and Godly will take that game and force game 4.
Look, it's in there. There you go. Stone a face a Godly. You'll never see him crack a smile when he's sitting at that setup. Never a show of emotion, but great a job from him swapping over to that Cassidy and getting it done. That the skin, the legend, everything about that was menacing.
Absolutely, even the stage, I mean, Demon Island for a reason to go right back there, and Godly not swapping off the Cassidy pick. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We got game 4 now as Flower led this set to a 1 game away, but Godly swapping over here, and he starts it off the same way he did in game 3 with the blasters in his hands.
Flower whipping on the sidelight. We're seeing, I mean, not as much confidence in the movement from Flower so far. There we go. We're breaking through the defense though with the bow. Godly gonna juggle him up in the air a little bit, immediately getting rid of the blasters. It's knockout time. We're looking for the stomp stairs. We're looking for the side sigs. We're looking for the scoops. Something to get this done against Flower. There we go. Neutral sig will go ahead and put a bunch of damage on. But we're still very even, and we're looking at these opening stocks between these two, PJ. Oh, no, I take it all back.
D-Light land, N-Sig coming in there, and you were right. It was close in the damage, but Godly just able to close out that stock so well. Sidelight coming out the Nair as well. D-Light from Flower in the corner, just trying to put a hitbox out to put an end to the momentum, and the D-Light into side air is big. The recovery comes in, forcing the high recovery, and Flower, a perfect way to close out that stock because he takes no damage from Godly, no extra credit afforded to PR number 1 in EU.
You can just see the experience when it comes to this legend. The options. Controlling what routes Godly has to come back up on stage, make sure he is right where you want him to be able to punish. There we go, another neutral light's gonna go ahead and connect. Flower dancing around with his hammer stomp, Sair all day long, throwing up the wisp. Godly trying to find a way. Flower was not there for the landing, but opted for the starve. Stomp Sair again, and here we go, Flower with a fantastic,
the wisp betrays him. Godly makes it back to the stage, the recovery lands into the N-Sig, and now Godly with chances. D-Light into Nair comes out. Flower with the N-Light though, and he puts an end to that one. Godly getting a bit of a gift there, as that wisp wasn't even on the screen anymore. It was one of the last possible frames, I'm sure.
What a goofy interaction.
Crazy, man. And this high of stakes as well. Could have been a heartbreaker for Flower there, but he's able to close out that stock quickly. Godly fighting back, though. It's not over yet. The N-Sig coming out there.
It's getting very dark indeed, but we have seen Godly crawl himself back from worse positions than this. And there we go. That's a good start to get it done. The recovery's not going to quite be enough for Demon Island. Flower floating, looking for it. There we go. 3-piece on the answer. Send him down. Godly, you coming back up? No, the neutral sig misses. Recovery's going to give Godly another chance here.
Looking for something big here. Flower, of course, having that D-Sig that he's able to work on. That's the side sig there. That's what Punch is taking its top 8 of BCX, but an N-Sig will come out, and Godly has a chance here to force game 5. It's not over yet.
Bro, this is so much riding on this. Flower, of course, wanting to wrap it up. You do not want to give Godly an opportunity in game number 5. You need to finish it right now. Ooh, he's going to finish off with the Sair. The Whisper out. Godly, we saw the dodge come out, but he's able to get back up on stage. Neutral light is going to whiff. Godly looking. Wisp out, no.
The play almost perfectly at this point. That's a D-Light in the side air, and Flower will take out Godly in a 3-1 fashion, putting himself in the conversation for top 8 as he has to face Wes in the top 8 qualifying matchup. But right now he can celebrate in the fact that he's taken out Godly in a 3-1.
We're getting to the point we're starting to see the gladiators fall, PJ. Ooh. Godly, I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card, but didn't even make it to top 8 in ones. I mean, that is rough. It just goes to show the amount of competition that is here at Terminal West this weekend. Godly not being able to, was that 13th? 13th, yes, 13th is going to be his official placement at Midseason Championship. But the Brawlhalla guys, that mistake, that right there, that ground pound, kind of set the precedence for how we continued on. Just could not quite get all the momentum that he wanted. Flower, though, looking fantastic on the Yumi. and really dialing in those stomp stairs towards that final game. Congratulations to him. That's got to feel so good to be the one that knocks Godly out of midseason.
The desync usage from Flower on the Wisp was really good, and it does so much damage. And that's again, the benefits of Super Strength on the Yumiko is the fact that the down sync will always confirm into something if it fully connects. It just does that much more damage, and it's a 200 damage difference for Flower there in that game number 4, where a lot of signatures were thrown out for him. Godly hitting about the same amount of signatures in totality, but didn't really do much in terms of how strong Flower was in that game. That's a clean game 4, and Flower, for a moment, gets to celebrate the fact he took out Godly, but has to face down West for 9th.
Yeah, that's still have the South American to contend with here in a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and show you the damage distribution of that game number 4. What an amazing set that was. Flower getting, I believe, in terms of PR, that is an upset. So congratulations to him. They're going to be moving on, but like you said, still has one more against West to be able to qualify for top 8.
One more indeed, and the action, I mean, is heating up. We are getting closer and closer to finalizing the top 8 bracket for tomorrow's Championship Sunday. And that's going to do it for our... But before we sign off,
we got Banana sitting over here.
Yes. No, it's all good. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm watching. I've been enjoying it in the back, too. I don't know. Man, what are these last few games here? I mean, like...
I love it.
What is these last few games?
I love it. It just, sometimes, Brawlhalla is not always the most exciting game, but when it's good, man, it is good.
Yes, yes. And we can see it right here, literally the last couple games that we just watched here. I mean, of course, you want to cheer for those who, like, obviously went into the winner side, the top side of things. But, man, just the elimination run that some of these folks got to do. And oh, my God. Like, I don't think a lot of folks were expecting a couple of these guys, like, making it through the, continuing on into the bracket.
Exactly.
So just like, what in the world?
I mean, last time we checked, we still had Jeff in the bracket. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we definitely have some amazing things going on.
Yeah, well, I have to say, Jeff is out. It's them that is moving forward.
Right, I take it back. I was trying to hold on to hope, man.
Yeah, no, it's been an incredible, just like singles tournament today, just seeing the back and forth, seeing what's going to happen. And I know I freaking say this all the time, but seriously, like, in-person events, like, just things shake up so much that you just sometimes don't expect, and sometimes they play out exactly what you think, and that's fine. That's valid too. But we love it when, like, things get a little mixed up, get a little different,
Always.
Well, I want to grab any last thoughts about how the rest of today is going to go, and maybe what's going to happen until tomorrow. I'll start with you, Slow-Mo.
I am very interested to see this next one with Flower and Wes. Seeing the way that Flower was able to handle that set against Godly, and I talk about momentum and confidence so much in tournaments, and it really does play such a huge role. We now have that confidence of being the one of knocking Godly out of the tournament, and I think that definitely puts Flower in a much better position going up against Wes than he would have had.
PJ, what are you feeling?
It's really cool. The way what I'm seeing right now, which is really cool, is that we have 2 matchups. The one after the break is going to be Bunny versus Moonier, NA versus EU, an awesome storyline. And Bunny showing the maturity in her play in that set versus Anonymous Alex, being able to adapt and change the pace of the match. We also have West versus Flower that you brought up, which is EU versus North America. But we have 2 in-region KOs with Draggy and Moni and Kaina and Vim Tankilo. So while we have, clear, easy to root for favorites where it's like, I'm NA, I got Bunny, or I'm EU, I'm Moonier, or I'm SA, I'm West. Now you're also going to be seeing some in-region team KOs, which is always something that breaks my heart, but that just shows the level of talent at mid-season, and sometimes it just, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So I'm incredibly excited. This Bunny Moonier set, though, I'll definitely be in the crowd for that one.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, the way that cookie crumbles. Yes. Well, thank you so much, PJ and Slow-Mo. We've got 4 more elimination matches headed your way. Who else will advance to Championship Sunday? The Brawlhalla Midseason Championship continues after this short break.
난 요즘 feeling alright. No drama, I keep it light. Everything's going so right when you pull.
간식 시간이다.
너 좀 먹을래? 나 없어. 잘 먹을게. 크게 불태워보자. 배고파. 빨리 해보자고. Time to unleash the dragon. Real powers 맛은 바로 이거다. 디저트도 먹어. I'm working up an appetite. 밖에는 거북이, 안에는 드래곤. 이기는 건 디저트만큼 달콤한 거야. 뭐 거의. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Are you ready to dance with danger? You don't wanna samba with me. My kicks are a bit over the top. Vambora, this fight is about to get funky. Tá bom, let's dance. Ah, you can't dodge boots and bullets. My pistols make the best dance partners. You need a little splash of color. My bullets leave a lasting impression, but my dancing will take your breath away forever. Boas-vindas a Brawlhalla!
That was a weird decision a second ago. You saw Swada go for the D-Light into a ground pound. Likely should have been a gravity cancel down tick. Oh ho ho! Odin helps him out there.
Tell me I'm not here alone. I'm the one you want, then take me home. I'm just love drunk, caught up. Love or lust, what's up? It's all coming back to me. The sleepless nights when it's hard to breathe. Watch my emotions take the lead. Don't control what it does to me. I remember how it hurts. Remember how it burns. And it's so good to me. I remember how it tastes. I like it in the flames. Oh, it's so good to so good, so good.
Welcome back to the Brawlhalla Midseason event. The action is heating up as we're in top 12 of 1v1. Taking us through these matches now is Dara and Polymonto. Y'all, I have to ask you guys your thoughts about the tournament so far. Is this what you expect would happen. Let me actually start with you, Dara.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit crazy. I'm seeing some of my favorite players, no bias, almost into the top 8 side of things through the elimination side. I'm so excited to see them. I'm so excited to see NA really coming through this weekend. So I'm pretty happy about it. And I did have one of them on my predictions. I had Draggy as a top 3 predictions. No pressure whatsoever, but I'd like to still see that happen. Polly, how are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling really good so far. I think like any good LAN or any good tournament, we've had a good couple of massive upsets so far. Some dreams have been made, some dreams have been shattered, but it's far from over yet. A lot of things can still happen. We of course have many more players left in the tournament, and there's still history to be written.
Well, I actually kind of want to know your predictions because I know you're probably rooting for the remaining EU folks here, so. Yeah, you're looking at me, so I don't know if your predictions have changed or whatever. That's why I kind of wanted to ask a little bit more about how you're feeling in that manner. Like, you know, are you going to just go all the way with EU and then what happens afterwards? How are you feeling about that?
I think it's harder than ever to pin down a clear favorite for every single region across the board in Brawlhalla right now, actually. So I think having like strong predictions is difficult for anyone. You can't really just look at the top seeds because they can be deceiving.
They're also all behind us right now, physically. So, you know.
Just asking, hey, you know, putting you on the hot seat.
I mean, I am putting, if I was a betting man, I'd put it all on Ahmet right now for EU.
Hey, and that's valid. That's valid. Let's talk about this upcoming match here. I want to know how you guys feel about Bunny versus Munir. And I'm going to actually ask you first, Dara, on about this matchup.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. So Bunny just came off of a reverse 3-2 against Anonymous Alex. She was looking a little bit shaky in the beginning of the set, but then she really found her bearings. She played fantastic. And then going up against Munir, it seems like they have a 1-0 set history in the favor of Munir. I think these are two very interesting players. Munir, of course, from EU, traveling all the way here to Atlanta, Georgia for the event. You know, definitely the statistics do favor Munir. Bunny is the kind of a player that can make anything happen. If you know anything about Bunny, and this is something that I talk about time and time again on the stage, is that she is an offstage demon. She can make your stocks explode offstage whenever you least expect it. Munir, on the other hand, he is so momentum-based. Sometimes he loses a little bit of confidence in the character that he's playing it, and he might switch around. Yeah, super feel-based.
So I think this is going to be a super exciting match. I agree with everything you said so far. I think Munir, as you mentioned, super momentum-based, feel-based player, but we are going to see how it's going to shake out by actually looking at the gameplay itself. Here it is, Munir and Bunny playing for a top 8 position right now.
That's right, opening off game number 1 here. Bunny looking for the downer. Munir just able to get that whiff punish with the stomp into the downer. Looking for it again. That time Bunny was able to find the downer successfully. Being pushed off stage. What can Munir do with all of this stage control?
Oh, nice dare. Able to catch just barely by the hitbox there. Pressing Munir down to the offstage. Bunny now trying to look for the recovery. She won't be finding that one. Swapping over to the gauntlets instead. Just charging up that signature, but it's not going to connect.
Okay, wow, really nice sider there. Again, Rayman just gives you so much mobility so that you can space it out safely. Munir committing to the ground pound. Bunny going to be avoiding the weapon toss, but it does not matter. Munir has that edge guard on lock, just covering the space with that GCD light into the ground pound with a very gentle stock lead. How does Bunny close?
Be difficult for sure, because Munir right now is going crazy with this axe, getting so much damage. Bunny all the way down into the orange right now, but she's able to find that GC side stick. She loves using those.
She loves that GC side stick. She's using it to get back onto the stage. She's using it to space it out in neutral sometimes as a landing option. Yeah, that button has been really paying off.
Able to catch the landing with that neutralized by Munir, pushing her away with that one stomp stare, make that a second stomp stare, tries to go for a third one, but that one won't be connecting. Bunny able to actually even out the damage here. Oh, I like that idea from the wake up coming up from Munir, but dare isn't going to connect. Still able to close out the stock just a little bit later, and that's 2 stocks to 1 now for Munir.
You saw how nervous she was picking up the weapon after that because Munir wasn't that far away. She didn't like immediately dash into it, but even then that was still too close to Munir. He was able to return the situation. He is dealing all of this damage. He is piling it on. Bunny not able to get the sidelight neutral. Munir dodging through it somehow.
He's feeling it. Munir is feeling it right now, Dara. Another stomp here, pushing Bunny off to the right-hand side of the stage.
Oh my god, the end light.
End light. Pushing her away even further. Oh, trying to go for the delayed recovery off of the D-light there. Munir trying to go for something a little bit more creative, but it's going to be the bread and butter. Stomps here to get a first victory. That's a 2-minute, 15-second game, 2 stock for Munir. What an amazing start.
He slowed it down at the end exactly when he needed to. He was moving around, and at the end, Bunny just jumped after him, went through the sail. Munir just saw that and was like, oh, wait a second. I don't have to do anything at all, and was able to catch her landing. So very nicely done. Munir's execution right now, super solid. He is
We're
looking
going immediately.
consistent.
We're not waiting at all, Dara.
Yeah, no change to the stage, no change to the legends. We're just in it.
I wanted to say, Bunny, she was looking a lot stronger the first stock, so there is definitely some power that she can tap into, but it does look like Munir may have, I mean, as soon as he gets that momentum, right? As soon as he starts getting a good feeling for the game, Bunny needs to surprise him somehow. Maybe with one of those offstage plays that we were talking about. She's setting one up right now. Is she going to be able to execute? No. Munir finds so many of those recoveries to get himself out of a bad spot.
Looking to catch that landing with a side light unsuccessfully. That time, though, Munir finds the stomp. That's the sail as well. Bunny's in a bit of a nasty position off stage, but she's going out through the downer.
Oh!
And Munir said, not today.
That's the funny angle right there.
That's the funny angle. That's right. Wow, that was a nasty stage spike. Okay, I feel like Bunny, this is one of her biggest difficulties is how does she close out these stocks? Last time she got that GC Gauntlet side sig, what is she gonna do this time? She's got Axe on hand, she's gotta get, I don't know, an end light, a side sig again in the opposite direction. Okay, hold on, slow it down. I know that you can't punish that move that easily, but eventually you can.
That is the problem with Rayman. Oh, but he goes down for the side signature! Just like that. That's all you need on Teros. One well-placed side signature and the stock is gonna go flying. Talk about knockout efficiency.
That was crazy, by the way. Bunny just fast fell after getting hit by the recovery and was like, I'm going to just wait for Munir. And then as Bunny said, hey, I got those funny angles too. That was a beautiful GC end light stage spike. And now Bunny has this massive stock deficit that she is down a whole stock. Munir is whiff punishing. He is playing so well.
Out that neutral signature, but we're not going to see any punish come out.
That D-light was in the wrong direction, oh no.
But this is it, you're completely right. It's going to come down to the knockout efficiency. I mean, ask any Rayman man how to knock out on Rayman and they're going to shed a tear.
Look at Munir's damage output. How is he looking so consistent? Bunny left without a weapon off stage. I don't think she's going to be able to make it back on. Munir just backing away. Just wait. Oh, no!
There's no way. You can see Munir's laughing after that one. This is the momentum has started.
Why is he standing up? Sit back down. The set's not done. Set's not done. You're up 2-0. Okay, but this is an amazing lead to have. Now, if you remember what happened in the previous set that we saw with Bunny, she was down 2 games as well. And you know what she did to Anonymous Alex? She made that amazing, amazing comeback. She won 3 consecutive games. It is not impossible for her to make this comeback, but the way that Munir is playing, he's a little bit stoic. He is a little bit nonchalant. He is walking away as Teros and then pressing side sig across the stage. Yeah. So, you know, you gotta get out of that zone. You gotta, you know, relax a little bit. You gotta make a lot of adjustments. We're going into game 3. I feel like Munir still has an amazing shot at this.
Yeah, for sure, but we're gonna see if Bunny is going to be able to make any of those adjustments. So far, Munir, this is not really respecting her neutral here, going out for a lot of these massive options. But okay, Bunny, making something work here on these gauntlets. Trying to take Munir off stage here. He is
so
being
patient.
very careful.
Yeah,
He does not want to fight Bunny off stage, so definitely has respect for her off stage play.
I don't know how else to say this, but it feels like Bunny is matching Munir's tempo. They're like on the same wavelength right now. We're not seeing any crazy GC side six, but maybe that's going to change in a second. Bunny being so patient on these landings, able to get the jump call out, not able to get the down air. Munir just immediately dodging and finding a down air of his own. Side light neutral.
What is that option?
Calling out the gravity cancel. I don't know. We call that option coverage and we leave it at that.
We call that training mode at 4 a.m. with the boys. That is not mid-season, you know, top 8 game option right there. Crazy by Munir, but still, I mean, flashiness is only going to get you so far. So far, Bunny has been doing a very good job here in the third game, which saw some unfortunate misses from both players there. Bunny is going to be coming out on the winning side here.
Side light? Well, the recovery, no recovery that time, goes for it now, but it ends up whiffing. Bunny, how do you close?
Oh!
What was that? GC
What
side
is
light?
that?
Recovery
Three-piece.
GC side light? That was ridiculous. Who does that? Bunny taking Munir off stage. The unarmed recovery is still not enough. I'm still reeling back from that pretty stock. I'm still thinking about it. But again, okay, the end light. She has done it. Look at the damage difference between the two. It is insignificant. They're both super healthy now. This is the best that Bunny has looked. The weapon toss coming back to save her, hitting Munir in the middle of his end light.
Let's see what happens now. Able to push him off stage with these gauntlets, setting up a little bit of a combo. But as the weapon toss doesn't hit, you're left unarmed here. See a couple of good aerials coming out from Munir, but Bunny is able to pick up that axe.
Wow, amazing spacing on that side light. Able just to go ahead and pick that up. Munir with an amazing end sig. It does just send Bunny back towards the stage. Stomps her. She is now deep off stage. Munir so nonchalant, doing nothing at all. Goes for the side sig and ends up getting whiff punish for it.
Very nice punish coming out here from Bunny, and we definitely see a much more composed Bunny right now.
Dude, look at the pressure that Munir is exerting. He is just getting close to Bunny and threatening with the idea of a stomp, the idea of a D-light, and he's doing nothing at all. You've got to stop. You have to stop. You can't keep playing like this.
I'm in disbelief.
He's doing nothing at all, and then he's pressing the funny signature button. That is exactly what he is doing.
All right. Bunny picking up an axe here, needs to find a knockout. The side signature won't work that time around. Mooner setting something up here on the aerial gameplay. The Seer is finally gonna find that knockout, evening things out, but she does have the weapon advantage, actually leaning into the axe here instead of the gauntlets as well.
I think she's caught on to Munir's game plan, the way that he's been moving, but the thing is, Munir can always change up his game plan. He can always change up his tempo, but Bunny is going all the way in, breaking space with that weapon toss, getting in there at the end light, whiffing the side light. Munir is gonna be finding a side light neutral of his own, whiffing the GC side light. We are seeing an axe battle for the ages.
This could be it right here. 1 or 2 hits. It's all it's gonna take for Munir to get into top 8. He's looking for it. Any move that's gonna get the knockout is gonna be a D-light at the near.
Going on.
Stop! It's nothing! I goes for the D-sig!
What is happening?
Oh, there it is! He's still able to close it out. Training mode at 4 a.m. That's the best way I can summarize this set.
That's crazy. I think that's a crazy way to actually play a tournament. You know, is that a little disrespectful? Maybe a little bit, but in a good way, in a way that's fun to watch. I mean, Munir was just staring her down.
So creative.
Yeah,
so creative with his options, and you know, I mean, yeah, just staring them down a bit later there. I mean, that was
maybe creative, like in the way that like a kid like throws a baseball like out a window sometimes. Like, oh, he's just being creative. He's trying to express himself. That's what he was doing. He was standing still, staring Bunny down, and then randomly pressing side sig, and he did that multiple times. In Game 3, Bunny was able to punish that, but what was Munir doing? He was getting so close and just stomping.
Yeah, and I'm loving seeing these highlights from this game, seeing the crowd reactions to this. This has really been this set was something special. One of the most special sets I've seen so far in this tournament. If I'm honest with you.
I am a little sad this was like a best out of 5, not like a best out of 7. And I know that sounds like insane cope, but you need to stay with me. You saw the adaptations. You saw that she was getting more comfortable, getting close to Munir. And then at the end, at that last stock, Bunny, no shade whatsoever. Some of those whiff punishes, absolute spaghetti. Like she went for the sail and it ended up whiffing when she should have just gone for the neutral in that position. And then she got hit by a stomp and then she did like a panic GC side light in the other direction because Munir didn't go for his immediate follow-up. And I was like, whoa, Bunny is like super like nervous right now.
I mean, just looking at her gameplay, I just want to give her the respect she deserves. It's not like it's this one, these specific things that she was consistently messing up. It's just that Munir just decided to flip a coin before the game and was like, oh, am I gonna be alright, or I'm gonna be the best player in the world, and it just landed on best player in the world. Like, what do you do at that point?
He just has so many game plans that he can alternate between, because he does not always play like that. If that was your first introduction to Munir, I have no idea why he chose the specific game plan against Bunny. Maybe he was exceptionally like feeling himself, but he is just a different player every time I see him, and he can be so unpredictable. Well, we do know one thing for certain. Munir has made his way into the top 8. This is a top 8 qualifier through the elimination side. Bunny has been knocked out of the event. Amazing, amazing job, but she was not able to make it into top 8 today.
And that does mean we're not going to be seeing any more from either of them. We're going to be able to follow Munir on Championship Sunday. We do, of course, have some other great matches coming up. You see the one on the screen already. It is going to be Draggy which I know you're going to have a lot of things to say about, going up against Moni, which I know you're also going to have a lot of things to talk about. This is a matchup that I know you've been looking forward to. Tell us what your thoughts are.
Well, this is going to be crazy. I feel like you just gave me so much build-up, but that is the best way to describe it. Let's talk about Draggy for a second. Draggy has been recognized by so many of the pros as, he is next up. His accuracy on cannon, absolutely ridiculous. He's made some phenomenal upsets today. I think to get up until this point, Draggy had to take the win over, oh my gosh. Wait, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm blanking out. I had the information. Against Vemtan Kilo. There you go. He knocked Vemtan Kilo into the elimination side, and then he had like a really amazing Game 5 set against Balloon Boy, who is one of the best to be doing it, one of the best ever right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Draggy's accuracy, Draggy's neutral, he is absolutely next up.
I just want to mention, already proved himself in his own region, but now also at LAN, being super high level, taking down Vemtan Kilo. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, that's an amazing win to have. And then on the other side, of course, you have Moni. Now, Moni, I mean, honestly, what is there to say about him other than he is just the best greatsword right now? And he has been already the best greatsword for a little bit. He has been doing phenomenal in twos, not just in singles, which is so odd when you think about greatsword in a two setting. That's not what you think about. Now we're in singles. He has gotten some amazing wins today. I feel like he's also like a super momentum, very feeling-based player. When he's feeling himself, his damage output is impossible to match. Sometimes his mentality can like break a little bit into the set, and then we start seeing, a couple of like aggressive choices with the signatures.
Yeah.
But as I have seen Moni develop over time, he has just had so much more control of himself. He has had so much more patience. I'm really just enjoying seeing the player develop that we have today.
Yeah, as you said, momentum-based. I just saw in my head like Mugi signature playing. So yeah, definitely can be very exciting. But also Draggy, we've seen those tendencies from Draggy too, right? Throughout this weekend.
I think Draggy plays, honestly, a very patient game plan. Sometimes when people might play a little too passive, I'm not sure any of you guys mid-set coaching, but sometimes when people play a little too passive against him, I have seen him take a little bit to be able to adjust to the flow. Sometimes he can get like camped out a little bit. And another thing, I don't think he's the most aggressive player off stage. When it comes to the stage itself, his neutral is phenomenal. When it comes to the advantage stage, Moni is phenomenal. Moni not going to be on the Amugi, going to be on the Jaeyoon. Draggy, of course, going to be on the Sidra. Game 1, let's go.
That's an interesting choice going over to the Jaeyoon for this one, perhaps favoring the sword into this matchup. We are going to see so far not a lot of hits being dealt out. Trying to pick up a great sword, and there it is, able to get the D-Light bridge too.
Tries to go for the extension. They're trying to get some of these juggles going. Draggy jumping into, crossing up with that downer, able to get that end light. Moni needs to find a way to get back onto the stage. Just goes for the side light, immediate recovery because he thought that he had pushed Draggy too far off stage.
Oh.
Wow, what a
nice ground pound, getting the first strike. Draggy is ready to go. Sticking to the cannon here as well. Moni is going to try and pick up his weapon here. It's going to be the sword.
Moni just shoving Draggy off stage, but the wake up GC D-Light after getting hit by the side light is such a good idea. The side light doesn't send you all that far, and Draggy said it was such a good idea that I'm going to do it again. Moni didn't expect it. Moni going to be tossing away his weapon, going out there for the spike, doesn't find it. Draggy picking up the sword now, and he just stuffed out Moni's recovery, but missing the slide off Ensig, ends up getting hit instead. Not what Draggy wanted.
Ever so slightly overcooking there, cooking a little bit too hard. I mean, it could have been something crazy, but Draggy might have to be a little bit more careful with those kind of options in the future. Able to hit that deal at recovery though, and that's going to be a full stock lead now for Draggy.
Yeah, such a good position for him. Let's see what Moni's able to do. Draggy.
Oh, he got a spot dodge! That's it!
It's gone!
Already! It's too fast! It's too soon! No, that was robbery. Straight up robbery.
Well, that's Cannon. That's Cannon. That's what Cannon does. Cannon hits you with that sideline and says, oh, wait a second, you just spot dodged in front of me, went for a gravity cancel in front of me. Well, GG's, sidelight, sail recovery, you're done.
You just know. Moni knew as soon as he pressed that spot dodge, it's over. There's,
Moni, I know that's what it's like. That's what it's like to fight against Cannon. And you're like, damn, did I deserve that? The answer is, well, that's Brawlhalla. Maybe we all did something to deserve getting Cannon shooting like that, but it does not feel good to get hit by that. So going into the next game, Moni, I mean, his great swing strings looked pretty good. I just think, again, Draggy felt so confident in his wake-up options. He really made Moni's advantage as short as it could have been.
We are gonna see how that's gonna work out now. Let's move into our next game here. Moni actually able to pick up the greatsword first. This time around, able to get a quick 3-piece. Draggy able to return the favor with some good damage immediately though. Breaking the neutral bubble, but not going into any follow-up there. Maybe trying to see how Draggy reacts out of just these approaches before he decides to try and go for larger strings. Oh, but he goes down for the ground pound. Oh, and the second one! That's already going to be first strike.
Yeah, you just gotta shake that one off. But guys, I am looking at the neutral. I am looking at the fact that Draggy is consistently jumping on top of Moni and getting the first hit in. Moni has to find a way to be able to get some more hits in. He commits to the ground pound. He puts himself off stage. Now Draggy is the one with the stage control. The sailor gets stuffed out by the recovery. Moni able to catch that landing. Goes through the ground pound again. What is happening off stage?
These guys need ground pound. These guys need ground pound at rehab. We're seeing way too many ground pounds there. You know, sometimes the intrusive thoughts, they're just a little too loud and you just have to abide.
Just because it's a friend, guys, you don't have to press it. But Moni cleaning up that free stock very nicely. Let's see what he does. He's trying to back up a little bit here. What a punish on a whiff D-light. I'm surprised that he didn't go for the side light.
We saw Moni almost getting some good reads there over Draggy. The neutral signature, though, is going to catch. That's going to be Moni almost knocked out here. Recovery isn't going to be enough either, but swapping over, actually sticking to the sword here. D-light recovery, D-light Sair should be enough at this point. And there it is.
Wow, again, Draggy just in the neutral game. Moni's looking a little bit lost on how to find that first hit. And then he's really committing off stage. Goes through the D-light into the neutral. The weapon spawn behind him. He's able to pick up the greatsword, but Draggy keeps on catching these landings. Moni has to hit that side light. He has to hit that end light. That is where the greatsword damage comes in. And he gets it. The side light into the turnaround end light, but then Draggy ended up falling off the stage.
Yeah, and I mean, almost able to get something there. The Sair comes out. Does he commit to the offstage? Yes, but the dare isn't going to connect. You're completely right about Draggy doing a lot better in neutral. And the thing is, whenever your opponent is winning a lot more neutral interactions than you, you need to make your wins count more. You need to win offstage. You need to get big reads. That's how you win offstage right there. Nice stock from Moni. This is what he needs. He needs to get early stocks offstage. He needs to get big reads, because if he's just trading evenly, Draggy's winning neutral so much more.
Look at the amount of openings he's finding now. Look at the damage between these two. It's looking so even. Moni backing up a little bit here, catching the high recovery with his recovery of his own. That's the string. That's the damage. Draggy left now without a weapon, jumping into Moni's end light. Moni looking to close it all out with that end sig, but the time is not now. A couple of missed whip punishes for both of them. Draggy looking for the side light down and unsuccessfully.
Okay, that's the third signature in a row. Okay, let's see if we can find maybe a D-light. I bet both of the players are looking for one. Draggy tries to get one, but it's not going to connect. The ground pound! No! Go back to rehab. It's not the time just yet. Goes for the dare.
I don't think either of them want to be off stage. They both get back on after they try those ground pounds out. Draggy gonna be sending Moni off stage with that Sair, letting him pick up a weapon. Sword versus sword. The end sig whips. It doesn't get punished.
Oh, that's going to be it.
Finds a stock off the top nonetheless with the recovery, putting his head down for a moment, taking a breath because that was so tense. He didn't want to go down 2 games. He wanted to bring it to a 1-1, and he did. But guess what? The set isn't finished.
Yeah.
The fight isn't over,
It's
Polly.
just 1-1.
It's just 1-1.
I feel like we all need a couple of deep breaths, so I'm just gonna take a moment to thank the players for taking a quick break in between their games here, as we are trying to get mentally ready for how this is gonna shake out.
That recovery from Draggy, he looked at that whiffed Ensig and said, well, I feel like I should go.
Wow.
I felt that, man. I felt that.
That was a man with a mission right there. My forehead, this table, as fast as possible.
No, this is like he just felt like he worked like a full like 9 to 5. You know, maybe just even like a 9 to 9. That was a full 12-hour shift in like a 6-minute game. So nicely done to Moni being able to bring it back. I want to see him press that NSIG button a little bit less on Soiled if he's on the Jeyun. Okay, I know that he wanted to be able to get the stock off the top. Draggy was just a little too late to punish. If you're not confident in your punish, sometimes you just have to let it go, because the last thing that you want to do is whiff your punish, and then you're the one that ends up getting whiff punished instead. So we're going into game 3. We're seeing a switch in the stage. It is now 1-1, but honestly, anybody could take this one.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing I do want to mention about Moni is whenever you are playing Greatsword the way that he is, and you're setting up a lot of opportunities to get reads, etc., you're playing the long game, because you're, gathering more and more intel over your opponent as time goes on.
Right.
The download, as we...
You need the information, you need the data. You're getting so many reads about their spacing, about the way that they dodge, and you can see it all paying off. Moni's damage output is so much higher than it was in game 1.
Immediately go, oh, what an insane dodge. Doesn't get hit by that Sair. You see sidelight.
He put himself off stage with it, gonna be swatting away Draggy. D-Light into the recovery, not enough to take the stock off the top. Just patrolling the skies, and that NSIG is gonna be able to connect. He caught Draggy's landing with it. He knew exactly how to hit it.
Let's see, sticking to the Greatsword now. Draggy able to pick up a normal sword for himself. Before an end light here, will get punished though. Stuck on the offstage, needs to try and get back. Can't find any hits. Can't find any of these Sairs. The D-Light misses too. Draggy, that's like 4 or 5 missed attacks in a row. He's struggling with the accuracy. The Sair is finally going to connect, and he needs to find this knockout quickly if he wants any chance of winning this game.
Sidelight into Endlight, just good coverage. Going through the GC NSIG just to put himself up a little bit higher. Moni not able to get the Sair, doesn't touch, doesn't get any of his resources
Very
back,
nice.
and just ends up getting spiked by the ground pound.
Sticking to the cannon now, as we are gonna try and see if he's able to find anything. Going back to a little bit of a scramble here on the center stage. We're seeing some nice wake up going from Moni, but that's almost a 3-piece. Not again. He's able to immediately go for the ground pound to take that stock off. You tried that trick once on me. This time you didn't even have a dodge. It's not going to work.
Wow, Dragon just really not expecting that one at all. And honestly, I feel like Moni has slowed down his gameplay like a lot.
Yeah.
He did start playing a little bit more passive against Draggy, and that is what I talked about in the beginning. That is what Draggy just needs a second to adjust to. Moni, though, not giving him that second at all. Look at the damage, look at the strings, look at the combos coming through, picking up the sword, and Draggy is now left without a weapon, getting sent off stage, getting denied of a weapon. Draggy just wants a weapon to play with.
Able to finally pick up that cannon. Moni able to get a bit of a string. It's not going to lead to a knockout just yet, though. As both of them are just traversing around this ledge. Monial is able to connect that recovery. I saw him trying to GC a finisher there, but Draggy is going to be able to get out of that one. A Nair comes out. This should be Moni's game right here. The Nair is going to find the knockout, and that's 2-1.
He just played so patiently.
Yeah.
He played back, and then all of his information, all of his data started paying off. He was getting the dodge routes. He was getting the strings on a greatsword. And then off stage, he mixed up Draggy with that crazy ground pound. So what started off with an incredibly dominant game 1 in Draggy's favor has become this super dominant game 3 in Moni's favor. Moni is now up 2-1 in the game count. And also, by the way, lifetime, these two have a 4-4 set history. This could be,
Oh, it does look like we are having some technical difficulties, maybe just some tech problems, keyboard, controller disconnecting, of course. Does happen at LAN from time to time.
That's right. Oh man, but the pressure, you can feel it in the venue, you can feel it watching from home. There was like so much tension, and honestly, these guys are both so emotive. Like you can tell like what they're feeling at any given moment when like Draggy got ground pounded. Like you saw it on his face, you saw how, you can feel the emotions, you know. So I'm so excited to go into this next game. Moni, I feel like, has really reeled in some of his signature usage. I think it's become a little bit more intentional. The question is for Draggy, how do you match Moni's more passive gameplay now? How do you find those openings? How do you go in safely without getting hit by, I don't know, like a great solid sidelight? Oh, what a jump call out. Moni's already off stage. Moni getting into the end light, picking up the sword. Just tossing it away. Draggy going out there for the ground pound. Both of them ground pound-aholics, but not hitting a lot of them.
Now, I did want to go on ahead and check very quickly. If I'm not mistaken, this would be, for both of them, their very first ever top 8 at a LAN. It could be possible.
Ooh, Look at the damage. Look at how much damage Draggy has. How did this happen? How could this happen? How was Moni's damage output so high? How did he read his opponent's movement again and again and again? That was ridiculous.
Let's see if Draggy is able to make the comeback here in the stock. He picks up that Seer, creates some space for himself, gets a couple of aerials, but as soon as Moni gets that sideline, I know everyone watching this game is holding their breaths.
Huge GCN lane. Moni is off stage, but Draggy didn't go out there through the edge guard. Now he goes out through the weapon toss. He goes through the gravity cancel breakdance. He goes through the recovery, but Moni is back onto the stage. Draggy was not able to seal it out. He should have gone out there through like a GCD light.
Do I smell a D-Sig or something to close the stock? Draggy has barely used any signatures whatsoever, which is something where we see Draggy use a lot of signatures, but against Moni he's being a lot more conservative with his usage there. So we're gonna see maybe that's something that can come into play later. Moni going immediately far up into the air to try and make something happen on the unarmed here.
He is staying on top of Moni. He is getting a hit, and he is just not backing away at all. Look at him. Recovery landed onto the platform, try to catch the landing with a sidelight. Now he's going to go in again.
Yeah.
He catches him with the reverse because it is such an active hitbox. He gets a jump call out. That time he backs away because he wasn't confident that he had a follow-up.
Oh, the missed D-light, wrong direction. Sidelight didn't have enough reach either. Moni immediately able to okay. Oh, I thought that was almost about to be it. Almost gets the 3-piece into the GC finisher, and that is going to be Moni now. One stock away from a top 8 at midseasons.
But you can't count out Draggy. He's definitely feeling the emotions, but he's got to pull himself back together if he wants to at least take this to a game 5. The end light going to be setting off stage. Goes out there through the end sig. He's using up all of his options. He cannot get the reversal off stage against Moni. He wasn't able to get the whiff punish on the whiff recovery. Draggy being put off stage here. Good patience from him knowing he could not get a whiff punish on that sidelight.
Trying to set something up here aerially. Right now, a recovery is all Draggy wants. Nairs are gonna fly out, but none of them are hitting. Sidelight there, not going to completely catch Moni either. The D-line recovery will be enough, and that's one stock each now.
Such amazing patience. He was not throwing out KO options. He wasn't forcing anything. He was just getting close to Moni and waiting for him to just mess up a little bit. But now Moni still has the lead. He gets a sidelight, no follow-up. Moni's able to get the unlight, putting Draggy off stage. Wait a second, he got stuck under the stage for a second. Moni gonna make it back on. Draggy's gonna make it back on.
So many recoveries.
I don't know if off stage is the game. I think they want to play this all on
There's
stage.
so many recoveries. They're just looking for the finishing blow right now. But he sets up the 2-piece. Almost gets the follow-up. Oh, this time around it's gonna connect, but it's not enough to find the knockout. He swaps over to the sword. D-line recovery, and that's going to be it. Mana is in top 8.
How did he know? He waited, he was swinging, he was moving all the way around, and then at the end, he knew exactly when Draggy wanted to go in for an attack. And honestly, I just saw shades of views in that like GCD light. It's just moving, overwhelming them with options, and then stop, do nothing at all, jump GCD light behind you to catch the cross-up. So amazing gameplay from Moni. A little bit of a heartbreaker that is Draggy getting eliminated before the top 8. But honestly, how can you not love both of these players on the stage?
For sure. I would not have expected this to be so strong in the favor of Moni, especially towards the end. I'm definitely very, very surprised by how incredibly well he played. But as I mentioned at the start, man, he plays a long game. He has that download factor. He tries to improve from game to game, especially with his playstyle, which is very reading dependent. Yeah, so super nice stuff. Draggy, that is going to be the end of their run.
That's some amazing clips with that set too.
Yeah.
You know, not even just in the gameplay, just in the cams, guys. So that was awesome. But yeah, no, I really do mean it. I was like getting shades of views at the end. He was just getting so patient. He was just covering all of Draggy's options. It felt definitely like a little bit suffocating, right? Like you don't know how to get in against him, and you don't know how to reset neutral. And with the dex changes, honestly, they've changed the game so much with when people are losing their weapons. Like you can just see how quickly Draggy lost his weapon after just like 1 or 2 great sword streaks.
Yeah, and we did see towards the very end Draggy starting to use those signatures. As I mentioned, it was a little bit of a ace up his sleeves that he could use because he didn't really throughout the entire set. But still, it was just too little, too late. Maybe almost a sign of desperation towards the end.
Yeah. A little bit of a heartbreaker for me. I was really hoping Draggy would make it a little bit further, but honestly, still just so happy to see Moni advance into the top 8 through the elimination side, because honestly, he does deserve it. He's a player that I looked at, like, you know, I want to say a year ago, I said, yeah, in a couple of years, or maybe even at the end of 2025 or 2026, he is going to be, like, consistently top 3ing everything. And we're beginning to see, like, why. Like, in the beginning of a set, he's collecting information, he's getting data, and then at the end of it, the way that he makes you panic after just one attack is absolutely ridiculous. He knows how to embody the Great Sword fear factor.
The compounding pressure and fear, right? It's on top of the conditioning that he's got going. So it's definitely going to be fun to be able to follow them more tomorrow. But we do have more games for you guys. We have 2 sets remaining, and the first one is going to be Kaina and Vemtang Kilo. But before we get into any of that, we are going to be taking a very short break. So I believe we're going to be seeing you guys in just a couple of minutes. Make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
난 요즘 feeling alright. No drama, I keep it light. Everything's going so right. When you pull up right on time. 생각지도 못한.
3, 2, 1. We're going back to Terminus in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8. Featuring Termidex. Excessive mining flooded Terminus with Darkheart and produced Corrupted Blood Teska. Terror Watt Zol. Neo Street Hattori. Live Action Orion. Street Sovereign Petra. Play, level up, and unlock new items. And the Deluxe Pass grants exclusive new rewards. The corrupting power of Darkheart returns in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8. Bison. Ken. I'm a ghost, I'm trying to put their lights out. What I do, I prove that I'm the best here. Sakura. Check the moves, I move just like a chess here. That's on the dude, no fool, I break them straight here. Dawson. About to score, you can check in his vibe. If you scared, you scared. About to get in this guy, she about to see the check to turn into Mr. Hyde, I mean. Blue. What a bitch man. We are here to play the game. We are here to change the game. You don't have a name. We are here to play the game. We are here to change the game.
You've been waiting for me, I've been right here, now you see. All along I was the dream, can you make it up to me? Up, up, up. Take it up a notch, notch, notch. I've been patient, it's true. I had faith you would come through. I'm done holding up for you. Tell me what you're gonna do. Up, up, up. Take it up a notch, notch, notch. Yeah. Show me what it's like to carry me. All the world's already at my feet. I don't fall in love so easily. Make my heart beat go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mid-Season Championships. We are going to be going through the rest of our top 12 matches. These are the elimination side qualifiers to see who is going to make it into the top 8. We have 2 more sets coming up. I am Daria, joined by the one and only Polly Monto. We have some amazing stuff coming on up. But first, Polly, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. It's been a great weekend so far. It's been, I think I speak for all of the players and everyone here when I say that the vibes have been immaculate and the gameplay has been even better. And it looks like the Brawlhalla community is just going to keep on delivering good gameplay because we got Kaina and Vemtankilo getting ready to join up in the lobby.
Now, we see Kaina here. Kaina is a legend of Brawlhalla at this point. Everybody knows Kaina, and by the way, so is Vemtankilo, but Kaina, even more so, he has all these earnings. Everybody knows him as the neutral god, the Telos god. But today, in bracket, I was seeing him on the Azoth, and not just any Azoth, a D-Sig, side-Sig, slightly spamming Azoth, which heals my soul. Now, that's what I would like to see. Is he going to go that Azoth against Vemtankilo? I don't actually know, but I have my fingers crossed, because for those of you guys that don't know that I'm an Azoth main, and Azoth desperately needs a crossover. Devs, you better be listening. Kaina has been embodying Azoth in both 2s and in 1s. So that's what I would like to see. If it's going to be the Telos, that is still a treat, because he is just such a, he is so confident in neutral.
Yeah, so definitely cycling through the different accelerators that he has, which is interesting because I remember off of last year, whenever we saw some nerfs coming out onto Teros, he actually wasn't really trying out the different accelerators. He was leaning much more into the hammer. So defining himself in the year of 2026 more and more as an axe player has definitely been a fun development to see. Now Vemtankilo, on the other hand, very wide legend repertoire. Don't really know what we could expect from them today. We see that Petra locked in right now, which it looks like they've been pretty locked in on all weekend. But they have a pretty large backburn of legends that they can go to if they want to.
Also, something I want to quickly mention is that Vemtankilo and Kaina, they have this massive set history against each other. But right now, Vemtankilo is second on the South American PR, whereas Kaina is third. So statistically, Vem is the one that should be with the higher channel points, guys. Fix it. Also, the last set that they played, that was a game 5 in the favor of Vemtankilo. So, everybody knows Kaina because, again, he's just had so much history as being the king of South America. But Vemtankilo has so many amazing results of his own to back it up. 10-4 in the favor of Kaina, but these guys do go a little bit back and forth. Recently, most of the sets have been in Kaina's favor, but the last one has been for Vemtankilo. So this could honestly go in any direction.
Yeah, it definitely can. Now, I just gotta say, I am not really in the SA community, but from what I understand, it feels like Vem gets a lot more respect in the SA community than it does outside. Like, you ask any player, what do you think about Vem? And you're gonna see them like dead stare for 3 seconds, and they'll be like, he's good. He has a lot of respect in the SA community.
That's right. Yeah, Kaina definitely, I feel like, just more internationally recognized by just the greater Brawlhalla scene at this point. But we got to put respect on both of the names. I don't want to just make this about Kaina, of course. It's about the both of them. So yeah, I'd like to see that. Vemtankilo on the Petra, definitely a menace. I got to see some of his set in the winner's side today. Or some of his sets, I should say, in the winner's side today.
We all saw the set against Draghi. That's the one we have most recent in memory. Also, Kaina getting knocked down by Ahmet. These are both of the games that we were able to see on the stream, which have led them now to the elimination side. Because do keep in mind, although these guys are both elite, this is actually elimination side, which does mean one of them is unfortunately going home with a 9th placement here in the 1v1 side of things.
You know, it's crazy. The last 2 sets of the winner's side of top 32, all of them, none of them have been like 3-0s except for just like 2 of them. All of the winner's side top 8 qualifying matches were either 3-2s or 3-1s, and I was watching them live. They were all so close. Any one of these players that are now in the eliminations could have easily been also in the winner's side. They were not easily beat. Everybody had to fight for their spot.
And I think that's definitely going to be the name of the game here. None of these players are going to let up a W easily, as we see the players getting locked in and we see the Teros on the screen.
No Azoth to be found, but that's okay, that's fine. I'm still hyped for this all the same. Kaina, let's see what you got for us. Vem gonna be picking up the orb, looking to catch that landing with the sidelight, not able to find it. Neutrally just to be able to juggle a little bit. Endlight as a get off me option. Sidelight, silent, 2 combo, knocking away Kaina's weapon.
Already disarmed. Here you go. Sticking to the gauntlets now, trying to find a grounded option there, but Kaina is going to be able to pick up that hammer. Endlight is not going to be connecting. Actually, immediately going for that offstage, trying to make something big happen with that recovery.
Vem just staying on top of his opponent through continuing the onslaught. He missed the first recovery after the sidelight, but then he said, hey, I got a gravity cancel still available. GC sidelight into the recovery, was able to do it. His damage lead right now is also pretty massive.
Yeah, kind of having a little bit of a hard time finding hits here. You are going to find that neutralite, also disarming them. We get the weapon starve. Yes, we do. Sticking to the hammer here. No aerial options. We will be seeing one in air, but that's the one time where Vem is actually on the ground. Finally able to pick up that stomps there.
Amazing patience.
Find a knockout here.
He is just not like throwing out these buttons. He is waiting until the last possible second to go through these D-lights, and then he seems to be always connecting them. The end light, I think he just thought that was going to KO from the center of the stage, and he was just barely off, landing with the Sailor that is going to be able to do it, and now it is 2 stocks to 2.
Reading the drift there, very nicely done by Kaina, finding that Sair to get that knockout, but Vem does have that damage lead right now, picking up the gauntlets. This is 2 or 3 good gauntlet reads, maybe 1 or 2 good gauntlet reads away from a knockout. Make that 1 gauntlet read. NSA comes out, won't find it, tries to get that recovery. Second time around, it's gonna connect. That's a full stock lead for Vem Tankilo.
Vem is doing a really good job of just keeping up his advantage state against Kaina. He is staying on top of him. Kaina doing a good job of catching a lot of these approaches with the sidelight.
See what they're able to do here. Both of them just scrambling in the neutral game. Neutralite is going to be in the wrong direction, trying to read a cross up there. D-Light is going to disarm. Does he find a grounded option, looking for these stomps.
Just stomping away, whiffs that one, but that's okay. Vem did not have a whiff punish ready, just able to throw out an Endlight, kind of dashing in, dashing out, dashing in, dashing out, waiting for Vem to make a mistake and catching his landing. Kind of just a juggling god. He is so good at just making sure you never touch the ground again.
Still leaning very heavily into the grounded gameplay, seeing a lot of stomps coming out from him, so definitely something that Vem potentially can exploit is his lack of committing to the aerial gameplay. Now finally able to pick up that D-Light there. Could this be a clutch for Kaina, or is Vem going to be able to close it out? We see the GC sidelights here, not going to be enough to find the knockout, but Kaina is in a bad position right here. He's able to get back up to the stage though.
Oh my god, there it is again. The sidelight into the recovery. Vem just so good, so consistent, making sidelight recovery look consistent, which you just have to have such a good idea about how your opponent is going to dodge, if they have one at all, that is. I think Kaina was so good when he had Vem off stage. When it came to his own edge guarding, I mean, it was amazing. He was just sometimes walking up a little bit close, mixing up his timing with a lot of these D-lights, but Vem stayed on top of Kaina.
Yeah, for sure. Putting out a lot of pressure all the time. Now, one thing, I mentioned it during the game, I feel like in a lot of cases, whenever Vem is trying to land, kind of opting to go for a lot of stomps and end lights instead of jumping up and throwing out an air. Now, I know that kind of, he respects ground control a lot, and by jumping up and throwing out an air, you are kind of giving that away. But that is definitely something that can be changed in the gameplay if it's something that Vem starts exploiting.
Oh, Vem wanted to go for it all, and kind of saying, not against me. Not today. You can't try to cheese my stock. I got the same for you.
Yeah, the cheeser just got cheese. That's what happened.
That's right. Well, all funnies here. Okay, Vem off stage once again. How does he find a way to make it back on? Kind of just getting close, walking away, and waiting for Vem to make a mistake. That is what makes Kaina's game plan so devastating.
Alright, let's see if he's going to be able to make it back to the stage here. Throwing out a Sair before he tries to do so. Weapon toss isn't going to connect. GC sidelight won't fight it either. We saw the sweat beats coming out. That would have been the knockout. I love that idea by Vem, but spaced it, read the movement ever so slightly wrong. Kaina's doing an amazing job at racking up damage though. The D-Sig will find a knockout. This is 3 stocks to 1 right now. Look at that scoreboard and tell me that this is off of Vem winning a game. What happened to Kaina?
Let me tell you, it's like he makes his attack spontaneously exist. What do I mean by that? He does nothing at all until he decides to dash up and do something off stage. Or he baits you to go onto the stage, then he dodges past you, and then he lands an attack pushing you further off stage. Kaina's edge guarding is elite. Vem was able to get his first stock off, but the question is it too late? Kaina is up 2-1 stocks. It's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, this is a massive task for Vem Tankilo at this point, and it does look like if it keeps going like this, we're going to 1-1 in terms of the scoreboard, but Vem definitely has some other plans, able to set up with a dare there. Kaina will be disarming him with that neutral light though. The weapon toss and second hand light won't connect, but that's going to be the 3-piece recovery won't connect. Vem able to get a recovery of his own there.
Yeah, he thought the GC side light would hit in that position, but he needs to have been grounded, or maybe just go for the GC end light instead. Kinda gonna just get punished for going through the down air. Vem, beautiful edge code. He knew exactly what he needed, the down air into the weapon toss. And now it is 1 stock to 1. Vem has established that he has that damage output, but you're fighting Teros. He only needs a few hits.
That's almost a knockout, but then again, okay, I was gonna say something, but you know, then we got a stomp there, and that's 1-1 on the scoreboard.
2 is a few, that's just a 2 hit. The true combo gonna be coming through Kaina's advantage state, looking so good in that game too. And again, I want to talk about it. I know I'm repeating myself, but again, the spontaneous existence of Kaina's attacks when he's edge guarding. He does nothing at all, and then when Vem thinks that he's going to go off stage after him, that's when Vem goes back on. And that's when Kaina dodges past Vem's attack and then lands, I don't know, like an axe down, or maybe like an axe end light. And then when Vem thinks that he is safe to hang on to the side off stage, that's when Kaina runs off with an off stage option, maybe just doing like a dash up unarmed D-Sig, or you know, going through just the dash up stomp on Hammer.
Yeah.
He is so good at finding those.
Now we didn't get time to see the stats for that game, but also leaning a much more into the axe. Kaina was doing 285 damage as compared to 46 on the hammer, so that's a massive majority on the axe there for Kaina, and it looks like they're trying to do that this game as well.
Look at the juggles.
Is able to adapt to this axe so far. It looks like he's struggling all the way down into orange as Kaina keeps finding these dares.
Oh, that GC side late was such a big commitment if you don't hit it, because you are now left to land against Axe with no dodge. Kaina stepping up, tries to go through the call out with the silly, doesn't find it that time. He's doing nothing. He's waiting for Vem to do something on the stage, and then just landing with the neutral, setting up the juggle. Vem is still stuck in disadvantage. Kaina denying him of picking up a weapon. Vem landing past the end light, finding an opening, but he still puts himself off stage, back into disadvantage. That time Vem decided to go onto the stage, same time as Kaina went off stage, so he kept himself safe.
Being blessed with a good weapon spawn there, the axe in hand. Still Vem is able to pick up a good combo into the GC end light to find that first strike in this game, sticking to the gauntlets now. See, one thing I want to mention as well, a really potent combination, which is not very great for Vem, is that Kaina is so good at keeping the ground control, and I feel like landing on gauntlets is very, very difficult.
It can be, right? It can be, unless you like directly on top of them and then you have down.
You don't really have you have a Sayer and then you have a Dare.
Yeah, but if you whiff it, then you're just gonna get blown up.
Yeah. It's not like you have a sword Dare or something like that.
Or like boots neutral.
Yeah.
That move is just free. Okay, Vem just keeping Kaina away. He's really piling on the damage this game, Fuli. Tries to land with the neutral, Kaina not able to read his drift correctly, didn't catch the cross-up, and Vem just popping out the haymaker. Such an active hitbox, catching Kaina on his descent down. That is Vem with an amazing stock lead.
Sticking to the gauntlets now, he does have that damaged stock, so he can get a little bit crazy on the offstage because he knows he's gonna lose this quite soon anyway. He's able to find the read. He's not able to go for a massive commitment on the offstage, though. Stomp Sayer is gonna come out, Kaina looking for something on the offstage. No, he's gonna go back and pick up that axe instead. The D-Sig is gonna get punished. Looked like Vem had that read there on the recovery, but he was just a little bit too early.
Oh, look at the amount of times that he is catching Kaina's move, and Kaina is struggling a lot more relatively to find these hits, whiffing it down like that above gauntlets. That should be Vem taking the stock, taking the game, and coming up with a 2-1 lead. Vem mixed up his movement. He was drifting all the way around Kaina. Also, off stage, Kaina, he secured the weapon toss. He forced the dodge out of Vem 10 Kilo, and I was so ready for him just to do anything else. And on a neutral, maybe threaten with a GCD light, and then he didn't. And Vem 10 Kilo got back onto the stage, and I was like, what happened?
It feels like we're just going back and forth at this point. We got Vem winning one game, looking super strong. Okay, now it's Kaina's turn. All right, winning a game, super strong, and now it's Vem's turn. I mean, where is this going to end?
Yeah, they're taking turns beating each other up. So we're going to game 4. Honestly, with the way that this has been going, this is going to be Kaina's game, and it's going to go to a game 5. But we'll just have to see. Vem already starting up with some nice juggles, getting the neutral. Kaina stomp down, true combo coming through, so much damage. Backing up a little bit here, Vem, no weapon in hand, now picking up the gauntlets. What can he make happen? He lands with the down air. Again, if you're directly on top of your opponent, down air is an amazing tool. If you're far away, then you're going to have a very difficult time landing his gauntlets.
Now, Kaina doing an amazing job with the aerials this game so far. That Nair is not going to connect, though, swapping over to the axe here instead, as Vem is looking for a side light, a D light, anything to set up the opportunity to find the knockout here.
Oh wow, that Sail is so active, catching Vem, jumping in. Vem is off stage. This is exactly where Kaina wants him. He was not ready for Vem to fight back with no weapon. Went through the Sail, goes for the weapon toss. Kaina, can he make it back onto the stage? Falling just barely past the down air, knowing it wasn't his turn to punish it, honestly. If he pressed anything there besides D-Sig, he would have been blown up for it.
Did you see the spacing and the movement they both had when they got back to the stage? They were so close for so long, but neither of them wanted to put themselves out there, throw out an attack. It is going to be Kaina now getting that stock back from Vem, as both of them are on their second. He has the weapon advantage here, but it's a big map, so Vem has a lot of room to move around with as he waits for that weapon spawn.
That GC Enlight Kaina saw that directly. Vem said, wait a second, it's my turn. I'm going to go ahead and pile on the damage. Vem going to be quickly making it back. Kaina trying to set up these juggles, delaying his descent with that spot dodge. That was such a good idea. Looking through the stomp, landing with the Sail. You cannot whip Gauntlet Enlight in front of anybody.
Definitely can't. Not in front of Kaina either. God of neutral.
Yep. He does not let those whip punishes go. He knows exactly when it is his green light. Stepping up, able to get the stomp. He has Vemtankilo off stage. So the question is, oh my god, that was such a good idea. He went to the platform to thread him with the stomp. He wasn't able to get it. He's dashing it. He's dashing out. You know what he wants. He wants that stomp. Or maybe just a side light down it. Left without a weapon off stage. This is now Vemtankilo's chance. He gets the ground pound. Can Kaina touch? He cannot. Kaina potentially on his tournament stock.
Alright, 2 stocks to 1 right now. It's 1 stock remaining for Vem to get into top 8 here, but Kaina, it looks like it's going to make it difficult. The GC D-Sig is going to connect in the last couple of frames, and that's 1 stock to 1 right now. Kaina has the weapon advantage. He finds the end lights too. Can we get a little bit of a starve going? No, Vem is going to be able to pick up those gauntlets, and this is it right here. If you're playing gauntlets, you're always 1 or 2 good reads away from winning. But Kaina setting something up on the aerial gameplay.
He has caught onto Vemtankilo's movement, especially in disadvantage. He has been getting hit after hit after hit, backing away, sideline neutral true combo, picking up the weapon as well, just getting another axe. I mean, Kaina's advantage state. How do you stop this?
Both players very damaged at this point. They're just looking for the final blow at this point. Kaina needs it to go to game 5 because for the offset, that's a sweat beat. You can't get back to the stage. Game 5 is in action. These guys are not finished just yet. It looks like we keep on going back and forth, Dara.
The question is, why was Vemtankilo pressing recovery in that position? You saw the Starlies come out. It did get stuffed out. And then he was just left off stage with no options whatsoever. That being said, Kaina's juggling this game absolutely phenomenal. He was catching Vem's defensive options. Vem this time, he was dodging away a lot, and he was just jumping after getting hit by like an axe neutral a lot.
Looking back at that final stock, Vem he didn't have any options whatsoever. He got knocked away while on stage and never actually got that touch back, so unfortunate circumstances for Vem to get hit by that aerial there. Also great opportunistic Sair coming out from Kaina, making sure that he gets knocked away whenever he doesn't have a lot of options. But it looks like we are taking a little bit of a breather, maybe looking over our legend picks here. We are seeing the, actually it is going to be the same legend picks this time around as well. Of course, Petra going up against the Terros. It's Demon Island yet again. Only 1 player is advancing to top 8. 1 of these guys are knocked out at 9 as this game finishes.
Oh yeah, it's game 5, baby. There's only 1 left. Let's see what they got for this. Vem, sweat beat's coming down, but it doesn't matter. Just able to swat Kaina away off stage for a second. Looking for the end light, can't find it. Kaina is looking for these stomps. Tries to chase dodge neutrally, not able to get it that time. Wow, the way that these two are moving around each other, you can tell how often they played against each other. You can see their set experience in just their movement.
Yeah, they know each other so incredibly well in terms of their gameplay. Sidelight Sair coming out from Vem, trying to push Kaina away, but it's not going to be enough just yet. That's another one just chipping away at this damage. Nice Sair coming out from Kaina, surprising Vem there as he makes his way back up onto the stage. Now it's time for the gauntlets to potentially try and get the finisher. He swaps over to the orb, goes for the dare. In a vulnerable spot right now, Kaina is able to also exploit that, finding that D-Light ground pound. Almost a 3-piece coming out from Vem. It feels like these guys have knocked each other out like 5 times. There's been so many opportunities where it could have led to a first strike. Finally, Vem is able to find it.
Whenever any one of them does like a bad option, like kind of saw that whiff side sig, he takes it so far. He doesn't just get like one off hit. He knows how to burn all of, you know, Vem's damage. Oh my gosh, hold on. What coverage with that D-Sig, kind of just blowing up Vem's first stock. It is 2 stocks to 2. It is as even as it could be at this point.
There's that D-Sig. I've been waiting for it all set. Kinda. He has it in his repertoire to use whenever he wants to. Vem trying to go for something massive here in terms of the orb. Both of the players are going so much more aggro. They're trying to extend so much more out of advantage state.
Kaina has caught on to Vem's defensive options. He knows exactly when to alternate between covering jumps versus covering a dodge down after hitting him and then waiting a little bit. Vem, what is your opening landing in front of an end light? Not able to get the neutral. That was not your turn to press that button. Left off stage without a weapon. Kaina, are you going to close out the stock? Goes for the end light. Weapon toss, no stomp. The neutral is just enough by itself.
He's feeling it. We're seeing a little bit of a flow state coming out there with the axe. Great aerial moves coming out from Kaina. Vem, you need to find this knockout. No! And the ground putt is going to connect and get hit by the axe there instead. Swapping over to the Orber, going to find the sidelights there.
Vem's just got to be happy to be alive at that point because we have seen how far Kaina can take those punishes. Going for the weapon toss. Kaina, no good cover. You saw the stars come out. He can't make it back onto the stage. Vem and Kaina, last stock each of this game 5. Who is it going to be? We have to find out. Vem opening off with that D-Light. Kaina picking up the hammer and swatting him away with that end light.
Able to hit that there. Tries to go for a second one. It's going to be an end light this time around. Side light almost got that read. It feels like he had that read locked down, but kind of just drifting after he hit that dodge immediately thereafter. Goes for the weapon toss. The weapon toss is in both directions. Swapping over to the axe here. End light is going to push him away. Setting up for a bit.
Whiffing all of these hits at the edge of the stage. Vem taking advantage of it. Not able to find the GC sidelight. Had that connected, that could have led into a fatal recovery. Kaina was so close to losing the game.
So close.
The neutral
the second
is
one.
not enough to take it off the top. He tries to go forward. He swats Vem away, puts him off stage again. Goes for the weapon toss. He has a good weapon toss.
The N-Sig is going to find its mark. What a way to finish that off. That was looking like Kaina's game, but you count Vem out for just a moment. You're going to take an N-Sig to the face.
That last stock, he was with punishing Kaina again and again and again. You saw Kaina offstage, he went for his stomp, and then Vem immediately came back on with a sail. On the other side of the stage, I think Kaina ended up whiffing an end light, and then Vem was able to hit him for it. We were not seeing that in this entire set. Kaina's edge guarding is what makes him so potent among, you know, many other things, but Vem figured it out. Vem was not only able to get back onto the stage, he was able to hit Kaina for it multiple times when he needed to most. That N-Sig, that was the cherry on top. It left both of us speechless for just a moment, but that was amazing.
Kaina out at the 9th. I don't think that was on anyone's bingo card for this event. This has been a massive turn of events. Vem Tankilo advancing into top 8 here of this incredible victory.
That was so back and forth. It was Kaina's game, then it was Vem's game, then Kaina's game, then Vem's game. So that was crazy, man. That was such an exciting set. I'm so glad that we had the chance to be able to see this live, to be able to cast it live.
Wait, I actually don't remember. When we were going back and forth, I love that celebration. We were going back and forth the entire time. Was it Vem's turn in quotation marks? Was it his turn? Was it time for it to go back to him? I actually don't remember. Did Kaina win right before?
That's an amazing question. I don't know, man. We're so like into the moment that like we. Our memory just completely fails at some point because there's just so much happening. But this was such a treat of a set. This is amazing. And all of you people, by the way, that only voted for Kaina because that was the name that you recognized on the screen, wake up because Vem won the last set against Kaina. Vem is number 2 in South America for a reason. So next time your channel point should be more reflective of that, not just the 10-4 history between the two. So amazing job to Kaina and Vem. Both of them, Kaina, of course, eliminated for the mid-season championships. Them going to be moving on into tomorrow. And that means, Polly, that we have one last qualifying set for the top 8. One last set of today. And that's going to be Wes up against Flowery.
Now this is definitely going to be a very fun set. We have seen now back-to-back friendly fire, but we are going to be seeing a cross-regional matchup here now. Do you actually have it pulled up? Do you know if they've fought each other before? That would definitely be interesting to see. I think their play styles clashing is definitely going to be fun. They have never fought each other before. They've been at the same LAN 5 times and they've never run into each other. That's crazy.
I need you guys to understand how crazy this is. What we just saw before was number 2 versus number 3 in South America. Now we're finding number 4 in South America in the form of West up against number 3 in North America. We're seeing the region versus region battle. This is crazy. We are seeing the top talent, and that is the amazing beauty of a LAN, that you get to see all these different regions finally going at it. The set that we saw before, we could see that one online. Granted, very good set. This set, though, this is quite special. This has never before been seen between these two. I am so excited to see this one. Flower, I don't know who he's going to go. Is it going to be the Diana or is it going to be the Yumiko?
Time will tell. I mean, it was looking very strong on the Yumiko. Of course, they had a set before this where he beat you know who, the Incident.
The Incident.
Well, to me, it's the Incident. Okay, it's a little too early to talk about yet.
Oh, no, EU's doing fine. Muniri's in top 8. It's okay. It's alright. It's fine. Godly, I'm sorry, man. But yeah, no, Flower, such an amazing representative of Yumiko. This is, again, not a legend pick that you see very often. Yumiko is so unique because her down signature summons all those wisps, and they can manipulate and control your movement. There's not a lot of, like, trapping projectiles in this game. The only other one is, like, I don't know, Arcadia, arguably.
Yeah.
But you have to know how to fight against Yumiko. If you don't know the Yumiko stuff, by the way, the D-Sig is not the only thing you gotta worry about. You gotta worry about hammer side sig across the stage. You gotta worry about being above bow and just getting hit by an N-Sig. Wes, on the other hand, who is he gonna be going? Is it gonna be the Cassidy?
Yet again, time will tell. I mean, he also has a super wide legend repertoire. Of course, has been playing super well with Tesca as of recently. Whenever I think of Wes, I still think about also their Rayman that they were playing very well with. I believe we saw Wes on the Rayman all the way back in CEO. But before then, you also had a bunch of Alanis gameplay. He's a very diverse player in terms of what he's able to play. So probably just gonna be matching whatever he has been playing today, matching the matchup and the meta. Now we'll see what happens. See, there's something funny I want to say about not a lot of Yumiko players. I'm also not a lot of Flower players because it's synonymous with Yumiko at this point. Okay, it looks like we're getting ready. Maybe.
But no, you were going to say something about him?
Fizaru, have you heard of Fizaru? That's like the only other Yumiko player I can think of. Okay, we are in fact getting ready yet again. This is going to be the last set on this stream for tonight as we are filling out our final player for top 8. Massive stakes right now, and Wes has already got himself an amazing start, setting up a bit of a jungle here on both the hammer and the blasters, pushing Flower off his GC and Light. That's a 15-second knockout, almost clean stocked.
And he did it live. That is amazing for him, but for Flower, he has got to collect himself. He's got to go ahead and take a nice deep breath. Sidelight into D-Light. Oh my goodness, Flower is putting on the hits. Wait a second, is he going to be back to back?
Oh, but he wants the recovery.
Let's go for the second one. He goes for the GC N-Sig. That is an amazing Yumiko option. Just to be able to make it back onto the stage. He almost got Wes's stock, but now how does he make it back from this deficit?
It's going to be very difficult. He picks up a hammer of his own, and we're in a hammer ditto now. We're probably going to see this a lot. Oh, I love that option. Yumiko neutral signature, most satisfying signature to connect in the game.
Where did Wes's options go? What happened? He was left
They went
with
into
nothing.
the ether.
Yeah.
Flower just stole them.
Did he jump after getting hit by the stomp? Did he jump into the N-Sig? We'll have to go ahead and see that one back because, oh man. But Wes, though, he's able to get the D-Light into an N-Sig of his own. Flower just backing away, throwing out a whole bunch of D6s. Again, those wisps, they can manipulate your movement. He's just trying to get this edge guard on Wes, but now Flower finds himself off stage. Wes holding down the stage, keeping up that stock lead, playing amazing.
Very beautiful side signature to get that stock off now. Sticking to the hammer, almost hitting him with that signature. The second one is going to connect this wisp into the recovery. Wes is on the offstage, he has no options. Flower very, very close to feeding him a chase dodge there, but he wasn't able to find it.
He didn't commit to the GCD light. He didn't give Wes an option to hit him. He just used his dodge as a dodge, and then Wes, by the pure aura of Flower, ended up sinking to his demise. It is 1 stock to 1. It is totally even. Wes is being denied of a weapon, and Flower is making this comeback happen in real time. But can he close it out?
1 stock to 1 right now as they're looking to find the first W in the set. Flower is able to set something up on the offstage. Goes for the N-Sig though, expecting West to perhaps panic. Yeah, panic jump there. Able to push him off. Oh, but the dare is going to connect.
This is amazing. First of all, amazing comeback from Flower. He lost his first stock unanswered within 15 seconds, and then he made it back that game. Those wisps, by the way, was like, look at my magic scarf. He put out the wisps, and then he immediately dashed off stage to go for the down air. He did not do that before. He was doing the wisps, then he was standing onto the stage, then he maybe went through the D-Sig again. He was just mixing up his options. That last time, that was so aggressive, Polly.
Super aggressive. I mean, that's the thing about the wisp, right? Your opponent can get hit by them. You can't. You can walk right through him.
He didn't even dash off, excuse me. He went through the D-Sig and then just fell off the stage with the down air. I didn't think that he'd be able to do that. I thought that he landed on the stage, and so did Wes.
You're going to a tri-plat stage right here, which is just going to give even more opportunities for Flower to do some signature shenanigans here.
Blasters like this. I know that blasters like tri-plats. They can really just get some nasty juggles. You can make it so difficult to hit them, but so does Bo. Honestly, Bo can get some amazing juggles with neutral.
I like this stage. I like the stage a lot for this matchup, but especially they're going to be able to do a lot of funny shenanigans with the signatures, but only time will tell how much of that they're actually going to go for. Now pushing West on the offstage, the dare is going to connect.
Oh, Flower, he is just a different beast entirely. Just able to get that whiff punish, seeing that tail directly in front of him. I don't know who West thought he was going to hit with it, and he can't make it back onto the stage. Flower coming up with a gentle stock lead.
See what they're able to do here. The neutral signature is going to get punished by that unarmed Nair. Going in here with the hammer, and that's N-Sig. Not going to be enough to get a knockout just yet. Are we going to see him trying to set up a little bit of a juggle? No, Flower is able to get that landing.
West popped out a few of those N-Sigs just saying, don't jump in front of me. Let's play a grounded game. Flower looked at that grounded game and still was able to find an approach. That N-Light was not enough to KO off the side. Flower popping out the neutral, popping out the Sailor, trying to get West off of him, and West did not kill it all. Saw the whiffed Sailor and was able to get the scoop.
Yeah, finally able to get the knockout there. A little bit behind here, actually a lot behind. Flower finding so much damage with this bow now. Almost at the point where he can start thinking about how he's going to find his knockout. Wes able to find a couple of good hits on this hammer though, creating a lot of space. I feel like the pacing of the game has definitely slowed down.
Am I feeling a side sig? I'm beginning to feel a side sig. This is we're entering that part of the Yumiko game plan. We'll just have to see. I know that Wes is looking out for it too. You have to know when you're fighting Yumiko. But Wes calling out Flower's jumps beautifully, catching the cross up with the stomp, Sailor, and can Flower close it out? Just opting to play it safe.
I love that GC sidelight, unarmed from West too, using it as a different alternative movement option. But that is going to be yet another knockout. West going down to final stock now. Flower 1 stock away from making this 2-0, which would be massive for this game. And he hits up such a massive combo into the stomps here. D-Sig isn't going to connect, but that's still so much damage. That's a full stock lead now at this point.
Flower knows all the Yumiko tricks. Flower knows how to squeeze every last drop of damage out. West, what can you do? He's stepping up, and then he's whiffing, and Flower is dodging and punishing so well. That GCD, like, that should have been a punish. That should have been the N-Sig from West, but he opted to catch the landing instead, and that was unsuccessful. That GCD light not hitting anybody. Flower, that's the first side sig. You know that there is going to be a second one.
We're just waiting. How is Flower going to end this stock? The N-Light to catch the land. He goes for the D-Sig. Oh, tries to go for another N-Light, but Wes able to interrupt that one with his dare. The Nair is going to be enough to find the stock. That's 2-0 for Flower. What an amazing start. Wes is going to have to win 3 games in a row to take this one home.
NA's neutral game has really stepped up. I mean, Flower playing amazing. He did not let Wes read his movement at all. I don't know who Wes was hitting with some of these GCD lights in the other direction. Maybe he was hoping that Flower would just dash up, behind him, but Flower has been catching his landings. He's been catching all of his gravity cancel options. I'm not loving the Blasters gameplay that I'm seeing. Maybe we'll see the switch from Wes. Again, his Tesca is phenomenal. Maybe we'll see the Tesca come out.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. If there's any time for a legend swap right now for Wes, it would be right now. He has a lot of other legends he can tap into. The Tesca would definitely be on the top of my list, but we'll see if he decides to go for any kind of swap. Seems like we're just taking a couple of deep breaths, thinking through our game plan here, as the players try to compose themselves here.
Wes is not all that far behind. I know that the last game was a 2-stock, but I'm telling you, just coming down to these small whiff punishes, he isn't fully reading Flower's movement, and Flower is taking full advantage of it as a result. We're going to the game 3. Let's see what the reveal is. Is it going to be a 3-0 in the favor of Flower?
Here it is.
And
It's the Tesca.
The Tesca. We are so back. I love the Tesca. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit biased. I want to see that Cassidy God. I want to see Cassidy God in general, and I love seeing Tesca.
This is serious. This is serious right now for Wes. What is this start? Down at orange already, 15 seconds into the game. Wes, what have you been hiding from us all this time? This is this entire other layer of your gameplay that gets unlocked whenever you swap over to the Tesca.
This is the advantage shape. This is the accuracy that we've wanted to see from Wes so far. That D-Light into the downer. Flower is off stage. How is Wes going to close it out? It's going to be the GC D-Light. It's going to be the ground pound afterwards. And now Wes is up an entire stock, looking like a new man.
Only lightly yellow in terms of the damage right here, but Flower with a good 3-piece. He's going to be able to close out the stock. No, the D-Sig and the recovery are both going to miss, as Wes is still keeping this stock alive. He's unable to catch the landing. D-Light and Sig.
He saw the dodge on. He saw the gravity cancel and said, wait a second, I'm going to take this one all the way home. Flower making the stock count even, but Wes has established he knows how to put on the damage with Tesca.
Let's see if he's able to keep the same high-octane gameplay up. You also have the surprise factor, right? And you're going to lose that for every single interaction from here on out. Flower a bit more prepared now for what he has to deal with on this Tesca.
Sidelight pushing Wes off stage. Wes going to be respecting the wisps, backing up a little bit here, making it back onto the stage. That Endlight ended up whiffing. He's picking up the boots now. Okay, man.
Okay. What he's able to do on these battle boots. I was smelling a ground pound. We're finally seeing one. No second one going up with that Seer instead. Dare is going to come out. Weapon throw isn't going to connect. Dare. Oh, nice recovery. Perfectly spaced from Flower. Great patience. What a signature, though.
What an optimal punish on that as well.
You can't find the knockouts.
Yeah, I'm surprised that had so little knockback, right? Flower whipping the recovery and then just jumping up above because he was so scared. It is so difficult for Bo to land sometimes. Wes just really taking that stage, that position away from Flower. He is keeping up the stock lead. What can he do with it? The Endlight is just going to even it back up.
Evened out now in terms of the stocks, but Flower has the weapon advantage here if he's able to set up a bit of a weapon guard, a weapon starve, but Wes is able to pick up those battle boots very quickly. Now we have seen what kind of magic Wes can do on these battle boots, and I'm waiting to see if he's able to set something up, or is Flower going to be able to shut him down? The Seer comes out, pushing him off stage, and yet again pushes him up even further. Is he able to find yet another one? Flower barely has any options. The GC is not going to connect though.
He kept it until the end because he knew that is the one option that Wes has to respect. Flower made it back on. As a Hammer player, you cannot ever waste it.
Onto the gauntlets now. The signature connect. That's going to be the stock. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Wes is here to play, Dara.
That's right, that Tesca, man, that Tesca still got it. That Cassidy has been shelved, maybe for another day, maybe for another time. But with the Tesca, he has established he knows exactly how to punish Yumiko signatures. We're seeing some gravity cancel options of his own. We're seeing him go for these amazing reverse Seers to put Flower off stage again and again. He's not just attacking Flower, he's intentionally picking options in every position that put Flower off stage. That is exactly what a Boots player wants you to be, and they want you to be off stage.
Yeah, I mean, the battle boots gameplay coming up from Wes have been absolutely insane, especially whenever they're able to get a good read or if they're able to push them off stage. Just as you say, I have to mention his edge guarding. There was so much time and so many times where Flower just could not get back up to the stage.
But he kept the options that mattered. I'm still thinking about how he kept up that recovery. That is the one option anybody has to respect so that you don't get reversed off stage. Wes, he is keeping up the pressure. Flower pushing him away with the neutral layer, but it's still not enough. He has not been able to reset neutral. Wes is staying on top of him. Finally, Flower hits him, knocking away the weapon for just a second, but then Wes immediately picks it back up. Flower not finding the stomp. Wes is closing in on the space. This could be anybody's stock.
We're playing so fast. This is StarCraft 2 levels of actions per minute. This is insane. These guys are they're just zooming right now. Now let's see, is Wes going to be able to pick up that weapon? And Nair is going to create some space for himself onto the battle boots now. Any player who's able to find the first knockout, it's going to be the Sair to get the first strike.
That side sig, his Yumiko instincts came out. His Yumiko brain said, press this button. And Wes said, not today. You're going to get punished for it. Flower, as a boat player, it is so difficult sometimes to find those stocks. The hammer neutraler is still not enough. You need a stomp. You need another landing neutraler to be able to close it out. You need a Sair. Flower is backing up.
Wes is
he doesn't
careful.
find the unlight.
Wes is so careful, not careful enough. The Dare is going to find its mark, and that is going to be the stocks even out now. Flower is sticking to this bow, able to get a good combo there.
Backing up a little bit though, he didn't fully commit to the neutraler. He was able to bait
Oh, he got the dodge.
attack of
Oh, he
Wes.
got the dodge.
But look at the combo, look at the damage. Wes is continuing to pile it on. He catches the high recovery. Flower eats the weapon toss. He didn't avoid it. And now Wes has an amazing stock lead once again. Flower, he has established that he can put on the damage, but can he close as well as Wes?
Do I hear a game 5, or is Flower going to shut this down before there's time? And the signature is going to be enough to find that knockout. 2 minutes into the game, and we're already last stock for both of them. This is tournament stock right now for Wes. This is when this is where it all comes down to.
There's so much on the line. You just have to think about the game here. Flower landing with the Sair, backing up a little bit here. That end light is so non-committal. Wes landing with the neutral, goes through the side light. Flower holding on to his dodge. Both of them slowing down the pace of the game for just a second. He finds a side light. Wes dodging away. Flower didn't dash in with the D light, so Wes wasn't able to get the punish.
Won't get punished for that one though. Nared into the air. Now Wes struggling to find the ground. He has no stage control anymore. Flower's just pushing him away onto the off stage. GC Endlight, what an option, pushing him away even further. Whisper put up, he goes right into him. That's almost a knockout. Can he find the finishing blow? No, he can't. Goes for the dare. I love that option for Flower, but it's not gonna work, not this time. Wes pushes him off stage yet again. We have another off stage encounter. Can Wes find the hit? The ground pound goes up, and it's enough to get the knockout. We're going to game 5.
And Flower is feeling that when you see him smiling. He pounded on the desk for just a second. You can feel all of the emotions in the venue. I don't know how he did it. Let me tell you, I thought that was going to be Flower's talk. I saw his brain expand in real time. That GC Endlight, I was like, yeah, he's the genius. He's the GOAT. But when he was off stage, he couldn't find that last option. He needed a gravity cancel D-Light or something else. He needed one more attack, or he just needed a weapon in his hand, which he did not have. Flower and Wes, they kept it so close, but Wes is just so clutch at the end.
Yeah. I mean, this is the clutch factor right here. This is the clutcher BH in action. Wes is insane. Whenever his last stock, whenever you think it's over, he does something crazy that you're not going to expect.
You saw the neutralers. Flower was thinking about the ground pound. He went through the neutraler, he went through it again, but enough about that, guys. This is game 5. This is the final game of Saturday. This is for the final player to make it into the top 8 through the elimination side. There is so much on the line. Flower does not want to get reversed here. Wes does not want all of his momentum to stop. So who is it going to be? Flower setting up with the neutraler, backing up a little bit. After getting close to Wes, whipping the side light, Wes finding an end light. Just a bunch of one-off hits, no combos, no lines.
There's a lot on the line at this point. Wisps are gonna go unpunished. The ground pound almost going to find its mark. Didn't touch, no options. That's the first strike already. Flower with a clutch dare going to be taking it down. Wes's first stock there.
Yeah, Wes went through like this crazy reversal down air, which was so greedy in that position. I mean, if it hit, he would have been a genius. If it didn't hit, well, he ended up losing his stock for it. He is now down a stock, but I feel like between the two of them, Wes is better at closing stocks.
Absolutely. We're gonna see if he's able to close this one out any faster. Flower down into orange. He needs to find it quickly. He's on the gauntlets, trying to get something set up. But Flower is dominating the neutral space right now, Dara. Flower is playing so much better in neutral than
He's getting
before.
it good Flower,
Nice signature.
but he wanted to put him off stage. He was too close to the right side of the stage, so it just ended up bouncing, and now Flower lives another day. Wes is getting close, and he's walking away. Flower doing the bow thing, the GCD light to get back on,
This is
the
insane.
side light, the pressure. Wes is out of options.
Again, oh, but he can't find that second hit. Goes for the weapon toss. That's going to be the stock, but he's taking so much damage. He's going to need one of these clutch knockouts again. It's time for the clutcher BH to clutch it up.
The neutral caught Flower in the beginning of his button. It's such a fast button. He gets the stomp. He gets the save. And now Flower is on the cusp of taking this whole set. Just one more stock for
we've said that many times. We've said that many times this far. Wes, it's not over until it's over. We'll be fighting to the very end to make this comeback.
That's what you
so
have
much
to do
damage.
against gauntlets, because they get so comfortable punishing your dodges, punishing your jumps, that sometimes you just have to hit them away and tell them to stop.
We're so close at this point. Stomp, Sarah comes out, pushing Wes away. Wisps aren't going to connect. He's able to make it back. The dare to find his landing as we're going back to the neutral here, trying to find any attack. The weapon toss on the sidelight. Sidelight is going to connect. Endlight to push him off stage. Does he go for the ground pound? No, he went for Flower to get back to the stage. It proves to be a lethal mistake. He finds that Sarah on his way back. Weapon toss into the DCD light. I love that option. And he finds the Sarah just thereafter. This is it. He has no options.
Flower is going to be taking it, and in a 2-stock lead as well. Going to be bringing it home in a Game 5 after he went up 2 games, pointing to somebody in the audience because you had to believe Flower. He kept himself composed, but honestly, this was an amazing game. This was an amazing set. I was going into this with some Flower bias, but Wes just honestly impressed me so much in Game 3 and in Game 4. He stayed so composed. He stayed so on top of it. His advantage state was ridiculous, but honestly, I think this Game 5, man, when it came to the offstage, it was all Flower. He was more comfortable off stage. Wes was pressing a couple of questionable buttons. Stock 1 of Game 5, he went out there with the downer, and I was like, what's up with that? At the end there, he went for another signature, and I was like, what's up with that? He kept trying to cheese out Flower stocks, but he ended up using too many of his resources in the process.
I also I need to give a moment to also appreciate and point out to everyone watching from home and here the mental fortitude necessary to be able to stay so composed and win after getting clutched up back to back.
Oh yeah.
Like anyone would be losing their mind thinking, am I gonna lose this? Is this really how it all ends? And then you're still able to clutch up.
No, but he kept his mind. He kept his mind. He didn't lose it. He kept it all together, man. He kept his composure. Like, again, like, what is these options, man? If Wes hit it, he's the GOAT. If he doesn't hit it, well, that's now Flower coming up with a 2-stock lead. Man, the amount of clips that we've been getting today in the player camps, it's been crazy. I love the NA scene, man.
Yeah, incredible set to end things off here on Saturday.
He's still feeling it. He wanted this. He got it all the way to a Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of emotions going into today and into tomorrow. I mean, this game matters a lot to a lot of people, and it's not only for the money.
It's not only for the money, guys. It's for, this is the thing that they put so much of their time, they put so much of their life into. So that is ultimately Flower 3-2 against Wes. Wes has been eliminated from the mid-season championships just before top 8. Flower making his way into the top 8. I would say he barely made it in, but that Game 1 and Game 2, that was all his. And that last game, man, that was especially all his. He was looking undefeatable.
Yeah, incredibly strong gameplay towards the end there. Flower will be advancing into top 8, and we're going to be able to follow them more tomorrow. We, of course, now have our entire top 8 completely finished. Speaking of which, we got Sheepy on desk.
Dude, what a last match to, like, end the day. Like, I felt like I was on an emotional roller coaster.
I'm thankful. I'm happy about that. We needed that.
I mean, it was great. I mean, the last 4 matches that you guys got to commentate, oh my God. I mean, literally stakes, like, were on the line and people were really fighting their way out here. I mean, and I'm like literally just quickly looking at the bracket too, just like some of the like upsets too, like the Vem versus Kaina, like, oh my God. So here it is. We can look at it now. The last 4 matches that you guys commentated. What are some of your like thoughts just overall about what just happened?
Well, I feel like this was like a direct linear progression in terms of how tense it got. It opened off with Munir up against Bunny, and that was, a bit of a 3-0 sweep. Sorry, Bunny. Would have loved to see have that gone a bit differently, but it is what it is. Then we saw Draggy against Moni, and that was a 3-1, and that was a crazy set. I mean, each game was just so close, bit of a heartbreaker, and then there was Ventan Kilo and Kaina, which was absolutely ridiculous, and then we close it off with a region versus region, the South America versus North America match, where it was just layers layers and layers of adaptation and change. I mean, it just got more tense set after set after set. That was honestly some beautiful Brawlhalla.
Holly, would you agree with this?
Yeah, I think very, very great summary from you. You mentioned earlier that these 4 sets have been amazing, and I just want to say for the record, I think objectively, this part of the bracket is almost always the most fun. The qualifying into top 8 from elimination side, that's where dreams are made and dreams are shattered. There's been a lot of emotion going into a lot of these sets for a lot of these players, very important for some of them. We saw, I believe, winner from Dragon Money, that was the first LAN top 8, which is massive.
Yeah, guys, it's just a lot of emotions in that. I can feel it too. But, y'all, our top 8 singles bracket is set for Championship Sunday. We'll be right back to break it all down. Our post show is next.
난 요즘 feeling alright.
Did you think you could keep me out? I can't tell if you're sweating or crying. You're stronger than I thought. I'm not cheating, you're just not trying. You're so predictable. I'm Loki, and you're who again? Lord something. Very good, legend. I think he likes you. I'm finally here. Or am I? Welcome to Brawlhalla.
3, 2, 1. We're going back to Terminus in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8. Featuring Termidex. Excessive mining flooded Terminus with Darkheart and produced Corrupted Blood Teska. Terror Watt Zol. Neo Street Hattori. Live Action Orion. Street Sovereign Petra. Play, level up, and unlock new items. And the Deluxe Pass grants exclusive new rewards. The corrupting power of Darkheart returns in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Classic 8.
Give me a second, a minute before you go. Our little secret, we can keep it on the low. Excited, can't hide it, I wonder if it shows. Between my head and your heart, we about to overload. Cause you know when the feeling's right, we sing in time. Suddenly all the stars align, bring me to life. I can see it in your eyes. Yeah, we got that tunnel vision, no time for bad decisions. Won't be slowing down, we are focused on the mission. Race you till we make it, you want it, come and take it. No time for hesitations. Yeah, we got that tunnel vision. Give me a second, a minute before you leave. So swerve it over here, baby, you should come with me.
Welcome back. Let's get right into our post show here. Our singles top 8 is set for Sunday. Dara, Polly, what are your thoughts heading into Championship Sunday tomorrow? Dara.
Well, the first thing is I'm just making sure that my pulse is okay. You know, these last few sets that we've had here, especially on the elimination side, absolutely terrifying, absolutely electric. Just so much emotions happening in the venue at once, and I'm feeling it, man. I'm getting really influenced by it.
Yeah, me too. It's been heavy going through all of these sets. Lots of emotions, both a lot of hype and a lot of hopes and dreams being crushed, as we said earlier. It's very, very difficult to be meeting some of the players after some crushing defeats, but at the same time, we have some amazing victories as well.
You think it's difficult for them? It's difficult for us. We put so much faith and so much hope into them, so why does nobody think about the way that we feel? Anyways, no, it's difficult. It's so difficult. Excuse me, it's difficult for the competitors, man. They have it really tough. But yeah, Shibi, how are you feeling about it?
I mean, yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster of a ride, and we are all invested in it because we care so much about Brawlhalla. But let's actually take a look here at that top 12 bracket, what we just kind of went through all today. And so you can see here, sitting on the winner side, Marky Moo versus Amit, Balloon Boy versus Loris, and then on the elimination side, Munir versus Moni, Vem 10 Kilo versus Flower. And now let's actually talk about that winner side here. We can't ignore Marky Moo, our champ, who is literally sitting at the top here. Dar, Polly, what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, so that's definitely the main player that I'm looking at. That should be the main player that a lot of you guys are looking at because he is #1 in North America. Not only is he #1 in North America, but he is also the BCX champion. That is the biggest and most important LAN of the year. He won the last one, and he has just been winning event after event. He won the spring championships. Marky Moo can beat anybody in any area of Brawlhalla. He is probably just the best to be doing it right now actively. I feel like that's like a bit of a no-brainer, especially when you consider the rivalry between Marky Moo and Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy, I won't say it the way that Duke did about, Shadows in second place, but
forgive him, please.
I don't think anybody's gonna let that one go after that, but we'll try our best. But yeah, I'm definitely looking at Marky Moo more than anything, but I don't want to just make it about the NA show. I don't want to just make it about North America because this is the mid-season championships. We also have to talk about EU, and I know that you have an EU player in mind.
Well, yeah, for sure. I think it's been a great performance so far from Ahmet. He just came off 3-0ing Megdi and then also taking down Kaina in a Game 5. Has had an incredible run so far, and it looks like this guy is just here to cement himself as not only a strong regional player, but one of the strongest LAN players that the EU region has to offer. So I'm going to be definitely having my eyes glued on him for tomorrow. And I think I speak for a large majority of the EU population that we are hoping our boy is gonna bring home the victory. Now, do we think it's going to happen? I know Ahmed is gonna listen to this or look back on this, so I'm not sure if I should say, but it's not looking. The other regions are so strong. Why are the other regions so good?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Dara.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think maybe EU needs this one at this point because EU, in the constant discussion, it's always like, okay, North America or South America, which one is it?
We're going into a permanent recession. We're gonna give up forever if we don't win soon.
No, you guys have two chances. You have two chances.
Yeah, you have two chances. We haven't. Yeah. We'll get there in a second on the elimination side, but we're continuing to talk about on the top end here. I mean, I know a lot of folks are having their beliefs and their hopes and dreams onto Amit, but let's talk about another NA player. You literally just mentioned it. It's Balloon Boy. I want to know your thoughts about that kind of matchup, Balloon Boy, and just the player and how he's going to show up maybe tomorrow.
I just want to see it. Oh, this is so difficult because if I cheer for him too much, then I can't cheer for everybody else and the people that he sent to the elimination side. How can you not love Balloon Boy, especially the story that is developed between him and Marky Moo? Balloon Boy almost made it through the elimination side, but when it came to the set against Draggy, man, he just played so well. He really clutched it up. We're seeing it in the highlights now. Balloon Boy, I mean, I talked about it before, I'm going to say it again. You have to think about him in the context of Marky Moo. The real question is he going to be able to beat Marky Moo? I want to look at his projected bracket path for a second. I'm just quickly pulling up the top 8, and it seems like Balloon Boy first has to go through Loris before he fights the winner of Marky Moo and Amit. But these two, they have fate. They have fate on their sides. It's most likely winners finals is going to be Marky Moo versus Balloon Boy. Most likely, unless Amit or Loris, they do, they break the fate.
Polly, what is your thought about that, Polly? What was that reaction?
You're right. Yeah, I do also want to say you're right on the money in terms of you got to think about Balloon Boy in relation to Marky Moo. Now, as a little bit of a spoiler, we do have some. We've made some player interviews. I believe some of them are going to be aired tomorrow, potentially, maybe. I asked Balloon Boy, is there any player in the bracket that you're kind of afraid of? And he's like, yeah, if I beat Marky Moo, I think I can win.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're definitely right.
Okay. Well, Balloon Boy is going to go up against Loris, our South American here that's on the top side. And I love watching Loris play personally. But, Polly, I want to know your thoughts on how he's going to be doing and just as a player as a whole, how is he going to show up tomorrow?
Loris in general has had a very, very strong year, and I think in this LAN it is kind of we're reaching the high point for his career so far in this year for mid-seasons. He's been playing super well. This game against Mooner was definitely very, very strong as well. Sending down Mooner, especially considering how strong he was playing in elimination side. I mean, he was making it look easy at times.
I'm thinking a lot about like Loris's gameplay at last year's mid-seasons, and that was like, yeah, especially on the Duskman. He made magic happen. His accuracy on the spear is phenomenal. I think about his spear gameplay a lot, especially his bow gameplay. You know, he can just be so precise. Like, he can be like untouchable and an edge-guarding demon at times. So Loris, definitely not to be counted out. He is 9th on the South American PR right now, but again, that can only mean so much when we're actually here in the, you know, LAN setting. He ended up getting 4th at the Autumn Championships. How did he do at BCX? Oh yeah, he ended up getting 9th at BCX. So still pretty phenomenal placement. Loris can still make it happen.
Also one CEO. Right? I mean,
yes.
that was a while ago at this point, and I did this earlier. You said one of the best spear players. I mean, you just gotta recognize, I'm a spearman. If you're a spearman, you gotta recognize Loris is one of the best players to ever touch that weapon. So whenever I see him on that spear, I get very, very excited.
Yeah, incredible player. Now, we got to talk kind of quickly here about the elimination side here. And out of Munir, Moni, Vemton, Kilo, and Flower, Dar, I'm going to ask you first, out of those 4 players, who do you think is actually going to make it through?
Who do I think, or who do I want to believe in the most?
Well, you know, you can answer both of those questions, you know? That's fine, too.
Who do I think is going to make it the furthest? I think in terms of all of these players, in terms of who I believe to actually be the most consistent, it is going to be Vemton Kilo that is the most consistent. Love Vemton Kilo's gameplay, but my heart is in it for North America. Now, no. We're going to do the player highlight of Vemton Kilo. We have to talk about his gameplay, of course. I don't want to just have him be in the shadow of these other guys, but he really is just so good. We all started paying a lot more attention to Vemton Kilo after max mode, but he has established that he does not necessarily just need the chakrams to do it. His Petra is amazing. He's able to adapt so well. His offstage, his absolute aggression, the way that he keeps up his advantage state. He took the set over Kaino, which is no easy feat to do. So Vemton Kilo, I think of all of the people here, is actually the most consistent.
Yeah, he's a player that deserves a lot more hype. Like I think people consistently underestimate how good he is. Yeah. And it's just a matter of time and a matter of placements before people realize that Vemton Kilo is insane.
But who do I believe in? That's the other question here. I mean, I want to believe in Munir, and I want to believe in Moni, and I want to believe in Flower. And you're asking me to be able to pick between those 3? Well, I want to go ahead and talk about Flower, because the way that Flower played in that last set against Wes was absolutely ridiculous. I love that Flower is representing a legend that we don't really get to see established at this level of competitive play. I love seeing the Yumiko, and I just love the way that he approaches the game. Sometimes in neutral, he is just so accurate. He is jumping after his opponents. He can make the stage feel impossible to land on, and he goes for some really creative follow-ups and combos, especially off of Yumiko's signatures.
Yeah.
He can really exploit on people just forgetting for a second.
I mean, he's really a player that has a lot of sides and a lot of dimensions. There's a lot of different things he can do. He's got great fundamentals. Whenever the time is right, you can see some really funny gimmicks as well. So he's the opposite of a one-dimensional player. Definitely always a treat to watch him, and it looks like that has paid off for him quite a lot in terms of his placement so far and his gameplay.
Now, Polly, I gotta ask you a similar question, but this time between Munir and Moni, because they're gonna go head-to-head with each other tomorrow. How are you feeling about that matchup, and like, what player do you want to see kind of push through here? You gotta pick one.
You used the word "wanna" very specifically.
Yes, you gotta pick one.
Now, do you really need me to answer this question? Does Twitch chat need me to answer this question? I think it's a given at this point. Now, however, I do just want to very quickly mention, but before we went on here, it was like, okay, Polly, we gotta pick. We're gonna talk about some of these players. We'll pick out one from the upper side and one from the lower side. And I was like, okay, Ahmet and Mooner. Yes, they're both from EU.
Yes.
That's it. That's the end of the sentence.
Okay. If anyone saw the set, who was it? Mooner versus Bunny.
Crazy.
Dude, that was insane. Mooner's gameplay. We're gonna see player highlights right now. It better be a couple from that. Yeah, we're seeing it right now. Just utter domination the way he was able to play on this Teros. I have never freaked out that much about Mooner's gameplay as much as I was today. It looks like he is peak form right now. Is it going to be enough to beat Moni? I don't know. Time will tell. Do I want him to do it? Well, Moni might watch this and I don't want to make him upset, but the answer is yes.
Yeah. And I know that we were supposed to only talk about like one person on elimination side and stuff, but I do still want to talk about Moni. I want to talk about Moni because a while ago I predicted that at some point he is going to be top 3 in NA, and we're definitely seeing the progress. He is a player that, let me tell you, when he is on, he is absolutely on. His strings, his follow-ups, his damage output. He knocked out Draggy, my favorite of the entirety of the top 12, which is a little bit of a heartbreaker for me, but Moni's gameplay was amazing. So good that I was seeing shades of 2024 views. And I don't know if you guys remember 2024 views, but that guy was not okay. It was impossible to touch him. It was impossible to cross him up. His, not just greatsword, but Moni's sword was looking amazing. The way that he was catching you behind him, his gravity cancel options. Moni is a different player every time I see him. He's just getting better and better.
Yeah, definitely a player that's grown a lot. And as we mentioned while we were casting them, one of the things that makes it very exciting to see him play, and also I think he's going to have a great advantage over Mooner, is that he plays the long game. I mean, just as we spoke about Sandstorm, you know, back in 2020, 2019, he waits for the download. When he has the download, that's when he goes.
That is such a funny way of saying that Mooney doesn't play the long game, because he doesn't. No, he plays the short game. He plays like a maniac.
He plays the momentum game, but it's also like if you lose momentum, it doesn't matter if you're playing a short. If that happens game 1 or game 4 or game 45, right?
Is it momentum if you're starting from 0 to 150 miles per hour at the very beginning of the game? Like once he's just going, right? But then as soon as it stops, it's like,
yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, we've just talked about all of our players in top 8 tomorrow because it is that much of a important matchup. There are so many incredible players. It is hard to not talk about them. So I gotta grab your final thoughts about, honestly, today, tomorrow, mid-season, Dara.
Honestly, this has been an amazing event, guys. And I just think, you know, everybody should be going to LANs. There is so much to do here, even just as a spectator, because you can feel it in the venue. You can feel it in the middle of the set. Guys, you need to be coming through as a spectator. You need to be feeling what we're feeling, because this has been just such a special event. I have to say, I have been really thoroughly enjoying the competition. It's just been a pleasure to be able to cast it so far.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't say it any better myself. I think you definitely don't get the same experience watching from home. Being around other brawlers, being in a crowd cheering for your favorite players is definitely a different kind of feeling. Now, in terms of my opinions and thoughts over this weekend, in terms of the gameplay, I said on Friday that I think mid-season is a very important temperature check for how things are going to look towards BCX, and I just gotta say, the temperature is off the charts. I don't know where it is right now. It keeps moving up and down. It's never been this hard to pick clear favorites from any of the regions. Like, it's so versatile.
Maybe the temperature right now is that EU is alive. I think the top 8 is definitely showing that. We got Ahmed at winner's side, and we got Munir at elimination side, and both of them played phenomenal. That's good for you. That's also good for Brawlhalla.
Yeah, and SA and NA also, like, both of those regions too. It's like, of course, we got Markimu. You got everyone, and they got Markimu. But then again, in this year, and kind of at the end of last year, we are seeing, you know, maybe Markimu actually, he is a mortal. We're seeing some, maybe some times where it looks like he's actually defeatable, but still.
Not that often.
Not that often. NA and SA, lots of super strong players. The competition is at an all-time high.
God, we love it. We love some good old Brawlhalla in all the regions, don't we? We love some good Brawlhalla. Well, just a kind reminder of like what these players are literally fighting for, right? For our singles side, all right? So total 25,000 prize for just singles. And so first place will earn 6,000. And if you're already in top 8, well, good for you. You will also get a chunk of change because we paid through all the way through top 25. So thank you so much Dara, Polly, for all of that commentating. Thank you to all of our casters, actually, crew and competitors for an awesome day 2. Our doubles top 4 and singles top 8 are set for tomorrow. And we may have a few special announcements too, so make sure you tune in. Championship Sunday coverage starts at 11:15 a.m. We will see y'all tomorrow for day 3 of the Brawlhalla Midseason Championship.
It's the jump scare, the disarmament. Gets the follow-up. Oh, this time around it's going to connect, but it's not enough to find the knockout. He swaps over to the sword. D-line recovery, and that's going to be it. D-line recovery, and that's going to be it. Mana is in top 8.
Toss. He has to
still in the game. Dancing. Game dancing. Dancing is going into the DCD line. I love that option. And he finds the Seer just thereafter.
Oh,
this is it. He has no options.
Flower is going to be taking it, and in a 2-stock lead as well. Going to be bringing it home in a game 5 after he
Down slowly, I feel it too. Coming down if this is true, but it feels so alive. And I snuck out what words can say.